Longevity, starting by creating my own liquor goo. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 301 The God of Gamblers tries tricks again. The female goo cultivator didn't dare delay, quickly throwing 3 dice into the dice cup and shaking it. Not long after, the 9th prince called for a stop, and the female goo cultivator finally placed the dice cup face down on the table and picked it up. The 3 dice showed a total of 665, just 1 point shy of the maximum number, 18. Even the god of gamblers could only roll 18 to beat him. But what were the odds of rolling 18? Seeing 17 on the table, the 9th prince burst into laughter, looking at the god of gamblers and saying, this time I have 17. Let's see how you beat me. The god of gamblers ignored him, looking at the female goo cultivator and softly calling out, shake the cup. The female goo cultivator placed 3 more dice into the cup and began shaking it. Just like before she could shake it more than a few times, the god of gamblers called for a stop. Hearing this, she put the dice cup down, picked it up, and saw 3 sixes appear before everyone's eyes. Everyone in the room gasped. 18 points. Another win. 18 rounds in a row. They wouldn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. How is this possible? The 9th prince roared, his face contorted with rage, finally losing control and standing up abruptly. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, staring in disbelief at the points on the table. Finally, he slunk back into his chair, his eyes vacant, as if he'd lost his soul. At this moment, he was absolutely certain that there was something wrong with this betting game, and he couldn't gamble anymore. Despite losing a massive amount of treasure, he remained rational, unlike other gamblers who tried to win back their losses. He only planned to leave as soon as the god of gamblers finished collecting the bets, fleeing that seat as quickly as possible. Thank you. Thank you. I've won again. Looks like my luck is really good today. The god of gamblers looked at him and laughed. I'm going to collect the bets now. Get ready. He smirked, clapped his hands, and the valuables in the 9th prince's storage ring began to disappear in large quantities. However, this time was different. The treasures in the 9th prince's storage ring were quickly completely gone. That wasn't all. After the treasures in the storage ring were empty, the large storage ring itself vanished into thin air. Then the honesty goo he had taken out disappeared, as did the insect breeding bag. Even the expensive clothes he was wearing vanished into thin air in an instant. The 9th prince was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? All my treasures could easily be used for at least 10 more gambles. How come you've taken them all? In the previous 7 rounds, you only took treasures equivalent to 5 golden toads. Why are you taking all my treasures this time? Even if your golden toads have increased in value, it shouldn't be this much." The 9th prince, shirtless, wished he could disappear into the ground under everyone's gaze. This was a humiliating disgrace. When had he, the dignified 9th prince, ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, the god of gamblers looked puzzled and said, "The treasures I've been taking have always been equivalent to the value of 5 golden toads, haven't they? It's never changed." "Oh. Right, I forgot to tell you. My god of gamblers goo detected that you run countless shops. So the god of gamblers goo prioritizes taking the treasures from those shops. The first 7 times, it only took a negligible amount from your storage ring, but by the 8th time, all the treasures in your shops had been emptied, so the god of gamblers goo could only take all the treasures you had on you, and the treasures you have aren't enough. You'll need to borrow some more from your clansmen to pay off your debts." Hearing that all his shops had been emptied by this god of gamblers, the 9th prince slowly opened his mouth wide, completely losing his composure, and shouted loudly, breaking his guard, "What? You emptied all my shops? Are you kidding me? Do you know how rich I am, and how many treasures are in those shops? It's no exaggeration to say that if I were to gamble with all my real estate, I could easily win 1,000 more times, and now you're taking away all my wealth after just 8 bets." The 9th young master roared furiously, completely enraged. As one of the candidates for head of the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce, he managed businesses across the region. The wealth of that region was immense. It all belonged to the family business. He only had the right to operate it, How could he allow himself to lose it all? He could imagine what fate awaited him once the family found out he had gambled away all the wealth. At this moment, the ninth young master's face turned pale, and despair gradually appeared in his eyes. The god of gamblers looked at him with a puzzled expression, saying, "Didn't I already tell you? My rules are the same as your Jin clan's treasure merchants. If you want to trade with me, you must offer a treasure of higher value. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the price of the same thing varies in different regions. I come from the god realm, so I'm referring to the prices there. Sorry, you misunderstood." The god of gamblers feigned embarrassment. "You, damn it," the ninth prince pointed at him, unable to hold back his curse. PFFT, the ninth prince couldn't take the blow any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. Ninth prince, dot. The Jin clan's Gu cultivators erupted in chaos, rushing forward. Sigh. Take him away. Next, the god of gamblers said smugly. Long Zhuan's lips twitched, completely stunned. This was possible? According to the records in Long Ziyan's book, any place in the Gu realm was a backwater compared to the god realm. The god realm was 10,000 times richer than the Gu realm. In that place, spirit stones and treasures abound, making money incredibly cheap. If the god of gamblers was referring to the prices in the divine realm, then it's no wonder the ninth prince lost all his wealth in just 8 rounds. He knew this god of gamblers was up to his old tricks again, and sure enough, he was right. He was incredibly cunning, deliberately avoiding mentioning prices, only taking a small amount of treasure from the ninth prince's stored ring after each win, slowly lulling him into a false sense of security. Then he went to plunder the vast number of shops the ninth prince operated in distant lands. After emptying all the shops, he revealed his final fangs and launched a fatal blow. Finally, he even feigned innocence, looking completely bewildered. His acting skills were off the charts. He was practically getting away with it and then acting innocent. How could you be so shameless? Long Zhuan once again gained a clear understanding of the god of gamblers' treachery. However, the ninth prince's shops were incredibly far away. For this god of gamblers to be able to empty all the treasures from such a distance was almost unbelievable. The family has suffered such a great loss. The ninth young master's status as a candidate for family head is probably in jeopardy. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for the ninth young master. "Didn't you say you'd help me get that repair worm? This god of gamblers is so cunning. I'm curious how you'll beat him." Long Zhuan looked at Dizin and asked via soul transmission. Dizin immediately replied via soul transmission, "You should understand that no gamble has a 100% chance of winning. Who among those who gambled with him before wasn't full of confidence, thinking they could win 100%? And what happened? So never be arrogant. The best way to obtain his treasure is not to gamble with him. My previous idea was to kill the repair worm and then let it randomly respawn in the world. I have a way to find its respawn location." Hearing this, Long Zhuan was immediately shocked. Good heavens, this Dizin actually wanted to kill his repair worm right in front of the god of gamblers. She really didn't take this god of gamblers seriously. What trump cards did she have that made her so confident that she could destroy the god of gamblers' possession and still escape unscathed? Was she getting a little too arrogant? Long Zhuan now had a profound understanding of her audacity once again. Of course, she used to frequent the treasure vault guarded by the Gu King every day and always escape unscathed. What wouldn't she dare to do? Don't you dare do anything reckless. Calm down, I don't need your help with this. I have a way to deal with him. Long Zhuan was startled and quickly stopped her reckless actions. Dizin was confident, but he wasn't. He was afraid Dizin's recklessness would drag him into it. Dizin rolled her eyes at him. Did he lack confidence in her abilities? A smirk appeared on her lips. So arrogant? You say you have a way to deal with him? I'd like to see how you deal with this god of gamblers. Just as the two were talking, another fearless individual stepped forward and smiled at the god of gamblers. My rules are simple. Guess how many toes my right foot has. Qin Kai looked at the god of gamblers with confidence, a cold smile playing on his lips. If this god of gamblers guessed a number other than 5, he would lose. If the god of gamblers guessed that his right foot had 5 toes, then he would have the worm hidden in his shoe eat one of his toes. Therefore, no matter how the god of gamblers guessed, he would be wrong. He wanted to see how the god of gamblers would beat him. He was certain to win this round. Hearing such a novel betting method, the god of gamblers smiled slightly and said, "I accept this bet. What do you want, and what are you willing to wager?" Qin Kai revealed a greedy look, staring intently at him, and said with a crazed expression, I want to bet on your god of gamblers goo. You claim you can bet on anything, so surely the god of gamblers goo is no exception. Hearing this, the god of gamblers' smile widened. What a huge appetite. You even dare to covet the god of gamblers goo. I've said it before, everything is gambleable, including the god of gamblers goo. You can gamble with me on the god of gamblers goo. But only if you can offer something of equal value. You probably don't know what the god of gamblers goo really is. I'm not afraid to discourage you, but even if all your wealth were multiplied 100-fold, it still wouldn't be equivalent to my god of gamblers goo. So, why don't you choose something else? You don't have the wealth to gamble with the god of gamblers goo. Chapter 302 The Tragic Joy of Chess. Kinkai looked disappointed and had to change his target. After thinking for a moment, he said, then I'll gamble with you on lifespan. Is gambling on lifespan okay? I'm going to gamble with you on the lifespan of all my wives and sons, a total of about 10,000 years. Do you dare to gamble? Upon hearing this, all the goo cultivators twitched their lips, and everyone was shocked. Good heavens, gambling with the lifespan of all his wives and children, that's really ruthless. Just how beastly a person is to do such a thing. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards him was different. The members of the Red Demon Pirate Gang also looked at him with complicated expressions, but in the end, no one said a word to dissuade him. Is this allowed? Someone on the spot asked impatiently, their eyes flashing. At first, they didn't dare to gamble with this gambling god, but if this was allowed, then they would have to think carefully. Anyway, it's not their own lifespan, so what if they gambled? Even if they lost, it would be someone else who died, and it wouldn't affect them at all. However, once you win, you will gain a lot of lifespan. The temptation of increasing lifespan has stirred the minds of many selfish people. Seeing through their thoughts, the god of gamblers smiled mysteriously. My god of gamblers goo's rules are the same as in reality. In reality, a man can bring his wife and children to the gambling table, so my god of gamblers goo naturally allows it as well. In reality, a wife cannot bring her husband to the gambling table, so my god of gamblers goo naturally does not allow it either. Similarly, if you want to gamble on the lifespan of your parents or relatives, you cannot, but you can gamble on the lifespan of your wife and children. There's no way around it. The world is just that unfair. My god of gamblers goo is born from human greed. If the world didn't have the rule that a man could bring his wife and children to the gambling table, then my god of gamblers goo naturally wouldn't possess such an ability. If the world were to abolish such a rule one day, then the god of gamblers goo would naturally abolish such an ability as well. You want to gamble on the lifespan of all your wives and children? Fine, I'll take the bet. If you win, you will gain 10,000 years of lifespan. If you lose, then your wife and children will all die. No matter how far they run away, you can still back out now, the god of gamblers said with a smile, looking at Kinkai. I'm betting. I won't back out. Kinkai's eyes burned with fervor. That was 10,000 years of lifespan. If you won, he would gain 10,000 years of lifespan. Who wouldn't want to live longer? In a sense, living longer meant being invincible. He simply couldn't resist the temptation of living an extra 10,000 years, even if it meant sacrificing all his wives and children. Very good. Let's begin this bet now. The god of gamblers glanced at Kinkai's feet and laughed. You asked me to guess how many toes you have on your right foot. If it were someone else, they would probably think the answer couldn't be as simple as 5, and would give an answer other than 5. However, I think you're using that psychology to bluff people. I guess your toes aren't congenitally deformed. My answer is that you have 5 toes. Now take off your shoes. Hearing this, Kinkai's lips curled up, and he slowly took off his shoes, revealing his 4 toes in front of everyone. However, everyone's expressions turned strange at this moment, because Kinkai was bleeding from the spot where his little toe was missing. It was clear he had just chopped it off, and everyone was shocked. He was truly ruthless. He could be so cruel not only to his wife and children, but also to himself. Sorry, you lost. My right foot has 4 toes. Kinkai looked at the god of gamblers, a playful smile on his lips. However, just when everyone thought he had won this round, the god of gamblers remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, still bearing that confident smile. He looked at Kinkai meaningfully and smiled. It's too early to draw conclusions. I just counted, and your right foot clearly has 5 toes. You must have miscounted. Don't believe me? Count again. Kinkai was stunned, looking down at his toes in confusion. Upon seeing this, he was immediately dumbfounded. Because where his little toe was missing, another toe had visibly grown back in an instant. Now he didn't have 4 toes, But 5. How is this possible? Qin Kai was completely dumbfounded. Sorry, I should have won this round. Now I'm collecting my bet. As the god of gamblers finished speaking, a white energy flew in from afar and instantly merged into his soul. The god of gamblers showed a satisfied expression. Seeing this, Qin Kai's face turned pale, and he sat down heavily on the ground. He understood that his wife and children, thousands of miles away, were probably all dead. Humans aren't plants or trees, how could they be without feelings? Although he was ruthless, it was impossible for him to have no feelings for his wife and children. The reason he gambled their lifespans was entirely because he was too confident. He didn't think he would lose at all. Dizin pondered for a moment, saying, although I've never seen that ability before, I feel a sense of deja vu. It's a great healing spell from the divine realm, capable of instantly restoring all injuries. Even if a head is severed, it can grow back instantly. Even if 9/10 of the body is blown off, the great healing spell can instantly replenish it. A person with such heaven-defying abilities is practically immortal, extremely difficult to kill. Dizin shook his head inside. This Qin Kai isn't careful enough. Just because an ability doesn't exist in the Gu realm doesn't mean it doesn't exist in the divine realm. He should have disabled this ability when setting the rules. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. His wife and children, thousands of miles away, are probably doomed, even if he disabled this ability. So what? Long Zhuan looked at Dizin and said, if Qin Kai really disabled this ability, I bet the god of gamblers would bet on him having no toes. Long Zhuan paused, then added, then, no matter how many toes Qin Kai has, he'll chop them off, and then he'll say, I won this round. Dizin's lips twitched involuntarily. Sure enough, the god of gamblers was capable of such a thing. She could see now that this god of gamblers was completely shameless. Take him away. Next, now who wants to gamble with me? The god of gamblers' voice echoed throughout the arena once more. Long Zhuan sighed inwardly. The god of gamblers truly lived up to his name. He never lost a single game, already achieving a triple kill so quickly. Didn't you say you had a way to deal with him? Why don't you go? Dizin teased, looking at Long Zhuan beside her. Long Zhuan's expression immediately turned bitter. He had just been boasting. Dizin was right about one thing, no gamble has a 100% chance of winning. Even if you think you'll win 100%, and your opponent thinks so too, one side will always lose. Never be overconfident in gambling. He certainly didn't believe that coming up with a brilliant idea would guarantee a 100% victory over a god of gamblers. He wasn't that arrogant. But going up to gamble with this god of gamblers wasn't out of the question. But he absolutely couldn't gamble with him on anything deadly. He wouldn't gamble on anything non-material wealth, no matter how confident he was. The previous gamblers were a cautionary tale. He would only gamble with him on material treasures, and the rules would have to include the prices of goods from the Gu realm. He wouldn't repeat the mistakes others had made. As long as it was a material treasure gamble, he wasn't afraid of losing. Whatever he lost wouldn't have a fatal impact on him. Long Zhuan's eyes darted around before he transmitted his thoughts through his soul. I've come up with a few ways to make the god of gamblers lose, but I'm never arrogant when it comes to gambling. I don't believe these ideas will necessarily beat him, so I'll only gamble with him on material treasures. Even if I lose, I can afford to. Now I need to prepare some things. It'll take about an hour. With that, Long Zhuan walked towards the back of the crowd. Watching Long Zhuan's departing figure, Dizin showed interest. She was increasingly curious about what methods Long Zhuan had to defeat the god of gamblers. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the game between Qi Huan and the god of gamblers clone finally came to an end. Qi Huan put down his piece and looked at the god of gamblers clone opposite him, saying, there's no need to continue this game, is there? You've already lost. The god of gamblers clone hesitated to place his piece, then looked up at him and said, what's the rush? I haven't finished clearing my single point yet. Then go ahead and clear it, Qi Huan said. Let me think about it some more. Playing chess requires a lot of thinking. What's the rush? This game will take me a long time. As long as there's space on the board, I'll keep playing. I've always had a never give up spirit. I'll never admit defeat until the very last moment. That's my way of the strong. As he spoke, the god of gamblers clone slowly closed his eyes and began to rest. Qi Huan immediately stood up, sweat already beading on his forehead. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. Go is a game that can last a very, very long time. The Heavenly Island ruins are only open for a month. If the opponent refuses to concede and tries to drag it out, then Qi Huan's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes revealed terror. At this moment, all the Gu cultivators stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. Shameless. They never expected the god of gamblers to pull this stunt. If he really played this game for a month, then Qi Huan would have to stay with him forever. Long Zhuan had just returned from making some props and happened to see this scene. He immediately twitched his lips. He knew that the god of gamblers was going to cheat again. Sure enough, the script was playing out as he had imagined. The rules of Go in this world are closer to the rules of Go in the ancient world of his previous life. A game of Go could last until your lifespan was exhausted. Now that the god of gamblers had pulled this stunt, Qi Huan was in big trouble. PFFT, Qi Huan could no longer control himself and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. A gasp rang out from the crowd, and a group of Qi clan Gu cultivators rushed over. Chapter 303 Dark Night Mantis. If everyone had been eager to gamble against the god of gamblers before, hoping to win all his treasures, they were now all behaving themselves. For a long time, no one dared to step forward to challenge him. They no longer had the courage. This god of gamblers was full of schemes and tricks, and anyone who gambled with him was doomed. With so many precedents, who would dare risk their lives? After the previous games, they had already seen just how skilled this god of gamblers was. Even if they themselves made the rules, he was simply invincible. At this moment, everyone sobered up. The god of gamblers was also helpless. He knew he had been too ruthless, scaring everyone. But there was nothing he could do. Casinos could deliberately lose, leading people step by step into the abyss. But he couldn't. Under the restrictions of the god of gamblers' curse, he absolutely could not deliberately lose. He could only play a few rounds before enduring another 500 years of loneliness. Seeing that no one had stepped forward for a long time, Long Zhuan finally mustered his courage and went up. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. A cold smile played on their lips as they predicted his fate. The dozen or so crew members of the Divine Dragon also looked tense, only dozing watching with interest. Seeing yet another fearless individual step forward, the god of gamblers smiled. "What do you want to bet with me on?" the god of gamblers asked, smiling at him. "I'm very interested in your repair worm, but it seems the puppets in the city were all repaired by the repair worm after they were damaged, right? I wonder if taking the repair worm will paralyze the heavenly island ruins," Long Zhuan suddenly asked. "How, you talk as if the repair worm is already yours, yet you're already concerned about whether the city of divine mechanism can function properly." The god of gamblers looked at him with interest and said, "If the repair worm were really that important to me, I wouldn't have included it in these 300 items for trade. Since I dared to take it out, I'm not afraid of someone else taking it." "Do you really think all the puppets in the city of divine mechanism were repaired by the repair worm? Do you really think the repair worm can even repair materials like Zhengjin essence? You overestimate its abilities. Let me tell you, I've been here for countless years. And it's so boring that I can only create puppets to pass the time. In these long years, without realizing it, I've created countless puppets. These puppets are all hidden underground. The puppets you destroyed on the surface are not even a fraction of the underground puppets, and are the weakest in terms of combat power, because the geniuses who come to the island are getting weaker with each generation. I have to deliberately modify some good quality puppets into trash puppets every time. I've been here for countless years. You can imagine how honed my puppetry skills have become. If I use my most prized creations to defend the city, none of you will be able to break into the inner city. The repair worms can't repair anything of too high level. They're dispensable to me. Don't try to claim credit for my creations." Upon hearing this, everyone present was utterly shocked. On the surface, there were hundreds of thousands of puppets, none of them weaker than a Gu cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage. Yet, this terrifying number of high-quality puppets was less than a fraction of the underground puppet army. Just how many puppets were underground? Millions, tens of millions, or even over 100 million? The Gu cultivator's scalps tingled. They had no doubt about the truth of his words. Because he had lived for far too long, even if he only created one puppet a year, the accumulated number would be astronomical. He could possibly have any number of puppets he possessed now. You can imagine the absolute maximum. If such a terrifying figure were released, he could probably unify the world with just his puppet army. Everyone was shocked. Hearing the god of gamblers' words, Long Zhuan finally felt relieved. Since the repair worm was dispensable to the god of gamblers, he wasn't afraid of taking it. Losing the repair worm would paralyze the city of divine mechanism, so he would never dare to covet it. Since you intend to gamble on my repair worm, can you offer something of equal value? The god of gamblers asked again. Longzhuan nodded and immediately replied via soul transmission, I intend to gamble on your repair worm with living wood. I think that stake should be sufficient. After much thought, Longzhuan decided to gamble with living wood. With a longevity scripture, he had no shortage of lifespan, and living wood was dispensable to him. Even if he lost this bet, losing a single piece of living wood wouldn't bother him. He could simply plant another one, with a medicinal goo to accelerate its growth. It wouldn't take long. Hearing that the stake was a piece of living wood, the god of gamblers remained expressionless. Longzhuan had no shortage of lifespan, and he certainly didn't. Such a heaven-defying item as living wood naturally wouldn't move him. You don't need to communicate with me telepathically. Everyone who leaves here loses their memories anyway. So what if you show off your treasures here? Are you afraid that amnesiacs will kill you and steal your valuables? I'll bet with you. Tell me your rules. I hope you can give me a novel way to play. The god of gamblers smiled at him. My rules are simple. Longzhuan suddenly revealed a cunning smile. I want to have a goo battle with you. The rules for the goo battle are the same as outside, but this is a special event for low-grade goo worms. That means we can only each bring a maximum of 20 low-grade goo worms for the free-for-all. And the goo worms used must be those from goo cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage. I like playing low-level games. You won't find it boring, will you? Longzhuan's intentions were obvious to everyone. His thinking was simple. This god of gamblers had lived for countless millennia, and had already mastered all kinds of gambling techniques. No one could defeat him using known methods. Only the unknown could defeat him. This god of gamblers had been trapped here for 500 years without contact with the outside world. He was now completely out of touch with it. He probably doesn't know that within the last 500 years, new things like insect armor and insect armor masters have emerged. Especially the Tomb Raiders of the Long Clan, their insect armor serves as the base of the formation, and when arranged in formation, they can form a mobile mountain protecting formation. And the rules he said are that both sides can only send low-grade goo insects. What low-grade goo insect could possibly contend with a mountain protecting formation? Sending 20 Tomb Raiders carrying formation bases is simply bullying. What low-grade goo insect could the god of gamblers send to defeat him? The god of gamblers' low-grade goo insects couldn't possibly defeat him even with drugs. Longzhuan truly doesn't know how the god of gamblers could win under these circumstances. Even if he used cheat codes, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. These 20 heavily armed Tomb Raiders were borrowed by Longzhian through connections after he wrote a letter, then transported over via a goo-type insect breeding bag. None of them were ordinary. Controlling them doesn't require a blood pact. He directly uses split souls to possess them, one split soul controlling one. His divided soul could control puppets and living people, so controlling a group of low-grade goo worms would be a piece of cake. Hearing the game rules set by Longzhuan, those around him who knew him showed changes in expression, their lips twitching as they stared at him. How could they not see his sinister intentions? Everyone secretly sighed at how ruthless these game rules were. Luo Hongchen stared wide-eyed at him, thinking, damn, this is possible. He knew this kid's surname was Long, and he had Tomb Raiders. Those Tomb Raiders could be called low-grade goo worms? Once these low-grade goo worms were equipped with a mountain-protecting formation, which low-grade goo worm could defeat them? Wasn't this bullying? No matter what kind of low-grade goo worms this god of gamblers sent out, they wouldn't be able to defeat a group of Tomb Raiders equipped with a mountain-protecting formation. Luo Hongchen took a deep breath. The god of gamblers had been trapped here for so long, unaware of the outside world, he was likely to be tricked by this kid. This god of gamblers might be doomed in this gamble. Dizin also showed a strange expression, secretly sighing at Longzhuan's cunning. If this gambling god truly believed those were 20 low-grade goo worms, he'd likely be badly beaten. She couldn't help but feel sorry for him. At this moment, the gambling god had already taken out 20 stones from a stored ring. Over the long years, he had gambled away countless goo worms, accumulating a very rich collection. But goo worms didn't have his long lifespan. He could only put them all to sleep, storing them permanently in stone form. After smashing the 20 stones, he took out the 20 goo worms inside, then turned to look at Longzhuan, his peripheral vision also glancing at the various expressions on the faces of the surrounding crowd. He frowned slightly, looking at their expressions, a sense of unease creeping in. Of course, He wasn't foolish enough to believe his opponent was actually gambling with normal low-grade goo worms. If it were that simple, where would his opponent get the audacity to gamble? His low-grade goo worms must be abnormal. However, if his low-grade goo worms were abnormal, how could his own be normal? The gambling god sneered inwardly. No matter how strong his goo worms were, as long as they were low-grade, he was doomed to lose. Even if all 20 of his goo worms were mid-grade, let alone low-grade ones, he would still lose. Long Zhuan was currently drawing a circle in the center of the arena. Since he set the rules, the size of the goo pit should naturally also be his. He had already drawn a large circle in the center, much larger than a normal-sized goo pit. Otherwise, how could a normal-sized goo pit contain 20 enormous tomb raiders? Long Zhuan naturally noticed the god of gamblers sneer out of the corner of his eye. He could easily guess that this old schemer was about to pull another trick on him. But this time, he wanted to see how effective the god of gamblers' schemes would be in the face of absolute power. Be careful, Dezin transmitted his voice through his soul. His goo worms don't belong to the goo realm. People in the goo realm probably don't recognize them, and you probably don't either. He just took out 10 low-grade dark night mantises from the stone. Dark night mantises come from the divine realm, known as the nemesis of all goo worms. Their ability is to kill all goo worms. Low-grade dark night mantises can kill all low-grade goo worms, and mid-grade dark night mantises can kill all mid-grade goo worms. This is already somewhat like a rule-based ability, like the armor-piercing ability of your dragon clan's blade goo, which can kill any goo species it has eaten. This is also considered a rule-based ability, and rule-based abilities cannot be violated, even if your tomb raider is strong. As long as it's a low-grade goo worm, it can be killed by the dark night mantis, so you absolutely must not let that thing get close to your tomb raider. Directly use an array barrier to separate those things. Your tomb raider can cheat by using the array, and it's quite possible that he could break the rule that the dark night mantis can kill all low-grade goo worms. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304: The Gambler Who Cheats. April 24, 2024. Author, Xiangkangshan Zai Shui Wu by Nian. Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan's expression turned solemn. Indeed, no gamble is ever guaranteed. He hadn't understood the dark night mantis, this type of goo worm. If Dezin hadn't reminded him, he might have actually lost this gamble. After all, the tomb raider's defense was invincible under his heavy metal armor. If the dark night mantis got close, his first thought would probably be to rely on his strong defense to trade blows, rather than immediately activating his barrier. The world is full of wonders. He truly hadn't expected this world to possess the ability to kill all low-grade goo worms. Moreover, this was only the legitimate method. What about the god of gamblers' underhanded tactics? His legitimate methods were already difficult to defend against. How deadly would his underhanded tactics be? Long Zhuan was now fully focused. Is the area marked out? Let's begin. Release your goo worms and let me see what kind of goo worms make you so confident. With that, the gambling god, carrying the 20 goo worms he had just pulled from the stone, slowly walked towards the circle. Long Zhuan glanced at the 20 goo worms. Indeed, they were all unfamiliar to him. 10 of them were mantises, clearly the dark night mantises that Dezin had mentioned, and he couldn't help but examine them more closely. Although he didn't recognize the other goo worms either, regardless of their unknown abilities, he only had one choice: to send out 20 earthworms. Long Zhuan finally took all 20 earthworms out of the breeding bag and placed them on the ground. He then arranged them in a 4x5 square formation, forming a protective mountain array, and slowly advanced into the goo pit. Leading the way was Long Zhuan's own earthworm, the largest of the 20, exuding a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, the surrounding goo cultivators became somewhat agitated, discussing among themselves. Leaving aside other methods, the fact that he could control other people's goo worms without a blood pact is already commendable. Unsurprisingly, when the god of gamblers saw these extremely unfamiliar goo worms, he was immediately stunned. What are these? So huge? And why are they covered in heavy metal armor? Since when did goo worms need armor? Have I become outdated after not seeing the outside world for so many years? Wait, what are those engraved on the metal armor? They look like array patterns. The god of gamblers' eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed inwardly, "Holy crap, These worms are carrying a mountain protecting array. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? Who lets goo worms carry a mountain protecting array in a battle? He's never seen anything so unfair. The god of gamblers' expression completely froze, all his previous confident smile gone. He began frantically searching for a way to break the deadlock. There were so many ways to break this mountain protecting array, but the rules of the game were that both sides could only send in low-grade goo worms. How can a low-grade goo worm break through the mountain protecting formation? This is ridiculous. What's the point of fighting like this? The god of gamblers was completely bewildered. Senior, let's begin now. The rules of goo fighting outside are different from those of chess. They don't allow for delays. If you don't release your goo worm soon, I'll win this bet, Long Zhuan urged. What's the rush? I haven't chosen my goo worm yet. Let me think about it some more. The god of gamblers glanced at him and quickly put away all his goo worms except for the dark night mantis. Then he took out 10 stones from his storage ring and began to cut them in front of everyone. Seeing this, Long Zhuan's lips twitched. This was too unfair. He had already chosen his goo worm, but after seeing his own, he immediately changed it on the spot. Without a doubt, he was going to use a goo worm that could counter the Earthmaster. In front of so many juniors, did he have no shame? Seeing his shameless behavior, Long Zhuan opened his mouth several times, but ultimately said nothing. He knew it was useless. This god of gamblers had already prepared an excuse. He would definitely say, "Did I say I'd already chosen the goo worms? Those goo worms were just for fun. The ones I'm choosing next are the ones I'll send out for the goo battle." There was nothing you could do against this scoundrel. He had no integrity. Finally, after selecting 10 goo worms that were completely unfamiliar to Long Zhuan, the god of gamblers finally let the 20 goo worms enter the goo pit. Long Zhuan, disregarding martial ethics, before the goo worms had even formed their ranks, acted as referee and shouted start, controlling the earth-wrenching beast to immediately push forward. The earth-wrenching beast's sprint even began before he shouted start. He had seriously preempted the attack. Strike first, or suffer the consequences. When else would you strike while your opponents were still in formation? The god of gamblers was shameless, but Long Zhuan was no less shameless. They were both the same. The god of gamblers was caught completely off guard. He hadn't expected this young man to be so unethical, and for a moment, he was flustered. Shameless brat. Since you're so unjust, don't blame me for being ruthless too. As soon as the god of gamblers finished speaking, the 20 goo worms he had sent into the goo pit began to surge in power. In Long Zhuan's vision, the lifespan of these goo worms was rapidly increasing, and in the blink of an eye, they had all become mid-grade goo worms. Long Zhuan was furious. This old bastard. He said he would only send low-grade goo worms, but he sent a whole bunch of mid-grade goo worms. Was he trying to pull a last-minute breakthrough like Long Panpan? At this moment, he could easily see that these goo worms had hidden drugs in their mouths. Once they were on the field, these goo worms would crush the forbidden drugs in their mouths and instantly become mid-grade goo worms. This god of gamblers had actually pulled such a trick on him. It was utterly shameless. Long Zhuan sighed inwardly. As expected of the god of gamblers who always won, beating him was truly no easy task. At this moment, apart from the 10 dark night mantises that had already transformed into mid-grade goo worms, the other 10 goo worms in the goo pit had all ignored the barrier and rushed in. Long Zhuan was shocked. He knew that these 10 goo worms chosen later would definitely be able to restrain the Tomb Raider, but he didn't expect them to be this outrageous. These 10 goo worms could actually move freely through the barrier of the formation, treating the formation as if it didn't exist. Be careful, that thing seems to be a barrier-breaking goo from the god realm. It can ignore the barrier and directly pass through the barrier. And this thing can also ignore the barrier of living things and directly pass through the living things. This thing is very effective against your Tomb Raider. Don't let those things get close. Long Zhuan's scalp tingled. Are the goo worms from the god realm all this outrageous? How come they have all sorts of strange and bizarre abilities? He thought his Tomb Raider was already outrageous enough, but he didn't expect there to be someone even stronger than him. There was no time for him to think it through. The biggest weakness of the Earthshaker was its clumsiness and slow movement speed. How could he possibly dodge the charge of the boundary-breaking goo? Fortunately, the Earthshaker was unknown to the god of gamblers. His understanding of this goo was only superficial, and the unknown is often fatal. Without knowing anything, the god of gamblers had actually ordered the boundary-breaking goo to attack the Earthshaker's head, which was a grave mistake. Back when Long Zhuan was developing the Earthshaker's abilities, he had already developed a move that could trap the opponent's goo. You must know that each Earthshaker has a huge storage space inside their body. In a desperate situation, the Earthshaker could simply swallow the opponent's goo and trap it in this storage space. This group of boundary-breaking goo just happened to be aiming at the Earthshaker's head, essentially crashing into the Earthshaker's mouth. Of course, Long Zhuan wouldn't let go of this good opportunity. He immediately ordered the Earthshaker to open its mouth wide and swallow all the flying boundary-breaking goo in one gulp. He was always suspicious and would never naively believe that the Earthshaker's storage bag could trap all the goo. So when the 10 boundary-breaking goo flew into the mouths of the Tomb Raiders, Long Zhuan decisively ordered them to rush out of the boundary as quickly as possible. Regardless of whether the 10 boundary-breaking goo could escape, once they crossed the boundary, they would be considered dead according to the rules of the goo battle. Long Zhuan was ruthless. He was willing to risk mutual destruction to bring down those 10 boundary-breaking goo. Seeing his own boundary-breaking goo being pulled out of the boundary, the god of gamblers' expression changed drastically, and he thought to himself, damn it, with 10 goo worms from each side crossing the boundary, a 10-on-10 battle was now formed in the goo pit. The 10 Tomb Raiders, braving the barrier, began to charge headlong into the 10 Dark Knight Mantises. Although the Tomb Raiders were low-grade goo worms, while the Dark Knight Mantises were mid-grade, the Tomb Raiders were not afraid of this group of mid-grade goo worms at all. On the contrary, they even had the upper hand. Each Tomb Raider carried a bunch of formations on their backs. Could mid-grade goo worms really withstand them? Using the power of the formations, some Tomb Raiders could unleash fire and lightning attacks, while others could unleash gravity. Some even managed to cast illusions. Under the relentless bombardment of various formations, the 10 Dark Knight Mantises suffered terribly. The largest one, in particular, could utilize a wide variety of formations, and its attacks were far more powerful, making it impossible for the Dark Knight Mantises to defend against. The Dark Knight Mantises were unable to break through the barriers formed by the formations, unable to attack their opponent, and could only passively endure the beating. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly win? Before long, the 10 Dark Knight Mantises were blasted into dust by the various formations, and the battle was completely over. The god of gamblers stared blankly at this scene, speechless for a long time. He lost. He had actually lost. He could actually lose? This was only the second time he had lost, wasn't it? He hadn't experienced the taste of defeat in a long time. The god of gamblers felt melancholy. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. He lost. The god of gamblers had actually lost? The god of gamblers could lose? Has the god of gamblers' undefeated myth come to an end? His defeat has rekindled their hopes of defeating him. Although they lack Tomb Raiders, insect armor has become a global phenomenon. Many people possess at least one goo worm carrying insect armor, while the god of gamblers, isolated from the outside world, has no chance of having any. Therefore, engaging in goo fighting with the god of gamblers would be a perfect opportunity for those with insect armor to bully those without, greatly increasing their chances of victory. Long Zhuan's suggestion has inspired them, stimulating everyone's thinking. Chapter 305 Chess Poison. April 24, 2024. Author, Xiang Kangshan. Handsome for another 500 years. The god of gamblers naturally noticed the gazes of this group, and sneered inwardly. Do they really think I'm a fool? Knowing that this kind of gambling would make him lose, why would he gamble again? The Dark Knight Mantis and the boundary-breaking goo, which could threaten this kind of goo worm, were almost all dead due to taking forbidden drugs. If this kid didn't change the rules of the game and kept using this gambling method to fleece people, then he would definitely lose all the treasures in the sky. Therefore, this gambling method had to be banned, and he had no choice but to ban it. Alright, this kind of goo worm that can carry formations is banned. From now on, no one can gamble with any using this kind of goo worm, including you. The god of gamblers looked at Long Zhuan again and said solemnly, good kid, throughout countless millennia, you are the second person to be able to beat me. You'll have something to brag about when you get out of here. However, I don't have the insect armor, so this kind of gambling method is unfair to me. Therefore, I have to ban this gambling method. If you still want to gamble with me, you must change the rules of the game. Hearing this, Long Zhuan was stunned. It was banned just like that? Was he a sore loser? He had intended to keep using the same rules to gamble with the god of gamblers and reap the rewards, but the god of gamblers didn't give him a chance. The others also looked disappointed, secretly cursing the god of gamblers for being a sore loser. You won this round. Here's the repair worm. Do you still want to gamble with me? The god of gamblers waved his hand, and the repair worm, enveloped in bubbles, floated in front of Long Zhuan. Everyone stared greedily at the repair worm, wishing they could snatch it immediately. The repair worm was only dispensable to the god of gamblers. For an ordinary goo cultivator, how could the repair worm, with its unique attribute, be dispensable? The repair worm's abilities were simply too heaven-defying. If a king-breaking pill was cut into 100 pieces, the repair worm could repair 100 king-breaking pills. Such a heaven-defying effect could be called dispensable? Even if the repair worm only repaired king-breaking pills, it would be enough to turn any force into a first-rate force in a short time. It's no exaggeration to say that this treasure was enough to arouse the greed of any goo king and be frantically snatched up by countless goo kings. It could be said that any one of the 10 most powerful and rebellious spirit insects in the world would be coveted by the strongest people in the world. Otherwise, how could such a spirit insect bear the title of rebellious? Long Zhuan naturally noticed the greedy gazes of this group of people, and his heart sank. But thinking that everyone would lose their memories of the inner city after leaving here, he ignored these gazes. Ignoring these gazes, Long Zhuan took the repair insect that floated over like a treasure, and without even admiring it, quickly put the repair insect into the insect breeding bag. Of course, we have to gamble. This time, I want to gamble with your mandrake grass, and the stake is still living wood. Can you accept it? Long Zhuan still chose to use soul transmission to say. At this moment, he set his sights on a strangely shaped grass in the air. He didn't want the most valuable thing. Only what he needed most. This grass was a heavenly grade spirit herb, far from being the most precious among the 300 treasures in the heavens, but it was the most useful to him. Mandrake grass was rich in a large amount of life energy. If a spirit pill was made with a spirit herb as the main ingredient, the medicinal power would most likely be related to enhancing or restoring life energy. After opening the 5th gate of his life and death gate, the star gate, he would lose a large amount of life energy, which would be difficult to recover from. This medicine might be able to solve the side effects after opening the 5th gate, so the mandrake grass was something he desperately needed. The god of gamblers nodded and said, "Okay, then how do you want to gamble with me this time? You definitely can't use the previous gambling method. You'd better come up with a new set of rules that can beat me." The god of gamblers sneered inwardly. It was already a miracle that he could come up with a new set of rules that could beat him. How could he possibly have any ideas? As long as he still dared to gamble with him, he would definitely lose, and he would make him spit out everything he had won. I've already thought of it. Don't worry, this game will be absolutely fair, Long Zhuan revealed a sinister smile again. It was the same old routine. The god of gamblers had lived for countless millennia and was proficient in all known games. No one could beat him with known games. To beat him, one had to avoid known games. The only thing that could defeat him was the unknown. And he had far too many unknown things in his possession for the people of this world. Long Zhuan walked to the table, placed a chess set on it, and smiled. This time, I'll play chess with you. The rules are written on the chess box, and I'll add restrictions. You can't use any abilities, you can't interfere with me in any way, and each move can't exceed 10 breaths. Learning from his previous experience, how could he not add a time limit? Long Zhuan sneered inwardly. The chess set he took out was from his previous life. Chess didn't exist in this world. In his previous life, his chess skills were at the master level. He didn't believe that this novice, the god of gamblers, could beat him. Frankly, playing chess with a complete novice who didn't even know the rules was a bit unfair. Don't be fooled by the god of gamblers' Goo's ability to gamble on intelligence, making the god of gamblers incredibly intelligent. In chess, experience far outweighs intelligence. Even if you have an IQ of 800, if you've just learned how to play chess, you can never beat an experienced veteran. He was certain to win this game. The god of gamblers quickly glanced at the rules of the chess game, then his expression turned serious. This was a game he had never seen before, its gameplay truly novel, piquing his interest considerably. But what sombered him was the sheer perfection of the rules. It severely tested the player's wisdom. He saw the Dao, the way, within it. The Dao is a mysterious and profound concept, but not all games embody it. The emergence of Go, with its associated chess poisons, stemmed from the Dao itself. These poisons arose from the Dao. He too vaguely saw the shadow of the Dao in chess, meaning that its emergence might very well lead to a new kind of chess poison. This couldn't help but shock him. If chess could truly bring about a new chess poison, then this game would inevitably become a global phenomenon, second only to go in popularity. The creator of chess would become the founding father of this chess poison school, forever etched in history, worshipped by future generations. How could he remain unmoved? "You created this?" the god of gamblers asked Long Zhuan in astonishment. "That's right, I created it," Long Zhuan shamelessly replied. He was still unaware of the immense impact chess would have on this world, otherwise, he would have modestly declined. Little did he know that a mere game could one day cause such a cataclysmic event. The god of gamblers couldn't help but gasp, his gaze shifting dramatically. This kid would become the progenitor of the Gu insect school, a truly formidable figure. How could he not take a second look? Interesting. Interesting. Every time the Heavenly Island ruins open, I have those who enter research a game rule to gamble with me, but no one has ever created a chess game for this purpose. You're the first to create a chess game to gamble with me. The chess game you've researched is very interesting. I believe it will one day sweep the world and be passed down through generations. I've played Go for countless millennia, I'm tired of it. Today, I'll play this chess game with you. The god of gamblers was completely intrigued, excitedly sitting down in his chair. However, Long Zhuan, disregarding martial ethics, had already launched a surprise attack. As the saying goes, in the eyes of a chess master, moving first is a huge advantage, one he has to seize. Upon hearing that Long Zhuan had created a new game of chess to defeat the god of gamblers, everyone became quite interested and crowded around, eager to see what this new game was all about that could excite the god of gamblers so much. After a quick look, many were indeed intrigued. The game's rules, where victory was achieved by killing the opponent's king, were truly fascinating, a unique innovation in this world. Many felt an urge to try it themselves. The layman sees the spectacle, the expert sees the intricacies. Chess, in the eyes of an expert, is something extraordinary. At this moment, the group of Go masters from the chess clan, after reading the rules of chess, exchanged glances, their expressions grave. They shared the same view as the god of gamblers. They immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of this game, seemingly containing immense wisdom, a hint of the Dao. And a game containing the Dao could potentially produce chess-related poisons. This made the eyes of all the chess-loving Gu cultivators light up, revealing excited expressions. If a new type of chess truly appeared in this world, and this chess could also be used to refine chess Gu, then the biggest beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the group with the highest chess skills, namely their chess clan. Once a new type of chess Gu appeared in this world, it would undoubtedly be a great boost to their chess clan, and perhaps they could use it to soar to the top. The group of chess-loving Gu cultivators could no longer contain themselves, and they all withdrew from the crowd, quickly creating a chess set, and then excitedly began to play and study the tactics of this game. Unlike Go, a game of chess ends very quickly. Moreover, Long Zhuan was afraid that the god of gamblers would cheat again, so he limited the time, and the two played a fast game. The god of gamblers, a novice who had just learned the rules, could not adapt to such a fast game. Before long, all of his pieces were killed by Long Zhuan, leaving only a lone general moving back and forth. Long Zhuan was overjoyed and shouted, "Checkmate!" The chariot moved out and directly checkmated the god of gamblers' old general. The god of gamblers' face darkened instantly. "Sorry, I concede. I concede." Long Zhuan cupped his hands and laughed loudly. The onlookers stared at him in astonishment. The god of gamblers had lost again, twice in a row. Good heavens, the god of gamblers had only lost 3 times in countless millennia, and 2 of those losses were to him. He'd really have something to brag about after this. The god of gamblers narrowed his eyes, inwardly cursing himself for being careless. He had assumed that this kid had just invented chess to beat him. He considered himself to have maxed out intelligence, believing he could crush him with his intellect when they were on equal footing. But now it seemed this kid had clearly been immersed in chess for years, a seasoned veteran with countless games played, extremely experienced. He himself didn't even know the rules. It would be a miracle if he could beat him. Faced with such rich experience, his prideful intelligence was utterly useless. The god of gamblers, his face dark, waved his hand towards the air, and a mandrake wrapped in bubbles flew rapidly towards Long Zhuan. Overjoyed, Long Zhuan hurriedly accepted the mandrake with both hands. Without even a proper glance, he tossed it into his stored ring. Set up a game. Set up a game. Long Zhuan excitedly arranged the chess pieces on the table, his thieving eyes darting between the 300 treasures in the sky, pondering which one to take next. However, the god of gamblers was furious. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Who said I'd set up a game with you? Did I agree to play another game with you? I'm banning this game. I will never play chess with you again. You can only gamble with me using a different game." The god of gamblers' defenses crumbled. This kid really wanted to keep exploiting him with this game. Did he really think he was stupid? From what he could see, he was losing every game he played. If he played chess again, he would lose all the treasures in the sky. Therefore, this game had to be banned. It was unavoidable. Even if this newbie played 100 more games, he wouldn't be able to beat a seasoned veteran who had been practicing for years. Long Zhuan was stunned. He'd banned it again? Was he a sore loser? Chapter 306 The Candle Moon Plan. "Do you still want to bet with me?" the god of gamblers asked again. "I'll bet." Long Zhuan, having won 2 rounds in a row, was brimming with confidence, so he accepted another round without hesitation. So what if the first 2 games were banned? He had plenty of other games to play. He might lack other things, but he had many novel ways to play. He guaranteed that none of them were things the god of gamblers had ever seen before. Long Zhuan had now figured out that the way to defeat the god of gamblers was to bring out something unknown to him. The less he understood something, the greater his chances of losing. Not to mention anything else, just the various types of chess from his previous life were enough to give him a run for his money. However, for other types of chess, he only knew the rules, and his skill level wasn't high, so he wasn't going to risk playing chess games again. Long Zhuan pondered for a moment, then took out the second item he had prepared beforehand. During the time he had just left, he had prepared far more than one item, enough to give the god of gamblers a headache. And this time, the item he brought out was the famous Rubik's Cube from his previous life. He took out 2 Rubik's Cubes, tossed one to the god of gamblers, and sneered, "You can probably guess how to play this once you have it in your hands. My third rule is simple. I'll scramble your Rubik's Cube, and you scramble mine, then we'll see who can solve it the fastest. No special abilities allowed, no brute force, and no interference with your opponent." Hearing Long Zhuan's rules, the god of gamblers' lips twitched uncontrollably. Once scrambled, could a normal person really solve this? Seeing this thing gave him a headache. With his intelligence, it wasn't hard for him to see the trick. He quickly realized that once scrambled, the changes were far too numerous for him to solve. What was the point of this competition? He was doomed. His face darkened. Enough. The god of gamblers slammed his fist on the table again, roaring with a dark face, "I'd be a fool to play this game with you. You always set the rules. That's not fair. This time, let me set the rules. Dare you?" He realized he couldn't let this kid set the rules anymore, otherwise he'd lose every game. This kid had too many strange and unusual things inside him, things he'd never seen before. Playing with things he'd never seen before was bound to lead to losses. Long Zhuan was stunned. Why was he getting so worked up? Was he a sore loser? He'd already banned his gameplay before, and now he was even banning his right to set the rules. This god of gamblers really couldn't afford to play. However, if he banned the right to set the rules, then Long Zhuan would be a fool to play with him again. Long Zhuan immediately shook his head like a rattled drum, admitting defeat. No, I'll only play these 2 rounds. With that, Long Zhuan quickly walked away, as if afraid the god of gamblers would force him to gamble. The god of gamblers was furious. He wanted to avenge his defeat, but bound by the god of gamblers' curse, he couldn't force others to gamble. "Now, who wants to gamble with me?" The god of gamblers' face darkened as he looked around at the crowd. Having lost 2 rounds in a row, his expression was grim, his previous smile gone. As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers scattered. No one dared to gamble with him. Anyone who did was a fool. "Very well." The god of gamblers shouted angrily, "Those who entered the island in the past all refused to gamble with me after a day in my hands. How many rounds have you played? You're the worst group I've ever seen. Now let's move on to the second round. Everyone will find someone to gamble against. You can gamble on anything, including lifespan, aptitude, abilities. I will be the referee, but the winner must pay me 10% of the bet as a fee for using the ability. For example, if someone wins 100 years of their opponent's lifespan, they must pay me 10 years worth of lifespan as a reward. My god of gamblers' Gu's abilities are not free to use, of course. This is entirely voluntary. No one is forcing you to gamble, and you can choose not to gamble. Now we begin, and the time will continue until the opening time of the Heavenly Island ruins ends. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They weren't confident of beating the god of gamblers, but they were very confident of beating the people around them. At this moment, the eyes of all the goo cultivators were green with envy, looking at the others as if they were lambs to the slaughter. They couldn't wait to rush forward and win all of everyone's lifespan, gaining tens of thousands of years of their own. The allure of things that increase lifespan was simply too great, no one could resist it. So, whether they liked gambling or not, whether they knew how to gamble or not, everyone stayed, not a single person chose to leave. Soon after the god of gamblers' words fell, the crowd quickly descended into chaos, scrambling to find opponents. Most chose those they had a grudge against. For example, the goo cultivators of the Shui and Zhu clans sat together after choosing their opponents. The goo cultivators of the Jin and K clans sat together after choosing their opponents. Each person was tense, their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Long Zhuan was startled. He had thought that since no one was gambling with the god of gamblers anymore, they could leave and end their trip to Heavenly Island early. He hadn't expected the god of gamblers to pull such a stunt. Making everyone gamble against each other, while he took a cut. How could he be so cunning? How many rounds could each person gamble in a day? How many rounds in a month? With so many people here, how much commission would he take? Many people are betting against their enemies, and things are bound to get heated, with stakes soaring and no one able to control themselves. At that point, anything could be brought to the gambling table. The bigger the stakes, the happier the god of gamblers laughs. If this group gambles here for a month, wouldn't this god of gamblers be rolling in money? Even if he only takes a 10% commission per round, after a month, it would be an astronomical sum. The more wealth he plunders, the less wealth the goo cultivator's overall wealth will decrease. And as time goes on, the overall wealth of the goo cultivators will diminish further. In other words, there are no winners here, only losers. There is only one winner, the god of gamblers, who is currently grinning maliciously. He will make a fortune within this month. And he has already conducted similar gambling games countless times. Long Zhuan couldn't even imagine the extent of this god of gamblers' wealth. He sighed inwardly, looking at the frenzied crowd before him, feeling that these people were being exploited like leaks. No one is a fool. There are many who can see through the god of gamblers' scheme. But they all willingly jumped into the god of gamblers' trap, knowing it was a huge pitfall. Everyone thought they were smart enough to win, and everyone thought so. At this moment, all the goo cultivators had started gambling. However, what puzzled Long Zhuan was that most people chose chess as their game. Most goo cultivators didn't know how to play traditional games, after all, which normal goo cultivator didn't spend their time in gambling dens? They were afraid their opponents would know how and they'd be at a disadvantage. So most people chose chess. Chess was something no one had ever played before, putting everyone on the same starting line, which was fair. Since no one had an advantage, the winner would be the one with higher intelligence. And everyone thought they were very intelligent, so many chose this game. How about we play a game? Just one spirit stone each, Dizin said, approaching Long Zhuan as he pondered. Long Zhuan glanced at her and sighed. She was cunning, knowing she was bound to lose, she only bet one spirit stone. How could she be so stingy? Fine, since we can't go down to the Heavenly Island ruins before it ends, I'll bet one spirit stone with you. I won't bully you, I'll give you a handicap of rooks, knights, and cannons, Long Zhuan said arrogantly. Hearing this, Dizin's smile widened. Next, everyone, including Long Zhuan, became engrossed in a long game of gambling. Some places were filled with tension, with people losing their tempers and shouting insults. Other places were peaceful, such as the 10 or so crew members gambling with Long Zhuan, and the group of chess-loving goo cultivators intently studying chess. Qihuan had already woken up and seemed completely absorbed in chess, forgetting everything that had happened before, studying it day and night without sleep. While everyone was gambling enthusiastically, they didn't know that Zhu Yu had secretly found a gambling god hiding in a corner studying chess. No one wanted to play with him, so he played with his left and right hands, or his main body and clones, thoroughly enjoying himself. Seeing someone approaching, he perked up and looked at the girl, saying, "You want to gamble with me? How about we play chess?" Zhu Yu shook her head and laughed. "I dare not gamble with you, senior. Aside from the chess master, I think no one in this world can beat you. If you won't gamble with me, then why did you come to me?" The god of gamblers immediately showed impatience. "I understand that no matter what we play, I can't beat you, senior. The best way to obtain your treasure is not to gamble with you. I intend to barter with you, enough." My treasure is only used for gambling, never for barter. If that's your plan, then please leave. Trying to take a shortcut through barter? Dream on." Before Zhu Yu could finish speaking, the god of gamblers impatiently interrupted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yu's expression remained unchanged, still bearing her previous smile, but her eyes were brimming with confidence. "Senior, don't speak so confidently. What if I had a way to get you out?" Upon hearing this, the god of gamblers immediately perked up, turning to look at Zhu Yu with a crazed glint in his eyes. He asked incredulously, "What did you say? You said you have a way to get me out. Is that true?" The god of gamblers stared intently into her eyes, his emotions running high. His appearance utterly disoriented. Chapter 307 Heaven-defying forbidden technique. "How could I dare to lie to you, senior? What I said is naturally true." Zhu Yu smiled at the god of gamblers. "It's not hard for me to guess. With the god of gamblers Gu and your gambling skills being so high, all your talents must be maxed out. In that case, only a body with maxed out talents can meet your standards for possession, and you created this heavenly island ruins and released a massive amount of treasures to attract geniuses from outside, clearly to select a suitable body for yourself. The purpose of this heavenly island ruins is to select a body for you. It seems that you can only leave this place after successfully possessing a body, but you should understand that geniuses with maxed out talents simply do not exist in this world. No matter how long you wait here, you will never find such a genius. If you don't want to be trapped here until the world is destroyed, you can only find another way and not be obsessed with finding a genius with maxed out talents." The god of gamblers nodded and interjected, "You little girl are quite clever, able to see the purpose of the heavenly island ruins at a glance. That's right, I'm choosing a body. Most abilities can only be used with a body, and I can only use the abilities that allow me to escape if I find a body. I know that geniuses with perfect talent don't exist. We should find another path. But that's easier said than done. The question is, how do we find another path? Senior, do you know the 9th generation puppet emperor of the spirit realm?" Zhu Yu suddenly asked. "No, I don't know him. Is the puppet emperor only in his 9th generation? Perhaps one of the puppet emperors in between was an immortal," the god of gamblers countered. Looking at this mysterious soul, Zhu Yu's expression turned solemn. In the spirit realm, the number 1 Gu cultivator is called the Gu Emperor, the number 1 sword cultivator is called the Sword Emperor, the number 1 ghost cultivator is called the Ghost Emperor. And the 9th generation puppet emperor was an immortal, so there have only been 9 generations of puppet emperors so far. This 9th generation puppet emperor has lived for tens of millions of years. And judging from the god of gamblers' words, this immortal is merely a junior in his eyes. His existence is far, far older than this immortal. Just how long has this god of gamblers lived? Zhu Yu was deeply shocked. After taking a deep breath, she finally said, "The reason this puppet emperor can live forever is because he abandoned his physical body, which would eventually decay, and instead possessed a bionic puppet. This bionic puppet can not only cultivate, but also use various abilities. Everything a human can do, this puppet can do, and I possess this forbidden technique. Don't ask me why I have it, I won't tell you. Senior is an expert in puppetry. I think once you learn this forbidden technique, escaping from here won't be difficult." A smile played on Zhu Yu's lips. The god of gamblers' breathing quickened immediately, his gaze fixed intently on her. Possessing a puppet, what a brilliant idea. This 9th generation puppet emperor is truly a genius. How come I didn't think of such a brilliant idea? The most skillful puppetry can indeed achieve everything a human can. What's the difference between possessing such a puppet and possessing a person? I've long mastered this level of puppetry, and over the long years, I've created countless such puppets. The god of gamblers' eyes grew brighter, then suddenly he frowned, muttering, "But how exactly does one possess a puppet? Possession isn't just about attaching a soul to a puppet. Attaching a soul to a puppet is something many people can do. That kid can do it too. A puppet is an inanimate object. Inanimate objects can't be possessed. Can a puppet really be possessed? If a lump of metal like a puppet can be possessed, then what about flowers, trees, stones, and water? How strange. How did this puppet emperor manage to do it?" The god of gamblers looked troubled, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Zhu Yu laughed. "Anyone can come up with an idea. The difficulty lies in how to implement it. How to possess a puppet involves a forbidden technique against the heavens. All things possess his spirit. A fire that exists for a long time will become celestial fire, slowly developing sentience, A wind that exists for a long time will also develop sentience and become celestial wind. The lifespan of these beings is infinite. Anything can develop sentience. These non-fleshly beings often have infinite lifespans, and this forbidden technique against the heavens allows one to possess these non-human beings and achieve immortality. If you want, you can even possess a celestial fire that has already developed sentience, and as the celestial fire, you will be a terrifying existence with lifespan equal to the heavens. This forbidden technique can possess everything in the world, naturally including puppets, but the prerequisite is that the puppet needs to develop sentience and possess a soul with lifespan equal to the heavens. The prerequisite for possession is naturally that the target needs a soul. Without a soul, how can one possess? One chapter of this forbidden technique describes how to make a spiritual being develop sentience. I wonder if this forbidden technique is enough for you to barter with me, Senior. Zhuyu looked at him confidently. What do you want? Just say it, the god of gamblers said with burning eyes. I want 300 sets of materials for refining shadow eyes. Do you have any, Senior? Zhuyu asked immediately. Quite an appetite. Shadow eyes is a heaven-defying goo species that is in no way inferior to the god of gamblers' goo. The materials needed to refine shadow eyes number as high as 70 million. Each material is rarer than the last, and there are countless top-grade spirit insects. You, a little girl, actually want 300 sets right off the bat. That's really asking for the moon. As far as I know, most of the materials for refining shadow eyes have already become extinct in your current era. If you want to find these materials, you'll probably have to come to me. I know that you have an amazing collection, Senior. Do you have 300 sets of shadow eye materials? Zhuyu continued to ask. The god of gamblers gave a wry smile inside. If I really had this many shadow eye materials, I would have refined the shadow eye myself. Such a terrifying goo worm. If conditions allowed, how could I not refine one myself? I'm sorry to disappoint you. My collection is astonishing, but the materials for the shadow eye are simply too heaven-defying. Even I can only gather one set of materials to refine this level of heaven-defying goo. Even with my maximum luck, I couldn't succeed on the first try. Not even 10. I know the chance of success on the first try is too slim, so I didn't waste these materials. I truly only have one set of materials for refining the shadow eye. I wonder if one set of shadow eye materials could be traded for your forbidden technique, the god of gamblers tentatively asked her. Impossible. You should understand just how valuable my forbidden technique is. One set of materials for refining the shadow eye is simply not worth as much as my forbidden technique. Candle Moon refused without hesitation. You should understand that I'm the only one who possesses the materials for refining the shadow pupil. If I only have one set of materials for refining the shadow pupil, then that means the entire goo realm only has one set. I simply cannot produce more shadow pupil materials. I can only make up the difference with other treasures. How about you choose any of the treasures I have here? The god of gamblers looked at her earnestly. Zhuyu frowned, thought for a moment, remained silent, and finally slowly nodded. The god of gamblers smiled. A month passed in a flash. The heavenly island ruins were about to close, and those still gambling in the palace had to leave one by one. However, many who entered the inner city still looked like teenagers, but emerged with white hair and all their energy gone. Gambling was extremely harmful. These people who couldn't suppress their greed ultimately paid a heavy price for it. 9 out of 10 people who came out of the palace now wore regretful eyes. They had all lost many things that could never be recovered, and all regretted participating in gambling. But where in the world is there a medicine for regret? The only winner in this gambling spree was the god of gamblers, who amassed a fortune while everyone else lost. Only Long Zhuan wore a smug smile. Besides the god of gamblers, he was probably the only winner here. He had beaten the god of gamblers twice, directly acquiring 2 priceless treasures. His trip was now complete. He and a dozen or so crew members had just emerged from the inner city when the 80-odd crew members who had been waiting outside immediately came to greet them. They exchanged pleasantries and greetings, and seeing that neither side had suffered any casualties, they were relieved. Has anything major happened outside in the past month? Long Zhuan asked casually. Leng Yan chimed in, we're fine, but the others are in serious trouble. Many factions' ships have been pushed off the island, leaving many without or a boat, and the situation is already escalating. Many suspect the Crimson Demon Pirates are behind it. Some radicals, seeing most of the Crimson Demon Pirates members in the inner city, got greedy and joined forces to push the Crimson Demon ship off the island as well. Once the Crimson Demon Pirates emerge from the inner city, it'll be quite a show. A chaotic battle is highly likely. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Who was so malicious as to push most of the faction's ships off the island? Were they insane? Weren't they afraid of incurring public wrath? He was thankful he was suspicious and worried his treasure ship might be stolen, so he always carried it with him. Otherwise, his ship would definitely have been pushed off as well, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. When the heavenly island ruins sank, everyone would die there. Chapter 308 Long Zhuan's poisonous scheme. Long Zhuan immediately made some bold guesses about the culprit. First, the forces that were pushed off the ship could be ruled out. No one would be foolish enough to push their own ship overboard. Few people would dare offend so many forces simultaneously. The 5 alliance leaders were undoubtedly the prime suspects. The Jin and K chambers of commerce could also be largely ruled out. Businessmen value their reputation, and K Shao and the 9th young master were shrewd individuals. They were unlikely to do something so damaging to their reputation. That left Qin Kai, Zhu Yu, and Shui Zhuanayan. However, the most despicable person would naturally be the prime suspect. And the most despicable force here was undoubtedly the Red Demon Pirates. These pirates were notorious for their arson, murder, and looting. Their misdeeds were countless. If anything happened there, everyone would naturally suspect them first. With them committing such heinous acts every day, who else would they suspect? Long Zhuan made a simple deduction and concluded that Qin Kai was the prime suspect, far ahead of everyone else. Many shared his sentiments, otherwise, a large group wouldn't have angrily pushed the Red Demon over the island. For the irrational goo cultivators, they didn't need evidence, they only needed to identify the most suspicious person. For those already filled with despair, anything was possible, and they wouldn't fear a mere Red Demon pirate crew. Who did this? Damn it! Just then, Qin Kai, who had come out of the inner city, heard the devastating news and nearly fainted from anger, cursing on the spot. He was truly furious. That was the Red Demon, the largest ship of the Red Demon pirate crew, their flagship. The entire Red Demon pirate crew only had this one 8-story treasure ship, the captain's prized possession. Now that he had sunk it, what good would it do him when they returned? Thinking of his father's enraged state, he shuddered and became even angrier. Suddenly, a chubby boy ran over from the crowd, pointing in several directions. Qin Kai cast a murderous glare at the group, roaring furiously, "You dare push the Red Devil? You're courting death. Kill them all, leave no one alive." Losing his temper and rage, Qin Kai disregarded their numbers and led his pirates forward. Soon, the sounds of fierce fighting erupted, creating chaos. Hearing the commotion, Long Zhuan shook his head. There's an old saying, the law doesn't punish the masses. The group outnumbered the Red Devil pirates considerably. In his opinion, Qin Kai's charge was unwise. Regardless of the outcome, the Red Devil pirates would suffer heavy losses. "I think it was him," Dezin said as he walked over. This Qin Kai is a selfish and manipulative person. He's somewhat clever, but only petty cleverness. Pushing most of the ships off the island is an absolutely stupid thing to do. It would easily provoke public outrage. The other 4 of the 5 alliance leaders are rational. Only Qin Kai would do something so foolish. Thinking of Qin Kai, Long Zhuan remembered how he had used his petty cleverness to gamble away all his wives and children. Suddenly, he paused, as if he had thought of something, and turned to Dezin, asking, "Did that letter mention how far away from the inner city one would lose their memories of being in the inner city?" "I still remember him losing his wife and children. It seems his memory hasn't disappeared." Dezin frowned. Looking at the inner city gate not far away, then at the other dozen or so crew members who had come out of the inner city, and asked, "Have you lost your memories of being in the inner city?" The dozen or so people shook their heads in unison. "No, I still remember the captain's incredible feat of defeating the god of gamblers twice in a row. Yes. I also clearly remember the captain inventing chess. He really showed off. The captain is going to be famous." "Me too. The captain's skills were so amazing they made my scalp tingle. I never imagined that there would be an ancient monster who has lived for countless millennia in the inner city. His god of gamblers goo is truly unbelievable." Hearing the crew members talking all at once, Dezin's expression immediately changed, and he thought to himself, "This is bad." Long Zhuan's expression also turned grim. He instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Undoubtedly, this time the heavenly island ruins were different from the past. He didn't know what accident had happened, but those who entered the inner city had not had their memories of the inner city erased. This was a huge problem. Everyone who came out of the inner city knew that he had defeated the god of gamblers and won the repair worm from the god of gamblers. This was a matter of life and death. The repair worm was something that could drive all the goo kings in the world crazy. Once the news leaked, it would definitely be fought over by the world's strongest people. If none of the people who entered the inner city this time had their memories erased, then without a doubt, the whole world would know about his existence as a repair worm very soon. Thinking this, Long Zhuan immediately shuddered, completely losing his composure. Damn it! What on earth is this god of gamblers up to? The heavenly island ruins have opened countless times, and without exception, everyone who entered the inner city had their memories erased. Why is it that only I was the exception this time? Is this some kind of coincidence? Long Zhuan's face darkened. Take a bold guess. Under what circumstances would the god of gamblers not erase the memories of those who entered the inner city? Long Zhuan asked absent-mindedly. Dizin replied without hesitation, if he can get out soon, then naturally there's no need to erase the memories of those who entered the inner city. Only under such circumstances would he not fear the outside world knowing of his existence. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent, and everyone involuntarily shivered, feeling a chill run down their spines. Damn it! Who released that monster? They're incredibly wicked. This old monster likely has an army of tens of millions of puppets, enough to flatten any region. Once this old monster is released, chaos will ensue. Who's so greedy? This is bad. We need to get out of here quickly. Something terrible is about to happen. Long Zhuan had no time to watch the spectacle. The thought of his repair worm attracting the greed of powerful figures worldwide sent chills down his spine, and he dared not linger. He had already decided that after leaving, he would hide his identity for a period of time. The identity of Long Zhuan would disappear completely, and he certainly couldn't use it again anytime soon. Don't underestimate the power of the repair worm. Just the fact that it could turn one broken king pill into 100 was enough to attract the world's strongest forces. Just thinking about it made Long Zhuan shudder. Events ultimately unfolded in the direction he didn't want to see. He and his crew hadn't gone far when they were surrounded by a group of goo cultivators dressed in blue. This group released a swarm of humanoid creatures formed from solidified water, and without a word, they launched into battle. Seeing their attire and attack methods, Long Zhuan's heart sank. On this island, only 5 forces posed a threat to him, the 5 alliance leaders, each possessing enough power to threaten him. He couldn't guarantee victory against them. And this group was none other than Shui Zhuanayan and his water clan goo cultivators. The water clan was a super powerful clan in the Central Plains, and each water clan goo cultivator possessed considerable combat strength, far beyond the capabilities of his ordinary crew members. Long Zhuan truly hadn't expected that Shui Zhuanayan would be the first to attack him. After all, whenever the allied forces suffered heavy casualties, he would always sigh with compassion, leading everyone to subconsciously believe he was a kind-hearted person. Now it seemed that appearances can be deceiving. Hidden beneath his facade was another face. Boy, you're out of luck. My memories haven't faded, so you're destined to miss out on making a fortune from the repair worm, Shui Zhuanayan sneered, charging towards Long Zhuan with her sword, each move ruthless. In this critical moment, Long Zhuan dared not hold back any longer, drawing his famous sword and using the 10 absolute sword technique to break through Shui Zhuanayan's swordplay. After her swordplay was broken, Shui Zhuanayan was ultimately unable to withstand the onslaught and was struck in the neck. However, Shui Zhuanayan's neck suddenly transformed into water, the sword passing through it, and the water reformed into her neck. At this moment, her neck was completely unharmed. Long Zhuan was astonished. This person could switch between flesh and water at will, instantly turning the attacked part into water to avoid all harm. This was an immortal being. Shui Zhuanayan touched his neck and roared angrily, "Boy, you're the first person to make me expose my water-transforming goo ability. You have every right to be proud." With that, Shui Zhuanayan charged at Long Zhuan again, completely ignoring his attacks. At this moment, Zuyu, the culprit, finally led her men out of the inner city. Seeing the chaos in the outer city, she was stunned. The outer city was engulfed in battle. The Red Demon Pirates were fighting a group of goo cultivators. The K clan was fighting the Jin clan. The Shui clan was also fighting a group. Small-scale skirmishes were happening elsewhere, with people intercepting goo cultivators emerging from the inner city. Fighting was everywhere. The outer city was filled with smoke and chaos. A goo cultivator from the Zhu clan clicked his tongue and said, "I don't know what's going on with the Red Demons, but the K and Jin clans got into a fight during their bet. Plus, The ninth young master has already lost all his goo worms to the god of gamblers and is now a cripple. Keisha is probably thinking of taking this opportunity to devour them. Without the ninth young master as their leader, it's a foregone conclusion that the Jin clan's goo cultivators will be wiped out. On the other side, Shui Jianyan is definitely attacking that group because he wants to seize the repairing worm. It seems there are quite a few people eyeing the repairing worm, and quite a few forces have gathered there. Hearing the words repairing worm, Zuyu's eyes lit up quickly, and she said greedily, although the repairing worm can't repair living things, it can repair the eggs of ordinary top-grade spirit insects, which is crucial to our clan's plan to refine millions of goo worms. Follow me in charge over there. We must seize the repairing worm at all costs. With her command, the goo cultivators of the Zhu clan rushed towards the battlefield with frenzied expressions. Long Zhuan, who was currently fighting Shui Jianyan, noticed more and more people running towards them, and his heart sank. He knew this battle couldn't continue, he had to retreat as soon as possible. These people weren't just there to watch the show, they were likely joining the attack. Long Zhuan immediately took out his most powerful goo worm, placed it on his shoulder, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Shui Jianyan, you stole my repairing worm. I'll never forgive you. Let's go. Give them the repairing worm for now. Long Zhuan immediately withdrew, fleeing towards the gap that Yang Zan had already opened. At this moment, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he was cautious by nature and had secretly possessed a Spirit C-Stage Goo Cultivator as a trump card. If it weren't for Yang Zan, a Spirit C-Stage expert, he would never have been able to break through the encirclement so quickly. If this battle had dragged on, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Watching Long Zhuan and the others flee, Shui Jianyan sneered. You think you're so powerful as a Spirit C-Stage Goo Cultivator? The barriers protecting the houses in the outer city could only be broken by a Spirit C-Stage Goo Cultivator. How could these well-informed clans enter the Heavenly Island ruins without bringing some Spirit C-Stage Goo Cultivators with them? Chase? Tell those guys they don't need to hide anymore. Today, we must get the repair worm at all costs. Heavenly Island hasn't fallen yet. I want to see where he can run. Shui Jianyan wasn't intimidated by the Spirit C-Stage Goo Cultivator in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, he led a large group of Shui clan Goo Cultivators in pursuit. However, before they could take more than a few steps, they were blocked by a large number of Zhu clan Goo Cultivators. Shui Jianyan. Hand over the repair worm. Zuyu approached Shui Jianyan and lashed out at his head with her whip. Shui Jianyan's head instantly turned into water, ignoring the whip strike. You stupid woman! When did I take the repair worm? You believe everything he says? He didn't give me the repair worm at all. Shui Jianyan was furious. How could he have stolen the repair worm? It had been on that person the whole time, he hadn't even seen a glimpse of it. However, when he saw the honesty goo on that person's shoulder, he went completely numb. Your master is lying to your face, and you don't even react? When did the honesty goo become untrustworthy? This is outrageous. At this moment, he realized the seriousness of the problem. The honesty goo hadn't reacted just now, and probably everyone in the world would think that the repair worm was on Shui Jianyan, that he had stolen Long Zhuan's repair worm. Oh no, Shui Jianyan's face instantly turned pale. He knew that once he took this blame today, he would never have a peaceful day again. Even the head of the family would probably think that he had taken the repair worm, and he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. As he had predicted, Zuyu wouldn't listen to his explanation and sneered, what a fool. He's already proven himself with the honesty goo, how could the repairing worm still be on him? Are you saying the Jin family's honesty goo can lie? That's absurd, you really think I'm a 3-year-old? With that, Zuyu became even more ferocious in her attack. At this moment, the others echoed, young Master Shui, taking it is taking it. Killing and robbing isn't shameful. There's no need to insult our intelligence, your Shui family's overall strength is at least 10 times greater than theirs. Who would believe you if you said you didn't get the repairing worm? Exactly. Since you took it, show it to us so we can see it. We promise we'll just look and won't try to steal it, the crowd readily agreed. Shui Jianyan suddenly felt like vomiting blood. He was filled with regret. He hadn't gotten the mutton he wanted, but instead got himself into this mess. This was probably the biggest injustice in the goo world. He was in big trouble today. As expected, all the goo cultivators who arrived believed that Shui Jianyan had stolen the repairing worm. The impatient Gu cultivators had already begun their siege of the Shui clan Gu cultivators. All the Shui clan Gu cultivators were also held back by the arriving people, so they couldn't catch up with Longzhuan and the others who had already run far away. Chapter 309 The Island. April 27, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian. With the help of a group of kind-hearted people, Longzhuan led his group to the edge of Yan Island in no time. Dizin looked at him with complicated eyes. She had long since noticed that the honesty Gu was abnormal. Today, she was 100% certain that this honesty Gu was hypocritical. Others couldn't lie, but its own master could lie without consequence. This truly shattered her understanding of honesty Gu. He used this honesty Gu to swindle and deceive people all day long, truly killing people without any remorse. Today, Shui Jianian was really screwed over by him. Next, it was likely that everyone in the world would believe that the repairing worm was in Shui Jianian's hands. Even the Shui clan head would probably think so. She didn't need to think about what would happen to Shui Jianian afterward, and she silently mourned for this man. The other crew members couldn't help but sweat for Shui Jianian, secretly sighing that this captain was really too wicked. It was amazing that he could think of using the honesty Gu to slander others. If he used this abnormal honesty Gu to slander others everywhere, he would be able to slander them every time. It's no exaggeration to say that if he wanted to, he could easily kill even a Gu king using this method. He only needed to say that the Gu king possessed an elixir of immortality, and that his honesty Gu hadn't glowed. Would the Gu king be doomed? No wonder he often called it the most ruthless Gu worm. It truly was ruthless. How could a Gu worm that could easily kill a Gu king not be ruthless? Looking at the group of crew members who were scrutinizing him with strange eyes, Longzhuan sighed inwardly. They had witnessed him lying. His honesty Gu hadn't glowed. The secret of his honesty Gu's dishonesty was now exposed. Therefore, after this trip, this group absolutely could not be disbanded. He had to keep them firmly under his control, not letting a single one go. The secret of his honesty Gu's dishonesty absolutely could not be revealed now. The honesty Gu was far too useful to him. It would definitely help him scam many people in the future. Originally, he possessed a repairing Gu, which, with everyone still in good health, was a dead end for him. Only by abandoning the repairing Gu could he survive. But because of a dishonest Gu, the deadlock has been turned around. Everyone believes the repairing worm is on Shui Jianian, who has truly become a scapegoat for him. Once the secret of his dishonest Gu is exposed, all his schemes will have been for nothing, and many will suspect the repairing worm is on him, potentially even attracting the Gu King's pursuit. Therefore, the secret of the Gu must not be revealed for the time being. You should understand that only the dead can keep secrets, Dizin said with a smile, communicating telepathically to Longzhuan. It was unclear whether she was joking or testing him. What else could you possibly suspect me of doing to you? Do you think I could beat you? There's also Yangzhan, a peak spirit sea cultivator, on board. Who on board can be his match? Even if I wanted to silence him, I don't have the strength. Alright. Stop testing me. Even if the secret of the honesty Gu can be kept, it's not guaranteed. Silencing him is useless. Once Shui Jianian is killed, and the person who killed him didn't find the repairing worm on him, they might suspect me again. Whether the secret of the honesty Gu can be kept or not, I will definitely use the face-changing Gu to change my appearance and then live in anonymity for a while. The name Longzhuan will definitely disappear for a long time, and I absolutely cannot go back to the Long family. Next, I will randomly disembark in a random place and live a quiet life for a while. Lend me another face-changing Gu. I need a clone to disguise myself as my junior brother and take over as captain. With the Suo Gu hut, I can keep them firmly under control. I don't plan to disband the crew and send them back. They still have a great use. I know you have a way to see through my clone. This plan definitely won't hide from you, so I might as well tell you. Longzhuan sighed inwardly. This Dizin's trump cards were truly unfathomable. Back when the Far West F4 went to steal that lava cave, she had easily seen through his clone. He still didn't understand how Dizin had managed it. At that time, apart from the evil dragon Emperor's eye, even the Gu King couldn't recognize his clone. Longzhuan said no more, immediately retrieving the divine dragon from the heart of the ocean and jumping onto the ship. Get on board. This place is not safe to stay. Longzhuan waved his hand and shouted to the people below. The crew members didn't dare delay and jumped onto the ship. The heavenly island hasn't even started descending yet. I'm not confident I can navigate the ship down the waterfall, Nai King Chang said. It's alright. I anticipated this might happen, so I didn't return the Tomb Raiders. With a Tomb Raider's strength, it's enough to slow the divine dragon's descent, Long Zhuan said. Dung beetles can fly, and after mutation, they possess immense strength. He didn't believe 20 Tomb Raiders couldn't move a small boat. With a Shenlong's superior performance, activating the anti-gravity system would ensure a stable landing on the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Zhuan released 20 Earthshakers, now stripped of their insect armor. The Earthshakers flapped their wings, propelling the Shenlong towards the waterfall. The gravity of the endless sea was astonishing. Under such immense force, the Shenlong should have plummeted downwards at an incredible speed. However, pulled by the 20 Earthshakers, the Shenlong descended slowly above the waterfall. The 20 enormous Earthshakers, flapping their wings, were like heavy helicopters, generating incredibly powerful hurricanes. The crew members were blinded by the wind, barely able to avoid being blown away by the hurricanes by clinging tightly to the railings. Seeing that the 20 Earthshakers could indeed move the Shenlong, the crew breathed a long sigh of relief and finally felt at ease. Soon after, the Shenlong landed smoothly on the sea and slowly sailed away into the distance. Meanwhile, the Gu cultivators on Bian Island were still locked in a fierce battle, unaware that someone had already left. On the ship, after entrusting the navigation to Nai Qingchen, Long Zhuan retreated to his bedroom. He furtively pulled out a black toad, holding it in his hand and grinning foolishly. This was the legendary repair worm, his target for this trip to Heavenly Island. Obtaining it had been no easy feat. He had to outweed and outmaneuver the god of gamblers, nearly burning out his brain cells to finally win and manage to acquire the repair worm. The risks he had taken to obtain this repair worm were considerable. But compared to the repair worm's incredible value, everything he had sacrificed was worthwhile. Don't underestimate the repair worm just because it can't repair anything extraordinary. That's because it's currently just a spirit worm. Try turning it into a goo worm. A repair worm transformed into a goo worm would have terrifyingly high potential, capable of repairing everything in this world. Perhaps even a damaged world could be repaired in the future. Once the repair worm is used properly, it will truly become a game changer in this world, capable of countless things. However, to make the repair worm capable of repairing everything, he first needed to develop a goo formula for it. Long Zhuan couldn't wait any longer and immediately went into the soul study to begin creating his own goo formula, using the repairing worm as the main ingredient. Unsurprisingly, he encountered the exact same situation as with a medicinal worm. The repairing worm's abilities were simply too heaven-defying. Once it became a goo worm, the required materials would be tens of millions. Most of these materials were from the god realm, impossible to find in the goo realm. He simply used the method of researching medicinal goo, constantly lowering the quality of the goo formula with inferior materials, thus shortening the formula's length, eventually reducing the material requirements to tens of thousands. A repairing goo of this level certainly couldn't repair a significant portion of things. Things like the heaven-mending tree and the world tree were definitely beyond its capabilities. But Long Zhuan was already satisfied. This level of repairing goo couldn't repair many things in the spirit realm and god realm, but it should be able to repair most treasures in this goo realm. He could find the decomposition worm, one of the 10 most heaven-defying spirit worms, and decompose the weakened version of the repairing worm to refine it later. For now, the weakened version of the repairing worm was sufficient for his temporary needs. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 2 months, Long Zhuan had been diligently working on the goo formula in his bedroom, never venturing out. Only when Shengwen Wu prepared something delicious would he reluctantly move to the cafeteria to satisfy his cravings. Meanwhile, he hadn't forgotten about refining the devouring world toad. After finding the golden toad in the Heavenly Island ruins, all the materials for the devouring world toad goo formula were now complete. Since there were no special requirements for refining the devouring world toad, he simply refined it within the heart of the ocean. Currently, only 2 months of goo refining had passed, and he still needed to patiently wait a long time. That day, in his bedroom, Long Zhuan wrote on a thick stack of papers, repairing the goo formula, written by Long Zhuan. He paused, a slight smile appearing on his face. After 2 months of working in the Soul bookstore, he had finally completed the repairing goo formula. This repairing goo formula required a staggering 30,000 materials. This was a terrifying number in the eyes of others. The sheer number of materials required for a goo formula was enough to make everyone gasp. However, Long Zhuan had seen far too many heaven-defying goo worms, and his horizons had broadened considerably. Compared to those heaven-defying goo worms, the 30,000 materials needed to repair the goo were a mere fraction of what was required. Therefore, Long Zhuan was no longer surprised to see a goo formula with so many materials. He calmly put away the goo formula and slowly got up to walk outside. Meanwhile, outside, after sailing at sea for 2 months, the divine dragon was about to leave the endless sea. However, just as all the crew members had spotted another sea beyond the boundary and were filled with excitement, their expressions suddenly froze. Because they saw a huge 7-story treasure ship lying across the endless sea, quietly waiting for them. The ship was jet black, somewhat damaged, with a dragon head carved on the bow and a black dragon embroidered on its flag. What else could this be but the infamous Black Dragon? However, the renowned Black Dragon pirate gang had somehow ended up with only one ship left. Moreover, the pirates on board were scattered, with very few remaining. Chapter 310 The Next Goo Formula's Idea. May 16, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu Bai Nian. Upon seeing the ship, everyone turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. Damn it! The Black Dragon pirates are here to ambush us. This time, the Black Dragon, the Goo King, is leading the team himself. What are we going to do? Damn it! This Black Dragon pirates are like a persistent ghost. We've wiped them out wave after wave, yet they still come back. We're heading towards the Central Plains. How did they know we were here? It's unbelievable. Chaos erupted on the deck, everyone panicking. There was more than one Goo King on the Black Dragon. How could they not be alarmed? Dizin's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he rushed to the giant cannon, decisively grabbed 5 top-grade spirit stones, threw them into the breach, and fired a shot at the Black Dragon. Boom! A 5-colored cannonball was launched, and with a deafening roar, the entire divine dragon ship shook violently. A bald man flew out of the Black Dragon, shouting child's play, before slamming his palm down on the incoming cannonball. The Black Dragon was simply too massive and slow to accelerate, making it impossible to dodge the cannonball. A manual block was the only option. Relying on his Goo King strength, the bald man completely disregarded the cannonball. However, the moment his right palm touched the cannonball, his expression changed drastically, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He sensed the cannonball was no ordinary weapon, but it was too late to dodge. He screamed, and the impact sent him flying sideways, crashing into the Black Dragon behind him, cannonball and all. The Black Dragon's pupils constricted, instinctively catching the bald man as he flew towards it. Boom! The cannonball finally exploded with a deafening roar, blasting the 2 men solidly into the air. This was the power of the giant cannon at its 4th level, using top-grade spirit stones. This was the first time the giant cannon had fired a shell of this caliber. And a shell made with top-grade spirit stones couldn't be ordinary. With this explosion, the massive Black Dragon drifted backward several meters, its hull severely damaged. Everyone on board screamed, clutching their bleeding ears in agony. Countless pirates were instantly killed by the sudden explosion. Even the divine dragon, far away, was propelled a distance by the shockwave, its hull rocking violently. But that wasn't all. Dizin, her face grim, took out 5 more top-grade spirit stones and threw them into the giant cannon, firing again at the already battered Black Dragon. After the first shot, she took out 5 more top-grade spirit stones, loaded them into the cannon, fired again, and then another. Boom, 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 3 more deafening explosions rang out. The massive Black Dragon could no longer withstand the onslaught of the giant cannons and was instantly torn apart, blasted into countless fragments that flew in all directions. The current condition of the people on board was unknown. The ship was engulfed in flames and black smoke, making it impossible to see anything. Go, stick to the edge. I don't know if they're dead or not. But the ship is definitely going to sink. Without a ship, I don't believe they could fly across the endless sea, Dizin sneered. With her command, the divine dragon turned and began to head in another direction. Everyone on board stared at her, mouths agape, dumbfounded. They secretly marveled at her wealth. She truly lived up to the captain's expectations of a rich woman, throwing away top-grade spirit stones like they were free. The giant cannon fired 4 shots in quick succession at its final setting, and she didn't even blink. Just how wealthy was she? Top-grade spirit stones were incredibly rare. Finding even one in a mine was considered good, yet she could easily produce 20. What kind of fortune did she possess? The crew swallowed hard. Where did that fire from? Long Zhuan finally rushed out, belatedly. Looking at the unrecognizable wreckage in the distance, he was stunned. It's over. By the time you got out, it was too late. The fourth setting of the giant cannon was quite powerful. The black dragon's hull couldn't withstand it at all. You missed a good show? Dizin's lips curled into a smile as she looked at Long Zhuan and said, I just fired 4 shots. Are you going to reimburse me? Long Zhuan's scalp tingled. Good heavens, 20 top-grade spirit stones. She just threw them away like that? Did she think top-grade spirit stones were free? So wasteful. Top-grade spirit stones were incredibly rare. He didn't have a single one on him. Where was he going to find 20 for her? He silently mourned for the black dragon. Those were 4 top-grade spirit stone cannonballs. He wondered how the black dragon was doing now. The Goo King should be able to dodge the cannonballs, but if it didn't, and was hit head-on by a top-grade spirit stone cannonball, it would be severely injured even if it didn't die, let alone the fact that Dizin had just fired 4 shots in a row. Black Dragon was unlucky to have met such a rich woman. Long Zhuan sighed. Top-grade spirit stones might cost several hundred million spirit stones in barren regions, but in large regions, even a billion spirit stones might not be enough. He dared not reimburse her for such a thing, so he quickly turned to the crew around him. Protecting the divine dragon is a collective responsibility. Everyone has a duty. It shouldn't be funded by individuals. If she really used 20 top-grade spirit stones, then we should all chip in to reimburse her. However, I just came out of the cabin and didn't see her take out any top-grade spirit stones. Did any of you see them? As soon as Long Zhuan said this, the crew shook their heads vigorously. They were joking. Top-grade spirit stones were far beyond their means to reimburse, so they dared not tell the truth at this moment. No. I didn't see it. I never saw her take out any top-grade spirit stones. She seemed to have taken out low-grade spirit stones just now. I didn't see clearly. I didn't see clearly either. Was there any firing just now? How come I didn't know? The crew members all spoke at once, giving false testimonies. At this time, it was time for Long Zhuan to take out his trust goo. Seeing that the trust goo hadn't glowed, he looked at Dizin with a puzzled expression. Dizin glared at him fiercely. She hadn't expected this shameless scoundrel to get reimbursed. He even dared to take out that trust goo. Did that trust goo still have any credibility now? This trust goo was just as shameless as its owner. The attack of the Black Dragon was just a small episode. After the episode, Long Zhuan returned to his cabin, took out a mysterious fruit, and looked at it with a complicated expression. He had left his hometown and the Long family for this very thing. However, he never expected that once he left, he would never be able to return. Neither the presence of the repairing worm, nor the revelations from his battle with Junzation allowed him to return to the Long clan. With the Long clan alliance growing ever larger, the Western Long clan was no longer the sole dominant force among the various Long clans. Possessing such a treasure, returning to his clan wouldn't be safe. It would only invite greater danger. The price he paid to obtain the heaven-mending fruit, capable of enhancing aptitude, was considerable. He currently possessed many heaven-mending fruits, but he hadn't consumed a single one. Because a person could only consume one heaven-mending fruit in their lifetime, he planned to refine them into elixirs that could enhance aptitude. The efficacy of elixirs would undoubtedly far surpass that of the fruits, maximizing the benefits. However, this would require him to spend a tremendous amount of time creating his own elixir formula. An elixir that could enhance aptitude was absolutely heaven-defying, not something easily researched. He had a premonition that once he developed such an elixir, it would surely attract a heavenly tribulation. In this world, even heaven-defying pills can attract heavenly tribulations. If improving one's aptitude isn't considered heaven-defying, then he truly doesn't know what pill could be. But how could he possibly handle heavenly tribulations? He might finally refine the pill only to be struck dead by lightning. This is why he hasn't researched this pill formula yet. He's still hesitating whether to directly consume the heaven-mending fruit or risk researching the formula to maximize his gains. He stared at the fruit for a long time, finally deciding that instead of endlessly agonizing over it, he should create another type of goo worm that can devour heavenly tribulations. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about heavenly tribulations, and he could confidently refine the elixir that could improve aptitude. Once this idea appeared, he couldn't stop himself and immediately took action. He quickly wrote on a piece of paper, Tribulation goo main ingredient, Tribulation worm description, a powerful goo species that feeds on devouring lightning tribulations. This goo is an elemental goo worm with a lightning-like body and is immune to all physical attacks. The tribulation ranking contains 10 types of tribulations. The tribulation goo, by absorbing the 10th ranked annihilation tribulation, completes its first transformation, gaining the incredible ability to control it. The tribulation goo, by absorbing the 9th ranked reincarnation tribulation, completes its second transformation, gaining the same incredible ability. And so on. The tribulation goo's transformation path involves collecting all types of tribulations in the world. Only by gathering all 10 types can the tribulation goo achieve its full potential. At that time, the tribulation goo will fuse all 10 tribulations together, gaining world-destroying power. The pen stops. Long Zhuan's breathing quickens. This is a terrifying goo worm capable of releasing tribulations. What creature could withstand its attack? This goo worm's attack power is invincible. Even if his future tribulation goo can only release the 10th ranked annihilation tribulation, it's enough to annihilate the vast majority of living beings. Even the weakest tribulation is something no normal being can withstand. However, this goo worm does have a weakness: it's incredibly time-consuming. Each transformation of the tribulation goo requires consuming a type of lightning tribulation, and lightning tribulations are not so easily encountered. This necessitates his constant research into heaven-defying pill formulas. For the tribulation goo's first transformation, he needs to research a formula powerful enough to track the 10th rank tribulation of extinction. For the tribulation goo's second transformation, he needs to research a formula powerful enough to track the 9th rank tribulation of rebirth. And so on, each transformation more demanding than the last. In the future, he will need to research 10 heaven-defying pill formulas powerful enough to track lightning tribulations. Just thinking about it makes Long Zhuan's liver ache. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311: Adaptation of the Face-Changing Goo Formula. Researching 10 heaven-defying pill formulas isn't even the hardest part. Researching the Calamity Goo formula is what truly takes a lot of time. A goo worm capable of releasing terrifying lightning tribulations, you can imagine how long such a formula would be. At this moment, the progress displayed on the formula was a mere 0.000001%. The introductory text of the formula doesn't count towards the progress. He'd only randomly guessed a Calamity Goo worm, and it seemed he'd guessed correctly. If a formula with only one spirit worm has a progress of 0.000001%, it's not hard to calculate that a formula with 100 million spirit worms would need to reach 100% progress. This is a formula requiring 100 million materials. Long Zhuan's scalp tingled, and his whole body went numb. How long would this take? While formulas of this length exist in this world, without exception, they are all created by goo worms. Human labor simply couldn't accomplish such a workload. Even with a vast number of immortals in the god realm, no one could research a formula of this length. It can be said that the existence of the Calamity Goo is almost the ceiling among goo worms. Even if there are goo worms more terrifying than the Calamity Goo in this world, there are definitely not many. Needless to say, most of the materials for such a terrifying goo worm must be extinct, which is impossible for him to collect under any circumstances. Even if he really managed to grind out this goo formula, he wouldn't be able to gather the materials to refine it. There's no other way. The old rule: he can only use a large number of junk materials to downgrade the Calamity Goo formula. In the end, it will be downgraded to a goo formula that requires hundreds of thousands or millions of materials. Only a goo formula of this level is something he can refine at present. As for the complete version of the Calamity Goo, he can only wait until he flies to the god realm in the future and finds the decomposition worm to refine it again. Long Zhuan took a deep breath, feeling a lot of pressure. He could already feel how much work he would have to do in the future. He truly deserves the title of Grind King. In the future, he will only be able to challenge this level of goo formula after upgrading the Soul Bookhouse many times. Now, forget about it. Long Zhuan sighed, picked up the goo formula, and suddenly frowned. He then realized another problem: a goo worm could only reach the same level as a goo cultivator at the highest realm after 11 transformations, while there were only 10 types of lightning tribulations. This meant that the upper limit for a tribulation goo was only 10 transformations, a fatal flaw for it. Long Zhuan frowned even deeper, He absolutely could not allow his tribulation goo to have such a defect. He needed his tribulation goo to accompany him through each realm, not to become a transitional existence. However, this world only had 10 types of lightning tribulations. Where could he find an 11th? If only this world had 11 types of lightning tribulations. Thinking of this, Long Zhuan had a flash of inspiration, his gaze thoughtful. Who stipulated that there must be 10 types of lightning tribulations? Could there be lightning tribulations that had not yet been discovered? Was it possible that the number 1 lightning tribulation in this world was not the strongest? Because the strongest treasure in this world could only trigger lightning tribulations of this level. If he created an even stronger treasure in the future, would it attract a terrifying lightning tribulation surpassing the number 1? This was a lightning tribulation born for the first time in this world, which also meant that he would be the one to name it. At that time, the tribulations on the tribulation ranking would be reshuffled, and the tribulation he named would appear on the throne of the number 1 ranking. Long Zhuan's heart was filled with excitement, and his eyes gradually revealed an ambitious look. The idea of creating a tribulation that could pierce through the world had already taken root in his heart. Since the upper limit of the tribulation goo could reach its limit, the matter of creating his own tribulation goo formula was now completely included in his plan. However, in this case, the tribulation goo should come first, followed by the aptitude pill. Creating his own tribulation goo should take precedence over creating his own aptitude pill. With the tribulation goo, he would no longer need to fear the tribulations attracted by the aptitude pill. Needless to say, the pill that could attract terrifying tribulations would be at least grade 4, which was definitely not something he could refine at his current level. He could only refine such grade 4 pills with his clone after breaking through to the Spirit C stage. It was too early to consider the aptitude pill now. Long Zhuan put away the heaven-mending fruit and immediately decided that his next task was to study the tribulation goo formula, and the creation of the aptitude pill would have to wait. However, he didn't rush into the soul bookstore immediately. Instead, he pushed open the door and headed towards Dizin's room. It was a coincidence, he had only randomly selected a main insect. Since the goo worm's name was robbery goo, selecting a main ingredient called robbery goo was perfectly reasonable. Unexpectedly, he got it right on his first try. Now that he had the main ingredient for this goo formula, he planned to ask the rich woman if she had any robbery goo. He knew without a doubt that the main insect for such a heaven-defying goo formula wasn't easy to collect. Having written about robbery goo, he naturally understood its existence. Robbery goo was incredibly rare, most people would never see one in their entire lives, let alone even hear of it. Robbery goo was one of the rarest top-grade spirit insects, ranking 36th on the top-grade spirit insect list. The top-grade spirit insect list had 300 rankings, and the top 10 were called the 10 heaven-defying spirit insects. He already possessed 2 of them. Spirit insects that make it onto the list of top-grade spirit insects are all extremely rare and difficult to find, their value exceeding that of ordinary top-grade spirit insects by 100 times. Given their rarity, even Long Zhuan couldn't guarantee he could find a calamity insect in his lifetime. He could only try his luck with Dizin. Long Zhuan walked to the door of Dizin's bedroom, knocked, and a voice inside said, "Come in." He pushed the door open and entered. Dizin looked up at him. "You're here to fleece me again, are you eyeing my top-grade spirit insects again? Tell me, how many do you need this time?" Dizin glared at him unfriendly. Last time he wanted 100,000 of her spirit insects, she knew this wouldn't end there. He would come back with a bunch more things he needed. Sure enough, he'd come again today. Hearing this, Long Zhuan chuckled awkwardly, then shamelessly said, "I just wanted to ask if you have any tribulation insects on you." Tribulation insects? You really know how to pick. Those things aren't much rarer than repair insects. Do I look like a tribulation insect? No. Dizin rolled her eyes at him, her gaze thoughtful. He actually wanted tribulation insects from her? What did he want them for? The spirit insects on the top-grade spirit insect ranking were incredibly rare, they were practically impossible to obtain. Even without being refined into goo, those spirit insects were enough to easily defeat most goo insects. Such a treasure wasn't something she could simply possess. Dizin suddenly narrowed her eyes. She suddenly remembered Wu Yao's prophecy. The scene she saw showed Long Zhuan controlling the power of lightning. Could this power come from these tribulation insects? Tribulation insects were no match for forbidden goo, unless he refined them into goo. Lightning tribulation was the nemesis of all demonic goo insects in the world. This was truly interesting. Hearing that Dizin had no tribulation insects, Long Zhuan showed disappointment. If even Dizin didn't have any, then it would be truly difficult for him to collect them. He might never see a single tribulation insect in his entire life. Never mind if you don't have any, do you have any of these things on you? Longzhuan suddenly took out a book and placed it in front of Dizin. This book contained the materials needed to refine the repair goo, a total of over 30,000. Now that the formula for the repair goo had been developed, it was natural to collect the materials and refine it as soon as possible. However, he was currently on the ship, and Dizin was the only way for him to collect materials. Who else could he ask better? He had no other choice. Dizin picked up the book, her eyelids twitching. How many times had this happened? Whether before or after boarding the ship, this girl had come to him with a book more than once. Then his herb garden and insect chamber were severely damaged. And now she was doing it again. She really thought he was on a pirate ship, and if he stayed on this ship any longer, he would be ripped out of his shreds. Dizin took a deep breath, quickly scanned the book, and finally said, "Unfortunately, I have all the materials in this book. However, you'll need to trade me a large number of soul-nourishing wood branches. Don't think I don't know that when you were at the Heavenly Island ruins, you broke off a branch of soul-nourishing wood, causing a chaotic battle between the Jin and K clans of goo cultivators. Then you calmly stole the golden toad. No one is as cunning as you. Deal." Longzhuan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Breaking off a few branches wouldn't kill the soul-nourishing wood. He had medicinal goo, and it would quickly regrow the branches. This was the cheapest deal for him. "By the way, I don't have time to refine the face-changing goo for you. I'll give you the face-changing goo formula. Go refine it yourself." Dizin then tossed another goo formula onto the table. Of course, she wouldn't idly refine a bunch of face-changing goo and store them on her person. When Longzhuan borrowed face-changing goo from her that day, she didn't have any extra. She could only refine them when she had free time. But she was also a very busy person and too lazy to waste time refining goo worms that were useless to her, so she simply threw the goo formula to him and let him refine it himself. She had stolen the formula, so throwing it away wasn't a big deal. Longzhuan picked up the goo formula from the table, his eyes showing interest. Speaking of which, among his second team of goo worms, only the shadow recording goo and the face-changing goo weren't original. The shadow recording goo was one he had transformed using a unique method, possessing the ability to record images from a distance, making it a semi-unique goo worm of his. Of all his goo worms, only the face-changing goo wasn't unique, standing out from his other goo worms. Thinking about this, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in. He had to make the face-changing goo his own unique goo worm. He wanted to modify the face-changing goo formula to surpass the original. Once this idea came to him, many amazing thoughts appeared in his mind. The face-changing goo was in liquid form, capable of taking the shape of any person and perfectly simulating their aura. The face-changing goo seems perfect, even somewhat heaven-defying, so heaven-defying that it can even deceive the Goo King. But its flaws are equally fatal. You can disguise yourself as someone else's appearance, but what about their body size? If the target is several heads taller than you, how do you disguise yourself? If the opponent is 10 times fatter than you, how do you disguise yourself? These limitations mean that the face-changing goo cannot disguise itself as everyone. So, his mind started racing. Could this creature, the face-changing goo, cover the entire body and change a person's physical outline? He felt that this idea was theoretically absolutely feasible. This liquid creature, the face-changing goo, is like clay. If it can be molded into another person's appearance, there's no reason it can't be molded into another person's body. Longzhuan's eyes began to brighten. Chapter 312 Repairing the Goo. After leaving Dizin's boudoir, Longzhuan returned to his own room and officially began his plan to refine the liver-breaking goo formula. He also conveniently figured out how to modify the face-changing goo formula, without wasting much of his time. The materials for refining the face-changing goo weren't rare either. After another round of exploiting Dizin, he had all the necessary materials. However, the face-changing goo shouldn't be called that anymore. Since it could now not only change faces but also transform, Longzhuan simply renamed it the transformation goo. The transformation goo was, of course, his unique goo, with a much higher potential than the face-changing goo now. All his goo worms were exclusively unique. He didn't plan to refine just one transformation goo, he wanted to refine many. It must be said that his heavenly demon disintegration divine art was truly heaven-defying. Others needed blood-bonded goo worms to control their goo worms. But his split soul could directly control goo worms, and because it wasn't a blood bond, he could simultaneously control a large number of the same type of goo worms. The number could even reach hundreds or thousands. His ability to control 20 tomb raiders simultaneously in the Heavenly Island ruins is a prime example. Therefore, using this method, he could equip all his clones with a transformation goo, allowing everyone to perfectly disguise themselves. Then, by transforming all his clones into the appearance and physique of another person, no one would know they were his clones. Don't underestimate this ability. By having his clones impersonate different people and act for him, performing a double act in front of others, he could use many schemes and tricks to outwit many people. He was refining the transformation goo and the repair goo simultaneously. He only needed to wait patiently, and then he would devote himself entirely to the matter of the liver calamity goo formula. 4 months passed in a flash. Long Zhuan held a black toad, lovingly stroking its back. This was the repair goo, finally completed after 4 months, and had just been brought over by his Yan clone. Long Zhuan had no time to study the goo formula anymore. He immediately stopped his work and rushed over to examine the repair goo, quickly establishing a blood pact. The repair goo wasn't much different from the previous repair worm, both were jet black, except that the repair worm had grown considerably larger. Their abilities remained unchanged, except the latter was enhanced. Both the repair worm and the repair goo had a bottomless black hole in their mouths, its end invisible. This seemed to be a strange space leading to an unknown world. The repair goo itself wasn't large, but the black hole was enormous, capable of swallowing everything. Everything swallowed by the black hole was revived by the repair goo. Old things were repaired and worn, becoming new. Damaged things were repaired. Such abilities were simply heaven-defying and incredibly interesting. Long Zhuan immediately began studying this terrifying restorative ability. He wanted to see just how powerful the repair worm's restorative abilities would be. After becoming the repair goo, Long Zhuan casually took out a low-grade spirit stone from his storage ring, crushed it, and threw one of the fragments into the repair goo's mouth. A short while later, the repair goo spat out another low-grade spirit stone, which Long Zhuan caught with lightning speed. He examined the fragment closely and discovered it was identical to the one he had just crushed, as if they had been molded from the same mold. He had crushed the previous low-grade spirit stone into 10 fragments. If he put those 10 fragments into the repair goo's mouth, wouldn't it quickly conjure 10 spirit stones for him? Long Zhuan's breathing quickened. This ability was simply heaven-defying. From this small example, he could use this ability to conjure many incredibly valuable treasures. However, Long Zhuan knew that the more heaven-defying an ability was, the greater its limitations. It was too early to be overjoyed. He began to continuously stuff various treasures into the repair goo's mouth, experimenting with the limitations of this ability. After a long period of experimentation, he gained a clear understanding of the repair goo's abilities. Once transformed from a repair worm, the repair goo could repair the vast majority of treasures in the goo world, except for those exceeding the 4th rank. Furthermore, the repair time required for the repair goo to repair different treasures varied. It repaired 1st rank treasures quickly, while repairing 4th rank treasures was much slower. This was in line with natural laws, something Long Zhuan had already anticipated. Moreover, the repair goo was a living being. It needed rest and couldn't work continuously for 24 hours a day, nor could it use its abilities indefinitely. This was also in line with natural laws, and such limitations were reasonable. However, the repair goo's standard for judging the value of treasures differed from that of humans. A treasure that was of low value in the eyes of humans might be of high value in the repair goo's eyes, hence the slow repair process. Conversely, a treasure of high value in the eyes of humans might be of low value in the repair goo's eyes, hence the fast repair process. Ultimately, the exact time required for the repair goo to repair various types of treasures was uncontrollable and uncalculable for goo cultivators. The right to interpret all these factors belonged to the repair goo itself. It can spit out treasures whenever it wants. There's no use in rushing it. It might even oversleep one day, requiring a long wait for the treasures to appear. For these reasons, while the repairing goo can grant in more treasures, it's not a production machine. Its resource output is extremely limited. This means that when he needs to collect large amounts of materials for refining goo and pills in the future, he'll still need to spend a tremendous amount of time refining treasures to barter with others. His dream of living a life of leisure with just a repairing goo is impossible. This greatly disappointed Long Zhuan. He had thought that with a repairing goo, he could live a life of comfort and ease without ever leaving home, enjoying a life of retirement ahead of time. Now his dream was shattered. The repairing goo's abilities weren't as miraculous as some people imagined. It couldn't instantly create mountains of wealth for him. Perhaps the repairing goo truly had the ability to allow him to live a life of leisure, but only a repairing goo requiring tens of millions of materials could do that. This weakened version, requiring tens of thousands of materials, was far too weak. At this moment, the repairing goo, having repaired too many things, showed signs of exhaustion and refused to eat anything Long Zhuan offered it. Long Zhuan sighed inwardly. Hard work leads to wealth. How can someone so young not work hard? Only by enduring hardship can one rise above others. If you don't endure hardship, how can I have a bright future? Seeing that this repair goo had no ambition, Long Zhuan could only helplessly put it into the breeding bag and let it rest. Chapter 313 The Tragedy of Water Curves. April 29, 2024 Author, Xiang Kangshan, handsome for another 500 years afterwards, Long Zhuan took out another liquid form goo worm, another research achievement of his in the past 4 months. The transformation goo compared to the original face-changing goo, the transformation goo was much larger and heavier. This transformation goo was enough to make any change in the human body's form, even transforming a thin person into a fat person. Long Zhuan threw this transformation goo to his clone beside him. Now that he had something that could perfectly disguise himself, he would follow his previous plan, change his appearance, and hide his identity for a period of time. He couldn't guarantee that he could hide the fact that he had framed Shui Zhuanayin from everyone, so to be on the safe side, he had to hide for a while. But during his disappearance, things on the ship had to be arranged. According to his previous plan, he definitely didn't intend to disband these crew members. The resources required to refine the Calamity Goo were astronomical, and he needed these crew members to go to the Forbidden Sea to earn the wealth for him to refine the Calamity Goo. The wealth of the Forbidden Seas was far too tempting for him. Even without the money-burning machine of goo theft, he would never have let go of this avenue to make money. Furthermore, these crew members knew too many of his secrets, making it even more impossible to simply dismiss them and send them back. He had to keep them firmly under his control, making them work for him. However, since his identity as Long Zhuan was to disappear, he could only fabricate an identity, using a non-existent junior brother to control these people. This wouldn't require too much of his energy. He only needed to occasionally send his clone through the goo hut to make an appearance. After all, he was mostly in seclusion on the ship, diligently working on goo formulas and rarely came out. It was reasonable for his junior brother to be just as reclusive, right? Thus, under Long Zhuan's arrangement, the junior brother, played by his clone, made his grand entrance on the ship. Everyone already knew there was a goo hut on the ship, so neither the sudden appearance nor disappearance of someone would surprise them. Long Zhuan announced that his junior brother would be the next captain, and that he would be returning to land through the goo hut, before vanishing from the ship without a trace. No one suspected anything, and only Dizin knew what was going on. Long Zhuan certainly didn't intend to tell anyone, including Dizin, where he planned to hide next. He only planned to find a deserted island to cultivate in seclusion for a while, waiting for the matter of the repairing worm to calm down before emerging again. 1 month later, Black Sand Islands. The Black Sand Islands are a sea area filled with numerous islands, numbering over 100,000. Countless goo cultivator forces are scattered across these islands. The larger the island, the stronger the goo cultivator forces, the smaller the island, the weaker. Among the 100,000 islands, 10 are the largest, and the goo cultivator forces on them are the strongest. The remaining medium and small islands are all subordinate to one of the large islands, forming a complete tripartite balance. Long Zhuan chose to disembark on a small island in the Black Sand Islands. The reason for choosing this place was that all 10 islands in the Black Sand Islands had teleportation arrays directly connecting to the Central Plains. Traveling to the Central Plains by teleportation array was much faster than by ship. However, he didn't plan to go to the Central Plains immediately. He intended to find a deserted island here and cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, reaching a bottleneck in his spiritual power before heading to the Central Plains to seek an opportunity to break through to the Spirit Sea stage. The island he chose had some mortals, but no goo cultivators, and there was nothing on the island that could threaten him. Long Zhuan randomly found a mountain on the island, used a gravedigger to dig a cave in it, and then protected it with the 5 elements reversal array flags before entering the cave to officially begin his long period of seclusion. Of course, his main body never cultivated. Cultivation was handled by his clone. His main body spent all his time working on the tribulation goo formula, leaving no time for cultivation. Currently, he had completed 20% of the tribulation goo formula, and the completion time was estimated to be over a year. The tribulation goo was special. All the materials used were lightning attribute materials, which were also rare. This effectively eliminated most of the materials in this world, allowing him to deduce the tribulation goo formula extremely quickly. Otherwise, researching a formula with 1,000,000 materials wouldn't have taken him such a short time. That's right, the amount of materials needed for the goo stealing technique was 1,000,000, which was already the lowest he could get. He couldn't lower it any further. How could he possibly refine a goo worm capable of controlling lightning tribulations at such a low cost? Long Zhuan secretly changed his appearance and hid on this small island, thus avoiding the crisis brought by the repair worm to the greatest extent possible. However, what he didn't know was that Shui Zhuanayan, who was taking the blame for him, had been utterly betrayed. Unsurprisingly, news of the repair worm's emergence spread at an astonishing speed, shaking the goo world. Everyone knew that Shui Zhuanayan possessed a repair worm. This also attracted the attention of many greedy individuals, who rushed to hunt down Shui Zhuanayan. Since emerging from the heavenly island ruins, Shui Zhuanayan had suffered countless attacks. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and hadn't slept a single night. Seeing his manpower dwindling and his ship sunk, his heart was bleeding. Meanwhile, on a deserted island in the Black Sand Islands, Shui Zhuanayan roared, his face ashen, at the crowd blocking his way. I didn't take the repair worm? How? You think I'd believe that? All the spirit sea stage cultivators around you are dead. Hand over the repair worm immediately, and I'll spare your life. The leading elder stroked his beard and sneered. Don't waste words with him. Who knows how many more are rushing this way. We must finish this quickly. The repair worm can heal all its own injuries. Don't worry about accidentally injuring it. We'll go all out. An old woman finished speaking and charged towards Shui Zhuanayan, with the elder following closely behind. Behind them, a group of goo cultivators also grinned and charged towards the already exhausted Shui clan goo cultivators. You're courting death. Do you think I've survived this long by luck? A mere spirit sea stage goo cultivator dares to attack me. You're truly courting death, Shui Zhuanayan shouted fiercely, his aura instantly surging, transforming him into a spirit sea stage goo cultivator in an instant, and he charged towards the leading elder. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, not good. He's already broken through to the spirit sea stage? Before he could finish speaking, Shui Zhuanayan lunged forward, her body instantly transforming into water. Ignoring the old man's attack, she severed his head with a single sword strike. Shui Zhuanayan was nothing like a novice goo cultivator who had just broken through to the spirit sea stage. She had easily killed a goo cultivator of the same level. The group behind the old man was terrified and turned to flee. However, how could Shui Zhuanayan let them go? Chase? We can't let a single one escape, or they'll reveal our whereabouts, Shui Zhuanayan shouted, charging towards the fastest-running old woman. The group of Shui clan goo cultivators knew the consequences of letting them escape, so they could only endure their exhaustion and grit their teeth to give chase. After some time, the group of Shui clan goo cultivators sat on the ground, panting heavily. The continuous high-intensity battles had left them utterly exhausted, their bodies were at their limits. However, before they could rest for long, another group descended from the sky in a spirit boat. Despair filled everyone's hearts. I really didn't take the repair worm, Shui Zhuanayan roared in frustration. HMPH. Still being stubborn. If you didn't take it, who did? Don't waste your breath on them. There might be many more rushing here. Let's finish this quickly. The leading man released the aura of a Piku king, ignoring his explanations, and led his men towards him. Seeing a Piku king expert charging towards him, Shui Zhuanayan was utterly hopeless. Sometime later, Island Lord, he committed suicide out of fear of our torture, but we didn't find the repair worm on him. A young man approached the Island Lord and said respectfully. The Island Lord frowned slightly, a look of disappointment on his face. Not on him? Could the intelligence be wrong, and the repair worm isn't on him? An old man stroked his beard and said, 4 months have passed since then. Who knows where he hid the repair worm on the road? He might have secretly taken it back to his family with some men. The Island Lord pondered. You mean the repair worm is now in the hands of the Shui clan? That's not out of the question. It seems that to find this repair worm, we'll have to meet with that Shui clan from the Central Plains. The Island Lord's eyes narrowed. revealing a sinister look. Just then, another flying boat descended from the sky and landed steadily below. The group of goo cultivators on the flying boat jumped off and looked at Shui Zhuanayan's corpse on the ground, then at the island lord. Island Lord Zhu, hand over the repair worm. Don't force me to take action. The leading man released the aura of a Piku king, his threatening intent in his eyes undisguised. Island Master Zhu was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. He immediately roared, I didn't take it, that repair worm was already sent back to the family by this brat. He had already committed suicide when I caught him. Island Master Zhu had a bad feeling in his heart, a bad premonition rising in his mind. HMPH. Still stubborn. Do you really think I'm easy to fool? You killed him, the body is lying on the ground now. If it wasn't you who took it, who else could it be? Since you're so obstinate, then don't blame me for being impolite. The newcomer didn't listen to his explanation at all, and immediately led his men to rush over, the two sides instantly clashing in a melee. Island Master Zhu was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. Not far away, a stream of water slowly seeped from the ground, gradually condensing into a human figure. This water figure's face kept changing, finally settling into the shape of Shui Zhuanayan. Looking at the group of goo cultivators fighting in the melee, Shui Zhuanayan sneered inwardly. Sacrificing a physical body to shift the crisis onto someone else is worth it. Don't blame me, I learned this from that kid. Many forces are rushing here now, completely unaware of who has the repair worm. This chaotic battle is just the beginning. The repair worm will bring even more chaos, and who knows how many people and forces will be drawn into it. This will become a catastrophe, and many people will die in it. The Black Sand Islands are about to change. Shui Zhuanayan's eyes flickered slightly. HMPH. The Patriarch doesn't believe I didn't take the repair worm, otherwise why would I have ended up like this? Now that my physical body is destroyed, I can only search for a perfect body. Hopefully, there are geniuses in the Black Sand Islands who can satisfy me. Shui Zhuanayan made up her mind, finally ceasing to watch the distant battle, and transformed into a stream of water, rushing away into the distance. Chapter 314 Teobeo. April 29, 2024. Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu. By Nian. Today, Xiangxing Island was bustling with activity. Ships of all sizes came and went in the harbor, and the number of goo cultivators on the island was much higher than usual. It was said that Shui Zhuanayan had brought a repairing worm to a nearby deserted island, but Shui Zhuanayan died, and the repairing worm was lost there. As a result, goo cultivators from all sides flocked to this area, frantically searching for the repairing worm's whereabouts. This also led to a significant increase in the flow of people on the surrounding islands, with many unfamiliar figures arriving. Therefore, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walked onto the island, his unfamiliar face not attracting any special attention from the island's goo cultivators. This middle-aged man was Yan's disguised clone. The main body hid in a secluded corner, working on the goo catching method, so the task of collecting goo catching materials naturally fell to the clone. However, unlike before, since the main body cultivated the heavenly demon-splitting divine art, it could now house its divided soul within the clone. In other words, everything the clone saw was synchronized with the main body. The main body, hundreds of miles away, could see everything from the clone's perspective. This was no different from his true form being there in person, since he could control whatever he did. Xiangxing Island was crowded with people and lined with shops. After walking around the island for a while without finding the Jin family's shop, Long Zhuan had to settle for a shop with a sign that read Tingbao Pavilion. He chose this shop because Tingbao Pavilion had 3 floors, making it not only the largest building but also the busiest. Long Zhuan was unfamiliar with everything on the island, so naturally he chose the most popular shop. The first floor of Tingbao Pavilion was quite spacious, filled with wooden shelves overflowing with all sorts of treasures. Many goo cultivators were strolling around the hall, smiling as they selected treasures from the shelves. Some goo cultivators had their eyes on a particular treasure and were haggling with the shopkeepers. Most of the treasures here were spiritual artifacts, but most didn't catch his eye. Only a third-grade alchemy furnace caught his attention. This alchemy furnace was called the Devouring Demon Cauldron, a rather imposing name. What caught his attention about this alchemy furnace was the sign in front of it stating that it could freely change size. This function might not be of much use to other alchemists, but it was incredibly useful to him. His large pot alchemy technique required placing a massive amount of spiritual herbs inside the furnace, so naturally, the larger the furnace, the better. However, Which alchemist in this world could forge such a large furnace? Therefore, he hadn't been able to find a furnace that perfectly met his requirements for years. His current furnace was no longer sufficient, its insufficient size was severely limiting his alchemy output, making a replacement urgent. This furnace, which could freely change size, was exactly what he wanted. With such a magical furnace, he could produce as many pills as he desired in a single batch. He just didn't know the limits of the devouring demon cauldron. It couldn't possibly grow indefinitely. Long Zhuan immediately decided to acquire the devouring demon cauldron at all costs. He then looked at the price tag on the devouring demon cauldron. He discovered it was only 8 million spirit stones. Considering that alchemy furnaces are far more expensive than other types of spiritual artifacts, this price was anything but high. Clearly, what he considered priceless was of little value to others. The ability of the alchemy furnace to change size was practically useless to other alchemists. It might offer some convenience, but it was certainly not a necessity. Since the furnace was so cheap, Long Zhuan didn't bother haggling and immediately traded it with the shopkeeper guarding the shelf. Having tasted success with the devouring demon cauldron, Long Zhuan headed to other shelves, ready to find more bargains. Collecting goo formula materials wasn't urgent, he needed far too many materials and wasn't in a rush. Soon after, Long Zhuan stopped in front of one of the shelves. This shelf was specifically for talismans, displaying various types. One talisman, only half remaining, was placed in the most prominent position. His eyes lit up. This was another opportunity to find a bargain. No matter the type of talisman, if half of its surface is missing, it's definitely unusable. Even a loss of just 1% renders it unusable. Talismans are different from spiritual artifacts. The runes on a talisman are interconnected, and the loss of any single rune renders the entire talisman useless. The fact that a ruined talisman isn't discarded, but instead displayed prominently for sale, speaks volumes about its value. Even with half its surface missing, someone would still want it. However, this talisman is completely unusable to others, possessing only immense research value. But for him, it's different. He possesses the repairing goo, capable of completely repairing this severely damaged talisman. A talisman with such severe damage will undoubtedly fetch a low price. Isn't this a steal for him? This senior has a keen eye, recognizing our treasured possession at a glance. This is undoubtedly the most valuable item in Treasure Pavilion. At that moment, light footsteps sounded behind him, followed by a melodious voice like a nightingale's. Long Zhuan turned around and saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress, adorned with expensive accessories, clearly of noble birth. Seeing the respectful gazes of the surrounding shop assistants, Long Zhuan knew she must be the manager of Treasure Pavilion. A badly damaged talisman, and you call it a most valuable item here? And you call it our treasured possession? Are you trying to inflate the price because you see me lingering on this item? Clearly interested. If I were eyeing another treasure, would you also call it our treasured possession? Long Zhuan said with a smirk. Senior is too kind. Treasure Pavilion has always been transparent with its prices and operates on honesty. There has never been any rumor of us deceiving our customers. Yun Shuiao chuckled, her expression genuine. Don't let the severe damage of this talisman fool you. It is undoubtedly Treasure Pavilion's most valuable treasure. I'm not exaggerating when I say it's the pavilion's most prized possession. Hearing this, Long Zhuan became interested. He could repair the talisman, and he hoped its value would be as high as possible. Are you sure this severely damaged talisman can be so valuable? Even if it's incredibly valuable, it's still damaged and unusable. Calling it the pavilion's most prized possession is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Long Zhuan questioned. If that's what you mean, senior, you must not understand the function of this talisman. I'll explain its function to you, and you'll know whether it's worth it or not. Yun Shuiao picked up the talisman and explained to Long Zhuan with a smile. This talisman is called the 100-mile talisman. It's a heaven-defying talisman from ancient times, costing over 1 billion spirit stones to make, but the method of making it has long been lost in this era. The 100-mile talisman is a consumable talisman. It disappears after one use. Its function is to allow you to escape to a location 100 miles away in an emergency. It's no exaggeration to say that if you are being chased by a Goo King, you only need to use the 100-mile talisman to teleport directly to a location 100 miles away, and the Goo King will have no chance to catch you. Such a distance is well outside the Goo King's soul perception range. Even if he has that speed, he won't be able to find your location again. This is a heaven-defying talisman that allows any Goo cultivator to escape from a Goo King. Don't you think it's worthy of being the treasure of the listening treasure pavilion? Of course, this talisman is now severely damaged, its value reduced by more than tenfold, but it's not completely unusable. This severely damaged 100-mile talisman still possesses the ability to instantly teleport someone 100 miles. However, the teleportation location has changed from directional to unknown. This talisman could potentially teleport someone 100 miles away in the sky, causing them to fall to their death. It could also teleport someone 100 miles underground, causing them to suffocate. It could even teleport someone 100 miles deep into the deep sea or underground magma. These unknown uncertainties could very well lead to the death of the user. It's precisely because this talisman is so dangerous to use that it has remained unsold for so long. Of course, this is only because I've set the price too high. There are quite a few people interested in this item every day. You should understand that a person would only use an expensive 100-mile talisman when certain of death. Although this talisman is dangerous, using it offers at least a glimmer of hope. Without it, death is certain in the hands of the Goo King. Everyone understands such a simple principle. Now, Senior, do you think I'm exaggerating? Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan's interest in the incomplete talisman intensified. If he could cut this treasure into 100 pieces and have the repairing Goo repair them into 100-mile talismans, wouldn't even the Goo King be unable to kill him? 100-mile talismans might be an exaggeration. Repairing such a heaven-defying item costing over $1 billion would undoubtedly take an extremely long time. It might even take a year to repair just one, let alone allow him to repair 1,000 or 800. However, even if the repairing Goo only repaired one of these heaven-defying talismans, it would be enough to save his life in a critical moment. Although his raincoat Goo could also teleport 100 miles, its teleportation wasn't instantaneous. In battle, opponents wouldn't give him a chance to teleport. The raincoat Goo hut simply couldn't allow him to escape in a crisis. But the 100-mile talisman was different. Its teleportation was instantaneous. Even if the Goo King attacked him, he could escape in an emergency, something the raincoat Goo hut could never do. Originally, the plan to steal the Earth Spirit fruit from the Tang family had filled him with apprehension, as he felt the matter was far too dangerous. But now, all his worries vanished. With this talisman, even if the Tang family's Goo King attacked him, he could escape. Therefore, what danger could there be in his trip to the Tang family? He could go without hesitation. Long Zhuan's confidence surged, and he immediately decided that he would acquire the talisman at any cost. Chapter 315 Yun Clan. Do you know any methods to counter Baili Fu? Long Zhuan asked again. He was determined to get to the bottom of this. He needed to know if the Tang family had any means to counter Baili Fu. If, after investigation, the Tang family couldn't counter Baili Fu, then he could go to the Tang family without any worries. Yun Shuaiao patiently explained, the principle behind the 100-mile talisman's ability to instantly teleport 100 miles is by borrowing the power of space. Any means that can imprison space will render the 100-mile talisman ineffective. In other words, anything that can disable teleportation arrays and the Suogu, a type of magical artifact, can disable the teleportation talisman. You don't need to worry about your future enemies having a way to counter the 100-mile talisman. Even if they do, they might not be able to use it in time. The method for making the 100-mile talisman has been lost for countless millennia. This incomplete 100-mile talisman is the only one remaining. Most people don't even know that such a thing as the 100-mile talisman exists in this world. Unless your opponent can predict the future, it's impossible for them to use a space-imposing method to restrict you beforehand. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's confidence in his trip to the Tang family grew even stronger, and he added, I think you'd only accept barter for such a heaven-defying talisman, right? Tell me. What do you want? Yun Shuaiao immediately smiled and said, that's right, of course I wouldn't accept exchanging such a priceless treasure for a pile of useless stones. Since you've taken a liking to the devouring demon cauldron, you must be a third-grade alchemist. I wish to request that you refine a third-grade breakthrough pill for my Yun clan. Do you possess the formula for such a pill, and do you have the ability to refine a third-grade breakthrough pill? Yun Shuaiao looked him in the eye and asked directly. Pills that could be used to break through to the Goo King realm were hundreds of times less available to Goo cultivators at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, and even the wealthy Yun clan couldn't simply buy them. So, despite the treasure pavilion's vast collection, they didn't possess a third-grade breakthrough pill, so she had to ask someone to refine it. Hearing this, Long Zhuan finally understood the woman's background. Now that he was on Shiangxing Island, he needed to find out about the island's power structures. As far as he knew, This medium-sized island had many Gu cultivator families, 5 of which were major clans, but the Yun clan was the most powerful, capable of single-handedly contending with the other 4. Therefore, almost all the island lords of Shianxing Island had come from the Yun clan. This woman must be an important figure in the Yun clan. On the island, he overheard passers-by discussing how a few months ago, the island had been hit by a beast tide, with countless amphibious sea beasts crawling onto the island, causing heavy losses to the various families. Presumably, the Yun family had lost many Gu kings in this beast tide, and their number was severely insufficient, perhaps even insufficient to maintain the Yun family's position on the island. That was why they urgently needed to find a third-grade alchemist to refine breakthrough pills to immediately replenish the number of Gu kings in their clan. Long Zhuan pondered for a moment, then asked, "From what you're saying, does your Yun clan not possess the formula for a grade 3 breakthrough pill?" Yun Shuaiao smiled bitterly. If every power possessed the formula for a grade 3 breakthrough pill, then the number of Gu kings in this world would already be countless. Moreover, my Yun clan is merely a dominant force on a medium-sized island. Compared to the powers on those large islands, we are by no means a major clan, and on a global scale, we are even less significant. My clan actually possessed the formula for a grade 3 breakthrough pill 10 years ago, but one of the ingredients became extinct 10 years ago, rendering the formula completely unusable. Hearing this, Long Zhuan suddenly realized he possessed many grade 3 breakthrough pill formulas, such as the Long Clan Zuan Long pill formula and the Breakthrough King pill formula he learned from the Ling clan. In his many years of Gu cultivation, he had encountered countless opportunities, collected numerous storage bags, and even unearthed several grade 3 breakthrough pill formulas. These formulas would be invaluable experience when he created his own grade 3 breakthrough pill in the future. With so many grade 3 breakthrough pill formulas in his possession, if Yun Shuaiao hadn't reminded him, he would have subconsciously assumed that grade 3 breakthrough pill formulas were quite common. Of course I have grade 3 breakthrough pill formulas, and I'm fully capable of refining them, but you must provide the materials yourself. Let me state beforehand that my grade 3 formula is a unique one, and the materials are somewhat special, requiring a large number of lightning attribute spirit insects as a medicinal guide. Therefore, this pill is called the Thunderclap pill, Long Zhuan said seriously. His ulterior motives weren't hard to guess. He clearly wanted to use the Yun clan, this local power, to quickly collect the materials for his Tribulation Gu formula. The Yun clan, as the number 1 power on Shianxing Island, and with extensive connections on surrounding islands, naturally had the ability to quickly collect the Tribulation Gu formula materials for him. He was quite lazy. With such a powerful force collecting the materials for him, he could simply sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor, saving time and effort. It's only right to prepare the materials yourself. Could you let me see what materials are needed so that my Yun family can prepare as soon as possible? Hearing that this third-grade alchemist agreed to refine the pill, Yun Shuaiao was delighted, but her expression remained unchanged. Long Zhuan didn't stand on ceremony and directly handed her a thick book. Looking at such a thick book, Yun Shuaiao was stunned. What kind of pill formula could be so thick? She curiously took the book and flipped through it as quickly as possible, her lips twitching involuntarily. Good heavens, almost all the materials in this book were various kinds of lightning attribute spirit insects. Why would a pill formula need so many spirit insects? It's true that spirit insects can be used as medicinal guides, but for almost all the materials in a pill formula to be spirit insects is pure nonsense. At this moment, she could see that this person's request for her Yun family to collect pill formula materials was a pretense. He really wanted to use the Yun family to collect the materials for his Gu formula. Yun Shuaiao took a deep breath, but ultimately did not expose him. She didn't care what this third-grade alchemist wanted. As long as he could truly refine a third-grade breakthrough pill for the Yun family, she would believe him even if he used metal materials. The ingredients in this pill formula are very rare. Many are not found on the island. We need to trade with other merchant guilds to obtain them. We need some time to collect all the ingredients in the formula. How about you stay at my Yun family for a while? Yun Shuaiao warmly invited. Then lead the way. Long Zhuan nodded, accepting her invitation. The Yun family. In the conference room, a group of elderly men with gray hair sat together, their expressions full of worry. How is the ancestor's condition? How much longer can he hold on? One of the elders asked anxiously. His injuries can only last him another year at most, an old woman said with a grim expression. This is the last Gu King of our Yun clan. Once our last Gu King is gone, you can all guess what will happen to our Yun clan. We must come up with a plan. Without a Gu King, the Yun clan simply cannot maintain its position on Shianxi Island. Should we stay or leave? Where will we go after we leave? Does anyone have any good suggestions? HMPH, a fierce-looking old man slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Leave my ass. Do you really think those 4 families will let us leave? A few months ago, during the beast tide, those 4 families' Gu Kings pretended to die in the tide, making us bear the brunt of all the sea beasts. That's why almost all of my Yun clan's Gu Kings died. After we finally managed to repel the beast tide, those 4 families' Gu Kings who had supposedly died in the tide miraculously came back to life. Even a fool would know they're bluffing. Their goal is to use the beast tide to severely damage the Yun clan so they can seize our territory on Shianxi Island. Since the feud is already established, why not eliminate them completely and give us a chance to rise again? They're not making a move now because they're wary of our Yun clan's last ancestor. A peak-level Gu King's dying counterattack wouldn't be difficult to replace at least one of the Gu Kings. They just want to wear down our last Gu King, then occupy our Yun clan's territory without any loss a year later. What a clever plan. If we have no other choice, whether we stay or leave, the Yun clan is doomed. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Everyone's face is grim. Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? At worst, we can fight them while our Gu King is still alive. Fighting might severely damage them. Not fighting means certain death, a young man suddenly shouted angrily. Patriarch, don't be reckless. The old woman hurriedly stopped her. Doing this is tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. The beast tide caused us to lose more than just the power of the Gu King. Most of our low-level Gu cultivators were also wiped out in the tide, while the other 4 families' strength remained largely intact. How can we possibly inflict heavy damage on them? The old woman sighed inwardly. This beast tide had caused the Yun clan far too heavy a loss. Even the patriarch and his wife had perished in the calamity. They could only force the patriarch's youngest son to succeed him as the next patriarch. But now it seemed that this young patriarch was young and impetuous, acting without considering the consequences. He was probably not up to the task. Whether handing over the position of patriarch to him would be a blessing or a curse was unknown. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she took out a communication talisman from her storage bag. After seeing the contents of the talisman, her brows immediately relaxed, revealing a look of wild joy. Our Yun clan is saved. That child Shu Iao has somehow found a rank 3 alchemist. This alchemist has the ability to refine rank 3 breakthrough pills. We all need to go out and greet him. The old woman immediately stood up and excitedly ran outside. What? Is this true? Everyone inside was astonished and stood up, their faces filled with elation. Many of them had already reached the bottleneck of the Spirit Sea Peak, needing only a few breakthrough pills to break through to the Gu King realm. If this rank 3 alchemist's alchemy skills were at a normal level, it would be enough for the Yun clan to break through to the Gu King realm within a year. What they currently lacked were Gu Kings. As long as they had enough Gu Kings, all their crises would be resolved. This rank 3 alchemist is a timely reign. The Yun clan is saved. We all need to go out and greet him with the highest honors, and not neglect this important figure. The Yun clan's higher-ranking members swept away their previous worries and left the meeting room, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 316 Innate Spirit Gu, Misfortune Gu. Cultivation knows no time, and before he knew it, Long Zhuan had been in seclusion on this small island for half a year. During this time, he had been hiding in a cave, working on his Gu formula, never leaving the cave even for a moment. He delegated everything to his clones, but each clone carried a wisp of his soul, so he felt everything they did. With a second perspective, Long Zhuan was essentially able to relax and wasn't bored in the cave. Currently, his progress on the Gu formula for the Tribulation Gu was 60%, which was more than halfway complete. His formula already contained 600,000 materials, not 600,000 different materials, of course. A large number of materials were of the same type, piled together. For a particular material, he might need to collect 1,000 or even 10,000 portions. The actual number of terms written on the formula wasn't as many as one might imagine. It's worth mentioning that his clones had already collected all 600,000 materials for him. Through the clone's perspective, he naturally knew how they had collected the materials. The Yun clan Gu cultivators practically worshipped him, giving him whatever he wanted, no matter how outrageous his requests. Many of the materials needed for the Tribulation Gu were extremely rare, impossible to collect in the entire Black Sand Islands. Yet, these Yun clan Gu cultivators had actually traveled thousands of miles to the Central Plains to collect materials for him using the island's teleportation array. He had underestimated the family's strength. He hadn't expected them to actually be able to collect half the materials needed for the Tribulation Gu using the power of their entire clan, which surprised Long Zhuan. Of course, they weren't working for nothing. They received a considerable amount in return. To date, more than 10 of them had broken through to the Gu King realm, all thanks to him. Long Zhuan finally realized that collecting resources for refining breakthrough pills was incredibly profitable. Others might waste dozens of times more materials refining a single breakthrough pill, so the profit margin wasn't as large as imagined. But he was different. He refined one batch at a time, making his profit margin dozens of times that of a normal third-grade alchemist. Refining a third-grade breakthrough pill in this way would be extremely profitable for him, so it wasn't surprising that he collected 600,000 materials in half a year. That day, the sky was filled with wind and rain, with lightning and thunder. It was the rainy season in the Black Sand Islands, and the rain was very frequent. He often heard deafening thunder, interrupting his thoughts. Long Zhuan saw a young man climbing a tall tree, which bore the marks of being struck by lightning and was charred black. At that moment, the lightning in the sky resembled wildly dancing silver snakes, releasing blinding light and deafening thunder. These wildly dancing silver snakes, whether intentionally or unintentionally, all rushed towards the young man at the treetop. One bolt of lightning after another mercilessly struck the young man. The young man looked at the sky with indifferent eyes, letting the continuous lightning strikes hit him, yet he remained unharmed. Long Zhuan's expression finally changed. Such a high frequency of lightning strikes would be unbearable even for him, yet this young man was clearly just an ordinary person. At this moment, he finally understood why the thunder in his ears had been so frequent lately. This wasn't a natural phenomenon at all. The boy had a constitution that attracted lightning, and he would be struck by lightning every time it rained. And since he stayed right next to his cave whenever it rained, it was no wonder the thunder in his ears was so frequent. All the trees on the island were green, except for one black tree, so it wasn't hard to deduce that he always climbed that tree during thunderstorms. That tree had been struck black by lightning. It was also his bad luck that he had chosen such a location near this tree when choosing his cave dwelling. The rainy season wouldn't end for a long time, and if the thunder kept pounding in his ears, how could he concentrate on his Gu formulas? He probably wouldn't even be able to sleep peacefully. Now, Long Zhuan couldn't sit still any longer. Only after the rain stopped and the thunder ceased did Long Zhuan finally move his long unmoved backside and step out of his cave, ready to see what was going on with the boy. Boy, why did you choose this one out of so many trees? Is that fair to it? Does this tree have a grudge against you? The boy who had been struck by lightning had already climbed down from the tree, and it was time for Long Zhuan to approach and ask. Long Zhuan stared intently at him, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure. He had initially thought the boy possessed some kind of lightning-attracting constitution, or had committed some heinous act that had angered both heaven and man, but after closer observation, a thought that made his heart race had formed in his mind. The boy's forehead displayed a progress bar with 7 decimal places on it. Could it be that a mysterious spirit worm with a lifespan of millions of years was parasitizing there? And spirit worms that could attract lightning were few and far between. Long Zhuan now had a wildly exciting guess. This mysterious spirit worm on the boy's forehead was the calamity worm he had been searching for. Legend has it that the calamity worm floats in the air, feeding on lightning, and sometimes parasitizes the bodies of passing humans. During thunderstorms, the calamity worm attracts lightning from the sky and devours it. The reason the boy was unharmed despite being struck by lightning was precisely because of this. All the lightning had been consumed by the calamity insects, so it naturally wouldn't harm him. Long Zhuan couldn't help but sigh. It was truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it fall into your lap effortlessly. He had thought he'd never see calamity insects in his entire life, but he'd collected them in just 6 months. His luck was simply unbeatable. It was all fate. Facing Long Zhuan's question, the boy glanced at him and replied indifferently, "It's nothing. The reason I only chose this one tree is simply to avoid accidentally harming more people." Hearing this, Long Zhuan became interested and asked with a smile, "You actually care about the lives of the other villagers? Do you know they all treat you like a monster, usually keeping their distance? The other children your age in the village ostracize and isolate you, right?" You've suffered countless scorns and bullying in this village. Do you really care about their lives? Although Long Zhuan hadn't witnessed the villagers bullying him, he didn't think he was wrong. Human nature doesn't change, no matter where you are. When a boy who is frequently struck by lightning appears in a village, he will inevitably be regarded as a monster by all the villagers. How could he be treated like a normal person? The fact that the boy was not driven away or burned by the villagers is already a testament to their kindness. It is also rare that the boy has not turned evil so far. It's not their fault. Anyone who appears near me is at risk of being struck by lightning. That's how my parents died. If I were them, I would stay far away from this monster too, the boy said sadly. Hearing this, Long Zhuan nodded inwardly. This boy's character is indeed rare. What a kind and simple boy. Seeing your kindness, I will grant you a great fortune. Actually, you are not a monster. You just have a strange disease called lightning-attracting disease, and I am a divine doctor who happens to know how to cure this disease. Seeing your kindness, I will treat you for free. Come with me. After Long Zhuan finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the cave. Are you serious? You can really cure my disease? The boy's indifferent face showed a rare look of excitement, and he hurriedly followed. Seeing that the young man had indeed followed, Long Zhuan's lips curled into a smile, thinking to himself that this young man was indeed easy to fool. In the eyes of Gu cultivators, being parasitized by a powerful insect was not a misfortune, but rather a blessing from heaven. All Gu cultivators would love to be parasitized by a powerful spirit insect or Gu insect. This young man possessed such a great opportunity yet was unaware of it. Putting aside everything else, by parasitizing such a calamity insect and drawing upon the power of natural lightning, he would already be invincible simply by cultivating a lightning attribute technique. However, now this young man's opportunity was his. Opportunity always favors the prepared. Central Plains, the Zhou clan. In the study of the Zhou clan patriarch Zhuayu, you did a good job this time. Originally, the family was hesitant about which Gu formula to refine with tens of millions of materials, but you brought back a set of materials for Shadow Pupil, so the family no longer needs to worry. There aren't many Gu worms stronger than Shadow Pupil. Once Shadow Pupil is produced, our Zhou clan will easily dominate the Central Plains. Zhu Yuan, the head of the Zhou clan, looked at the Gu formula on the table with burning eyes and ambitious words. His tone suggested that even with only one set of materials, the Gu would be 100% successful. Even the god of gamblers with perfect luck wouldn't have this confidence. Uncle, can this method really make a Gu formula with 70 million materials succeed in one go? Isn't it a bit too cruel? Zhuayu frowned slightly, showing a look of reluctance. The Zhou clan had produced a once-in-a-millennium genius, but few people knew that she was born with a heaven-defying Gu worm called the Misfortune Gu. This Gu was one of the 10 innate spiritual Gu, and its ability was to absorb the luck of those around it. By gathering the luck of those around her, the success rate of anything she did would be 100%. Even the success rate for refining a Gu with 70 million materials is 100%. A person with this ability can easily refine a horde of Gu worms with millions of materials. Furthermore, they will break through any bottlenecks, find money on the street, encounter opportunities everywhere they go. And even a random stone can hide an ancient tomb. Any danger they encounter in an ancient tomb can be easily resolved by their luck. Anyone who wants to kill them, even a Gu king, will inexplicably die. A person with this innate spiritual Gu is practically immortal. They cannot die no matter what, and can cultivate smoothly until they reach a level sufficient for longevity. Such exaggerated luck is something even the god of gamblers with maxed out luck doesn't possess. Because while his luck has a maximum limit, the luck that the Misfortune Gu can absorb is limitless. A fully developed Misfortune Gu can even absorb the luck of everyone in an entire region for its own use. Compared to this level of luck, the god of gamblers' luck is utterly insignificant. Chapter 317 Devouring Heaven World, Toad becomes a Gu. 2024-05-02 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian. However, every advantage has its disadvantage, even the most powerful Gu worm has its flaws. Why is this Gu worm called the Misfortune Gu instead of the Luck Gu? It's because its abilities are ineffective against strangers in the early stages. It only grows stronger by absorbing the luck of those close to it. Luck doesn't appear out of thin air. The Misfortune Gu simply gathers the luck of others into itself through plunder. This leads to a consequence. Its host has extremely incredible luck, while those related to the host have extremely bad luck. When a person's luck becomes bad enough, it brings misfortune. They might be hit by a goo king on the street or choked to death while eating. Therefore, those who possess this goo worm will bring death to their parents, siblings, and relatives. Everyone close to the owner of the misfortune goo will die a terrible death. Those parasitized by the misfortune goo bring misfortune to their relatives and friends. This is why this goo worm is called the misfortune goo. Unfortunately, all innate spirit goo are intangible and invisible, completely imperceptible to their hosts. Those infected with the curse goo are unaware that their existence will bring misfortune to their family and friends, nor that they will cause the deaths of all those close to them. Therefore, their lives will be filled with tragedy, a life lived in constant pain. Only the family's higher-ups know that Zujuj possesses the curse goo, but they are keeping it a secret from her. Under the family's arrangement, she has made many friends, is the darling of the family, and has many brothers and sisters, living a happy life. Many, including her parents, are aware of this game. They are all actors in this game, the entire clan playing along. To refine a goo worm requiring tens of millions of materials, many clan members will become sacrifices in this plan. From birth, Zujuj's fate has been arranged by her parents. Those around her wear false masks. She has lived in a false world since childhood, all her knowledge and understanding being erroneous. Her life is filled with deception, and the day she learns the truth is destined to be one of unbearable agony. Zuyu felt sorry for Zujuj. This plan was far too cruel for her. If someone experiences too much separation and death, too much suffering, they will eventually break down and turn to the dark side. She couldn't even imagine the consequences if such a terrifying person were to turn evil. Faced with Zuyu's words, Zuyuan's expression remained unchanged, his heart as hard as stone. This plan is the great revival of our clan. Whether our clan can rise depends entirely on the success of this plan. Sacrificing a small number of people for the collective benefit is entirely worthwhile. Only when the clan is strong can we avoid more sacrifices. If the clan is not strong enough, more people will die. Don't have any sympathy for her. The others die, but she benefits. It is because many people in the clan are willing to die for the great revival of our clan that she has gained invincible power. She should thank us. The clan is doing this for her own good. A look of madness appeared in Zhu Yuan's eyes as he added, she hasn't accumulated enough luck yet. She may not be able to refine the shadow eye with 100% success. She still needs to plunder the luck of more people. Go and call her here now. I want to arrange for her to enter the Holy Gu Academy. Upon hearing this, Zuyu's pupils shrank. But in the end, she didn't say anything more, nodded, and withdrew. Not long after, Zuyu entered a warmly decorated courtyard. Seeing the little girl sitting on a beautiful woman's lap, acting spoiled, she sighed inwardly. The little girl was adorable, lively and energetic at that age. She seemed happy, but little did she know the tragedies that lay ahead. Juj, the patriarch is calling you, she finally spoke, shattering this heartwarming scene. Mother, so what if I failed to refine the goo a few dozen times? I promise I'll succeed for you on the first try. I'll be right back, wait for me. The little girl waved her little fist at the beautiful woman, smiled sweetly, and finally jumped off her lap, running out of the courtyard. 6 months later, in a small cave, Long Zhuan smiled broadly, holding a huge toad, stroking it lovingly. This toad had a peculiar appearance. Its back was sky blue, and its lower abdomen was earthy brown. The right eyelid bore the imprint of the sun, and its right pupil reflected the sun's light. The left eyelid bore the imprint of the moon, and its left pupil reflected the moon's light. He had no idea how those two marks had formed, only marveling at the wonders of nature, capable of giving birth to such wondrous creatures. This strangely shaped toad was the devouring world toad. The precious energy could accelerate the devouring world toad's transformation into goo. Even with so many heaven-defying treasures, it had taken Long Zhuan a year and a half to successfully refine the goo. He was practically wilting from waiting. Today, the devouring world toad had finally become a goo, and Long Zhuan was overjoyed. He gave the devouring world toad a resounding name. Since its left eye was the moon and its right eye the sun, and the sun and moon together symbolized brightness, Long Zhuan simply named it Aming, Great Bright. After quickly establishing a blood pact with Daming, Long Zhuan's consciousness stirred, and he eagerly rushed into the enormous space within its body. Daming's terrifying aspect lay in its vast internal space, capable of sustaining any living being. Furthermore, this enormous space would grow indefinitely by absorbing the precious energy released from treasures. Daming's size would also increase indefinitely based on the number of treasures within its body after using its giant transformation technique. The more treasures within Daming's body, the stronger it becomes. Its upper limit is entirely related to its master's wealth. Longzhuan possesses a plethora of heaven-defined spiritual herbs, including several divine trees with unique attributes in the world. Few can match his wealth, making Daming's choice to follow him a wise one. Upon entering the space within Daming's body, Longzhuan was greeted by a landscape of lush, verdant spiritual herbs. These herbs were originally transplanted from the Western herb garden into the world tree seed. However, the world tree seed was needed as a material for refining goo. He simply didn't have time to move so many herbs out, assuming they wouldn't be damaged during the goo refining process, so he left them untouched. But as a precaution, he still transplanted the most precious heaven-grade and earth-grade herbs out. Now it seems that the goo refining process indeed didn't damage anything within the world tree seed. Not only were the herbs intact, but even the surrounding terrain remained completely undamaged. Even the enormous lake remained intact, the golden dragonfish swimming within conspicuously visible. However, this world tree seed space had lost its original wooden inner walls, leaving only emptiness. Longzhuan stood on a massive floating island, beneath which lay an endless abyss of darkness. Sunlight streamed down from the sky, seemingly emanating from the sun's mark on Daming's eyelids, thus preventing the chaotic void from appearing dim. Longzhuan pondered. In this way, the devouring world toad's expansion from consuming treasure energy likely only affected the space itself, not the soil. Soil, being matter, couldn't defy the law of conservation of mass and infinitely expand. To expand the land area, he needed to create floating islands within this space. Forming a second floating island here wouldn't be difficult. If Daming was large enough, it could simply swallow an island. It could even devour a spiritual vein, a spiritual mountain, a spirit stone mine, or a metal mine. Or it could swallow the spiritual spring in the far west, water and land alike. In the future, he plans to gradually build a paradise with all kinds of floating islands. Various types of spiritual mountains are his primary targets for future collection. Novels often mention protagonists throwing spiritual mountains to injure people. Perhaps Daming can do the same. Daming could also spit out one spiritual mountain after another to smash people. That scene would be terrifying. Any enemy facing such a terrifying attack would have a headache. As the number of spiritual mountains within Daming increases, both its internal space and its own size will become infinitely large. Longzhuan revealed an expectant look, and an ambition slowly grew in his heart. However, it's too early to consider consuming those things now. Daming probably can't grow to that size yet. Longzhuan decided to collect rare spiritual herb seeds on a large scale, frantically expanding the herb garden area to provide Daming with a continuous supply of precious energy. The biggest difference between Daming and the three-legged golden toad is that Daming can absorb the precious energy of living beings. Storing living beings within its body is Daming's advantage, and Longzhuan certainly wouldn't fail to make good use of it. This is the key to surpassing the three-legged golden toad in terms of potential. After Longzhuan sent his clone to retransplant the most precious spiritual herbs into the space within Daming's body, he finally left. With a heaven-mending tree, world tree, soul-nourishing wood, those divine-level spiritual herbs transplanted into its body, the space within Daming would undoubtedly expand rapidly to an unbelievable extent. Furthermore, it could directly complete its transformation into a spirit goo. It was only because Longzhuan's current cultivation level was too low, suppressing its level, that it could have transformed 3 times in a row after consuming these divine trees, instantly becoming a strange goo. In other words, this was Longzhuan's most worry-free goo. He wouldn't need to spend time preparing its future transformation items. The devouring world toad transformed by consuming the most top-tier treasures, and Longzhuan had no shortage of such things. After leaving the herb garden, Longzhuan quickly began packing up his cave, preparing to leave. After a year of arduous cultivation, he had successfully reached a bottleneck in his spiritual power cultivation. He planned to immediately go to the Central Plains to find the Earth Spirit fruit from the 10 family. Then, using the Earth Spirit fruit as the main ingredient, he would research and develop the Earth Spirit pill, and finally, with the assistance of the Earth Spirit pill, achieve a breakthrough. Whether he could break through to the Spirit Sea stage as soon as possible depended entirely on the success of this trip. However, plans are often subject to change. Originally, he had planned to go together with Tizin. But something happened on the Divine Dragon ship, and they had been out of contact for a long time. The goo huts there were also disabled. Longzhuan had no idea what had happened there, so he had to go to the 10 family alone. He couldn't wait for Dizin. The ripening of the Earth Spirit fruit had a set time limit, and going early or late wouldn't make a difference. The ripening period for the Earth Spirit fruit was now down to only 1 month. Once that time was over, the Earth Spirit fruit would be picked, and there would be no chance for him. Since something had happened to Dizin, he had to rely on himself. It was the 100-mile talisman that gave him confidence. With the 100-mile talisman, he could escape easily even if he was being chased by the Goo King. Theoretically, he really had no risk on this trip. Otherwise, without Dizin's help, he really might not have had the courage to risk going to the 10 family alone. Thinking of the 100-mile talisman, Long Zhuan felt a slight pain in his teeth. The repair goo had the ability to repair the 100-mile talisman, and in the end, it was indeed successfully repaired. However, in a year, it had only repaired 100-mile talisman. Long Zhuan was practically spitting blood, seriously suspecting that it had been slacking off and hadn't been working hard at all. He knew that repairing goo and other heaven-defying items would take a long time, but this was far too long. 100-mile talisman was far too few. He was destined to use it only once during his trip to the 10 family. He had to be extremely cautious. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Departure 2024-05-02 Author, Xiangkangshan Zaishua Iwubei Nian. After Long Zhuan left, he boarded a ship and headed towards Zhu Island. Zhu Island was one of the 10 islands of the Black Sand Archipelago, and it had a teleportation array leading to the Central Plains. All 10 islands had teleportation arrays leading to the Central Plains, but only Zhu Island was the closest to him, and he could only go to Zhu Island. At the speed of his Azure Dragon, it would only take him 10 days to reach Zhu Island. The Azure Dragon was his backup ship, a high-quality replica of the Divine Dragon. Given his cautious nature, he would definitely worry about what would happen if the Divine Dragon sank at sea, in which case only a backup ship could save his life. The shipwreck salvaged in the Death Sea was too large, and the high-grade shipbuilding materials on it were plentiful, which could fully support him in building several more backup ships. With that multi-armed monster Dizin around, he didn't spend much time building the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon was exactly the same as the Divine Dragon, and its performance was also exactly the same. The only difference is the bow. The dragon head on the bow of the Azure Dragon is designed in the shape of the Azure Dragon Xiao Qing, hence the name Azure Dragon. Xiangxing Island, it was already late at night. A year had passed since Long Zhuan's clone, now a third-grade alchemist, moved into the Yun clan. In that year, the Yun clan had sold off everything they owned, finally gathering all the materials for the Tribulation Goo formula. That's right, Long Zhuan had completed the Tribulation Goo formula to 100%, and the Yun clan had used all the resources to collect all the materials for him. However, while they helped Long Zhuan gather the materials, they themselves became impoverished, selling off all their clan assets, and everyone in the clan was living on a tight budget. But this was an effect they deliberately created. The 4 families on the island were already encroaching on the Yun clan's assets, and the Yun clan had to sell off a large amount of their own property to buy time. What the Yun clan needed now was time. With a large number of breakthrough pills, the more time they had, the more Goo Kings they could break through to. Prematurely clashing with the other 4 families would be unwise. Therefore, to lull them into a false sense of security, the Yun family consistently feigned weakness, retreating only when the other families advanced. They even deliberately released some assets, causing conflict among the other 4 families over the division of spoils. In their view, the lost assets were only temporary. Once the other 4 families were eliminated, not only would all the assets be recovered, but they could also seize even more. Thus, through the Yun family's deliberate delay, they managed to gain a year of peaceful development. A year later, the Yun family's patriarch finally succumbed to his injuries and died suddenly, prompting widespread mourning. Upon hearing of the death of the Yun family's last Goo King, the other 4 families could no longer contain themselves and launched a joint night attack on the Yun family, intending to wipe them out of the island that very night. At this moment, Long Zhuan was sound asleep in a luxurious room when he suddenly heard the sounds of fierce fighting outside. Shouts and screams filled the air, and flames blazed outside the window. He was immediately awakened, sitting up abruptly, all sleepiness gone. What happened? Why is it so chaotic outside? Long Zhuan hurriedly dressed and ran outside, only to see flames everywhere and fighting breaking out all around. Using the far-sightedness of his heavenly eye, he could roughly make out the situation and his expression turned strange. Were the other 4 major clans on this island crazy? When the Yun clan only had 1 dying Gu King, they didn't attack. Now that the Yun clan had more than 20 Gu Kings, they were howling and charging in. Were they courting death? In his view, the 4 Gu Kings who had stormed into the Yun clan looked completely bewildered. They were probably still wondering where these Yun clan Gu Kings had come from, and how so many had suddenly appeared. Now, the Yun clan had 1.5 times more Gu Kings than them, and the battle between Gu Kings could become a 2-on-1 fight. How could they possibly win? Moreover, the Yun clan's peak Gu King had already risen from the dead, while the other 4 clans didn't have a single peak Gu King, making their chances even slimmer. Their intrusion was a tragedy. In Long Zhuan's view, their defeat was only a matter of time. This chaotic battle was already a foregone conclusion. Long Zhuan shook his head helplessly, silently mourning for the pitiful Gu Kings. Since the Yun clan was now in chaos and no one cared about him anymore, this was the perfect opportunity to leave. Long Zhuan glanced around, found the most chaotic spot, and stealthily headed in that direction. 10 months later, Zhu Island. Zhu Island was one of the 10 major islands of the Black Sand Archipelago. The island was dominated by the Zhu clan, hence its name. The Zhu clan, controlling a large island, was considered one of the 10 overlords of the Black Sand Archipelago, with surrounding islands of all sizes subservient to them. The Zhu clan was a behemoth in the Black Sand Archipelago, possessing countless Gu Kings and Gu cultivators at their disposal. However, the Zhu clan had faced considerable trouble in the past year. They were suspected of having seized the repairing worm, putting them in a precarious position. Finally, on this day, the Zhu clan was attacked by a mysterious and powerful force, plunging the island into chaos. Long Zhuan, arriving aboard the Azure Dragon, jumped onto the island and was stunned to see smoke and the sounds of fighting. What's going on? Xianxing Island is fighting, and here too. Why today of all days? Is he just unlucky? Long Zhuan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately became anxious, rushing towards the teleportation array on the island that led to the central plains. He could only pray that the array was still usable, otherwise, he'd be in big trouble. Although there were 10 teleportation arrays connecting the Black Sand Islands to the central plains, Zhu Island was the closest to him. If the teleportation array in the Black Sand Islands was unusable due to the war, he would not only have wasted these 10 days, but also spend even more time traveling to other large islands with teleportation arrays. He simply didn't have that much time. He had already wasted 10 days, and there were only 20 days left until the Earth Spirit fruit ripened. If he wasted more time traveling to other large islands, he wouldn't have time to go to the 10 family, and his plan to find the Earth Spirit fruit there would definitely be ruined. Long Zhuan cursed inwardly. Plans really do change faster than reality, and any kind of unexpected event could happen. Zhu Island hadn't had a war for hundreds of years, but of all days, a war broke out today. What a coincidence. Long Zhuan, his face ashen, ran towards the Zhu clan's teleportation hall on the island. Upon arriving, his expression darkened. A crowd had gathered outside the hall, shouting and cursing. Seeing this, the teleportation array had most likely malfunctioned. What happened? Was the teleportation array destroyed by the forces attacking the island? Long Zhuan grabbed a passerby and asked. His brows were furrowed. When he entered Zhu City, the city's protective array was clearly broken, allowing him to enter without hindrance. However, the attacking enemies only slaughtered the Zhu clan's Gu cultivators, not those of other clans on the island. Under these circumstances, it couldn't be ruled out that the teleportation array had been destroyed by that mysterious force. The teleportation array was far too expensive to build, so that force didn't bother destroying it. They just killed all the Zhu clan Gu cultivators guarding this place and stole all the teleportation talismans. You should understand, without teleportation talismans, whoever enters the array dies. This teleportation array seems intact, but it's practically broken. No one can teleport to the distant central plains without a talisman. Now everyone's crammed here and can't get through. I wonder if that mysterious force will target us after wiping out the Zhu clan. It's driving me crazy. The passerby sighed. You mean the Zhu clan couldn't hold out and will be wiped out today? Long Zhuan asked in surprise. The Zhu clan was no weakling. They were one of the 10 overlords of the Black Sand Islands, controlling countless small and medium-sized islands, capable of mobilizing an immense number of Gu cultivators. For such a behemoth to be destroyed today? It was truly unimaginable. There's always someone stronger. There are far too many forces in this world stronger than the Zhu family. This mysterious force is clearly not a local power, it comes from a much wider area, and its number of Gu kings is much greater. The city's protective array has already been breached in less than a day. Do you think the Zhu family still has a chance to hold out? The Zhu family is definitely going to be wiped out today. Hearing this, Long Zhuan glanced at the battlefield. Sure enough, the Zhu family's Gu cultivators were at a significant disadvantage and didn't seem likely to last long. He wasn't sure if this force, after wiping out the Zhu family's Gu cultivators, would target the other non-Zhu family Gu cultivators on the island, or even massacre the entire island. A sense of urgency washed over him. He knew he couldn't stay here any longer and had to leave as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Long Zhuan squeezed into the teleportation hall. His powerful physical strength knocked over countless people, leaving a trail of angry curses behind him. It was true that the teleportation array couldn't transport anyone else, but that didn't include him. The reason others had to carry teleportation talismans to enter the array was because the greater the distance of spatial teleportation, the greater the spatial pressure on the body. Human flesh and blood simply cannot withstand such immense spatial pressure, which is why teleportation talismans are needed to counteract it. But Long Zhuan was truly unafraid of spatial pressure. His tardigrades were renowned for their pressure resistance. Tardigrades could even withstand the terrifying water pressure that could deform steel. Confident in his physical strength, and protected by both the tardigrade Gu and the heavenly dream soul armor, teleporting to the central plains without a talisman was no problem for him. Of course, this was only because Zhu Island wasn't that far from the central plains. If it were a distance as far as the central region, even Long Zhuan would have to think twice before teleporting without a talisman. After quickly rushing into the teleportation hall, Long Zhuan was astonished to find that quite a few people were planning to teleport without talismans. One handsome young man suddenly transformed into a puddle of water and disappeared into the teleportation array. Presumably, water could withstand pressure. This young man, passing through the teleportation array in water form, probably wouldn't be crushed by the spatial pressure. Upon seeing this person, Long Zhuan's pupils immediately contracted. The ability to transform into liquid form was Shui Zhuanayan's signature ability, so he instinctively thought of Shui Zhuanayan. Were there many Gu cultivators with the ability to transform into liquid? This person's appearance was clearly not Shui Zhuanayan's. Either he was Shui Zhuanayan in disguise, or he had possessed a body. Of course, the possibility that this person wasn't Shui Zhuanayan at all couldn't be ruled out, although that possibility was low. The ability to transform into liquid was an invincible skill. Those who possessed it were basically invincible among their peers. It wasn't something anyone could simply acquire. There were definitely very few people in the world with this ability. At this extremely urgent moment, Long Zhuan didn't bother guessing who he was and directly followed him into the teleportation array, disappearing from sight. After he entered the teleportation array, it immediately lost its luster. The teleportation array stopped operating, and the light screen in the door frame also disappeared. Each activation of the teleportation array required a massive amount of energy. Clearly, when Long Zhuan entered the teleportation array, its energy was completely depleted. He became the last person to enter the teleportation array, leaving everyone else behind. At this moment, the teleportation hall was filled with angry curses. Chapter 319 First Encounter with Zhu Jinuj. May 3, 2024 Author, Xiangkangshen Shui Wu by Nian. After emerging from the teleportation array, Long Zhuan looked around and, finding no one nearby, quickly walked away. He headed straight for Qingshan City, where the Ten family was located. Qingshan City belonged to the Huayu Empire, about 10 days' journey away, which he could reach at full speed. He learned from these in that the Huayu Empire and the Longtang Empire were at war, and Qingshan City was short of troops, with most of its Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators and Gu kings being drawn away. The Ten family currently had no Gu kings left to guard it, and not many Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators either, which was a golden opportunity for him. Otherwise, even with a bunch of Gu kings guarding the Ten family, he would never dare to risk going there. Long Zhuan traveled at full speed, and after about an hour, he suddenly sensed movement underground. His expression changed, and without thinking, he instinctively dodged to the side. Just then, A pool of water seeped from the ground, slowly coalescing into the figure of a young man, who looked at Long Zhuan with a cold smile. Not bad reaction. You've been following me since Zoo Island. What is your intention? The young man questioned first. That's an interesting question. The road isn't yours to roam. I can't just go wherever I want. If you're so capable, try going in a different direction, and I promise I won't follow you. Long Zhuan looked at the young man thoughtfully. This man possessed the aura of a peak marrow cleansing cultivator. If he was traveling with him, he was probably also after the 10 families Earth Spirit fruit. The sudden appearance of such a strong competitor was not good news for him. It seemed the 10 families' weakened state due to the war had created an opportunity for many greedy individuals. There were probably more than just this young man among the goo cultivators preparing to take advantage of the situation. Perhaps several other groups were also planning to infiltrate the 10 family to steal the Earth Spirit fruit. Especially those impoverished rogue cultivators whose lifespans are about to run out, who can't afford breakthrough pills, might actually risk going to the 10 family. This group could very well become a variable, greatly increasing the difficulty for him to obtain the Earth Spirit fruit. The young man's lips curled into a smile. Since you weren't following me, then we're on the same path, right? Judging from your peak marrow cleansing realm, you must also be eyeing the 10 families Earth Spirit fruit. There are definitely more than just the two of us eyeing the 10 families Earth Spirit fruit. I also happen to need a helper. How about we cooperate? We'll not only join forces against the enemy, but also share intelligence, and we'll split the final spoils equally. What do you say? The young man smiled at Long Zhuan. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Long Zhuan said with a wry smile. I can't share information with you. I only know that the war between the Radiant Moon Empire and the Dragon Ascension Empire has led to the withdrawal of all the Goo Kings from Green Mountain City. Even most of the Spirit Sea Stage Goo cultivators have been transferred away, leaving very few at the 10 family. I'm sure you know this news, otherwise you would never dare to go to the 10 family to steal the fruit. Long Zhuan wasn't lying. The intelligence was all with Dizin. That was all he knew. Unfortunately, Dizin had an accident and couldn't come, leaving him with very little information about the 10 family. He could only go to the 10 family and see how things went. The lack of information would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of stealing the fruit, which was unavoidable. This news is common knowledge, isn't it? Saying it is the same as not saying anything. Fine. To show my sincerity, I'm willing to share information with you. However, as a condition for the exchange, I need you to help me kill someone, and this person will definitely go to the 10 family. A sharp killing intent suddenly flashed in the young man's eyes. Who do you want to kill? If it's someone particularly troublesome, I'll have to think about it, Long Zhuan asked instinctively. I need your help to kill someone named Long Zhuan. Don't worry, I'll be the main attacker, you just need to assist me. Just because you managed to dodge my attack, I'm certain your skills are extraordinary. That's why I'm seeking your cooperation. If you can dodge my attack, you can definitely dodge his. He can't kill you. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's expression turned strange. Asking him to kill himself? This was utterly ridiculous. To find an assassin and still manage to target the person directly, this Shui Zhuanayan was quite something. No need to think, this person must be Shui Zhuanayan. What kind of deep-seated grudge could he hold against him? All he did was make him take the blame. Was it really necessary? Long Zhuan was, of course, disguised, which is why Shui Zhuanayan didn't recognize him, leading to this huge blunder. How could Long Zhuan not be disguised? The Zhu family had just been wiped out by a mysterious force, meaning the effects of the repair worms were still ongoing. He wouldn't dare appear as Long Zhuan during this time, not even if he had 100 lives. Are you so sure that Long Zhuan will definitely come to the 10 family? Long Zhuan asked curiously. His plan to go to the 10 family was unknown to anyone except Dizin. How did Shui Zhuanayan know? HMPH. I wouldn't say 100%, but it's probably 80-90% certain. I've fought him before, and I know he has the 10 absolute physique, and those with the 10 absolute physique have bottlenecks as solid as a rock. They can't break through with normal breakthrough pills. He can only break through using the most potent breakthrough treasures, and in this place, the Earth Spirit fruit is his only option. Unless he doesn't want to break through, he will definitely come to the 10 family to find an opportunity. Shui Zhuanayan's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke with hatred. He hated this person to the core. If it weren't for this person's treachery, he wouldn't have had to destroy a body at the Spirit Sea stage, forcing him to find another body to break through again. and all his valuables were on the dead corpse. He couldn't buy any more second-grade breakthrough pills and had to risk coming to the Ten family. This Long Zhuan had really screwed him over. How could he not hate him? Of course, this was only one reason. The biggest reason was that he couldn't forget the repair worm on Long Zhuan's body. He was one of the few people who knew about the repair worm on Long Zhuan. If given the chance, he would definitely snatch it. Alright, then I'll join forces with you to kill that Long Zhuan. Don't worry, with me here, that Long Zhuan is doomed. Now can you tell me what information you have? Long Zhuan asked again. No matter what you do, information is crucial. The more detailed your understanding of the Ten family, the higher the success rate of stealing the Earth Spirit fruit. He had no way to collect information about the Ten family before, but now that he had someone who knew the Ten family well, he would definitely take this opportunity to familiarize himself with the Ten family's situation. Seeing that this person agreed to kill Long Zhuan, Shui Zhuanayan smiled. With such an expert helping him, he really didn't believe that he couldn't kill Long Zhuan this time. This is a map of the Ten family. Memorize the terrain first, we'll talk about the rest on the way. Shui Zhuanayan tossed a map to Long Zhuan and turned to walk forward again. Half a month later, Qingshan City. As soon as Long Zhuan and his companion arrived at the city gate, they saw a group of Gu cultivators dressed in blue rushing out. The group looked anxious, and 5 Gu cultivators radiating the aura of the Spirit Sea stage stood out, leading the charge. From the information he'd gathered from Shui Zhuanayan, Long Zhuan knew these were the clothes worn by 10 clan Gu cultivators. Many large families wore uniform clothing, such as the Long clan, whose clothes were generally black embroidered with dragons, the number of dragon claws symbolizing the person's status within the clan. 10 clan Gu cultivators, on the other hand, generally wore blue robes with clusters of clouds on them, the number of clouds symbolizing status. Therefore, Long Zhuan easily recognized that the group rushing out were undoubtedly 10 clan Gu cultivators. Long Zhuan pondered, why were these 10 clan Gu cultivators rushing out of the city at this time, looking so anxious? The 10 clan experts, of all times, chose this sensitive day to anxiously leave the city, which increasingly suggested they were being lured away. It seemed they weren't the only ones eyeing the 10 family's Earth Spirit fruit. Someone had already begun their operation, attempting to use a diversionary tactic to draw the 10 family's limited protective forces out of the city. And now, it appeared the diversionary tactic had succeeded. The 10 family's sudden appearance of 5 Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators undoubtedly greatly reduced the difficulty for the two to steal the fruit. This unexpected turn of events was certainly a good thing for them. Shui Zhuanayan glanced in the direction the group had gone and said, judging from where they went, they're probably heading to the North City mining area. It seems something's happened at the 10 family's North City mining area. A playful smile appeared on Shui Zhuanayan's lips. Looks like someone's using a diversionary tactic against the 10 family. This is getting more and more interesting. Just as I predicted, the 10 family's protective forces are weak, and many will take advantage of this to covet the Earth Spirit fruit. Let's go into the city too. Shui Zhuanayan ignored the group and quickly headed into the city. Long Zhuan followed closely behind, but he memorized the appearances and builds of the 5 10 family Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators. Soon after, the two arrived at the 10 family's gate. The 10 family was extremely lively, decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, and filled with auspicious characters. Guests were constantly coming and going, and laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. Long Zhuan had already learned from Shui Zhuanayan that the 10 family was going to form a marriage alliance with a powerful Lin family, and that the 10 family's eldest son and a beautiful Gu cultivator from the Lin family would be getting married today. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by the scene before him. A long queue had already formed in front of the 10 family's gate, each person carrying a gift. These were all Gu cultivators from various clans who had come to attend the wedding banquet. Each family presented a congratulatory gift, and the 10 clan Gu cultivators guarding the gate would loudly announce it. Wu Dan, the patriarch of the Wu family, presents a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Long Zhuan heard this announcement as soon as he arrived. He thought to himself, with the 10 clan Gu cultivators shouting so loudly, probably no one would dare to offer something cheap as a gift. HMPH. With so many people coming, the 10 family will definitely have to allocate a large number of manpower to entertain these distinguished guests, and the manpower guard in the secret area will certainly be insufficient. Why did they have to get married today of all times? It's truly heaven's help. Shui Zhuanayan sneered and quickly walked forward. He didn't queue, going directly to the 10-clan goo cultivator collecting the gifts, and said arrogantly, "Shui clan, present a top-grade spiritual weapon, the crescent blade." With that, he placed a curved blade on the tray in the 10-clan goo cultivator's hand. This knife belonged to the original owner, but he used a sword, not a knife, so he simply used the original owner's knife as a congratulatory gift without any hesitation. Originally, everyone, from the 10-clan goo cultivators to the guests behind them, would have loudly reprimanded someone for cutting in line. But upon hearing that the person was from the Shui clan, everyone fell silent. Even the 10-clan goo cultivator receiving the gift stopped his rant. The 10-clan was only a large clan in Qingshan City. In the entire Central Plains, they were insignificant. The Shui clan, on the other hand, was a renowned clan throughout the Central Plains. Apart from the royal families of various countries, few forces in the entire Central Plains could rival the Shui clan. Compared to the 10-clan, the Shui clan was like heaven and earth. How could the 10-clan easily offend them? Large clans had privileges, not queuing was no problem, and those who cut in line wouldn't complain. Upon hearing that a Shui clan goo cultivator had arrived, all the 10-clan goo cultivators were startled, but quickly revealed expressions of joy. The fact that the powerful Shui clan could send someone to the 10-clan's wedding banquet was a huge honor for the 10-clan. How could they not be excited? Shui clan. Congratulations on receiving a top-grade spiritual artifact, the 10-clan goo cultivator shouted excitedly. All eyes instantly turned to Shui Zhuanayan. Shui Zhuanayan sighed inwardly. He knew that being too high profile would hinder his actions. But he had no choice. He knew the Shui clan best, and only by using their identity could he avoid being exposed. He couldn't go home now and could only occasionally borrow the Shui clan's identity. After presenting his gift, Shui Zhuanayan didn't linger and walked directly into the house. Long Zhuan, shamelessly saying together, followed closely behind. The 10-clan goo cultivator actually believed him and didn't stop him. Long Zhuan didn't have to pay a gift and could get a free meal. Upon hearing that a goo cultivator from the Shui clan had arrived, the 10-clan head immediately showed excitement. He hurriedly tossed aside a distinguished guest he was talking to and rushed over to greet him. However, just as he was about to reach Shui Zhuanayan, another excited shout rang out at the entrance. Zujij, the number one genius of the Zhu clan. Congratulations on receiving a top-grade goo worm, the 100 poison goo. With this shout, everyone was shocked and turned their attention back to the 10-clan. The Zhu clan was a powerful clan on par with the Shui clan. Unlike the Shui clan, the Zhu clan's main branch was in the Huai Empire, and its influence here was far greater than that of the Shui clan. Everyone was truly surprised that the 10 family had such influence that they could even invite someone from the Zhu clan. What exactly was the relationship between the Tang and Zhu clans? Just now, someone from the Shui clan had come to offer congratulations, and now someone from the Zhu clan had also arrived. Was the 10 clan about to rise to prominence? They had actually made connections with so many super clans. Many guests began to show uncertain expressions, scrutinizing their relationship with the 10 family. The 10 family patriarch's face was beaming with smiles. Having such a distinguished guest at the 10 family's wedding banquet made him incredibly proud. He immediately stopped walking towards Shui Zhuanayan and quickly headed for the entrance. In the Radiant Moon Empire, the Zhu family's influence far surpassed that of the Shui family. He knew exactly which was more powerful. At the entrance, a tall woman held a little girl's hand, head held high, a smug look on her face. This was a new friend she'd made at the academy, tricked into attending her brother's wedding banquet by her own persuasion. This top genius of the Zhu family was indeed impressive, unleashing a top-grade goo worm right off the bat. She felt incredibly honored. She had truly given the 10 family face today. At this moment, Long Zhuan and Shui Zhuanayan also turned around, subconsciously glancing in that direction. Long Zhuan clicked his tongue, tisk, to actually give a top-grade goo worm as a gift. What a generous gesture. Do they think top-grade goo worms are free? Shui Zhuanayan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the small figure. Thankfully, it wasn't someone he knew. If it had been that woman, Zhuayu, it would have been truly troublesome. The Zhu family couldn't possibly be related to the 10 family. That little girl is naive. She was probably tricked by the woman beside her, giving away a top-grade goo worm right off the bat. She's really generous. Why didn't she give me one? I even wanted to be friends with her, Shui Zhuanayan said bitterly. He was no longer the powerful young master Shui from the Jingtao ship. He had lost many top-grade goo worms in battle, and now he desperately needed more. Chapter 320 Dragon Profound 6th. 2024-05-04 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu by Nian Longzhuan looked at the little girl with a solemn gaze. Judging from her appearance, she should be less than 10 years old, yet she was already at the peak of the marrow cleansing stage. What did she eat to grow up like that? Don't look at her. That little girl is a monster. Her cultivation speed is unmatched in the entire Central Plains. She is the darling of heaven. According to the original plan, I will search the east, and you will search the west. Whoever finds the location of the Earth Spirit Tree first, immediately notify the other party with a communication talisman. Don't even think about finding the Earth Spirit Tree first and keeping it for yourself. The location of the Earth Spirit Tree is protected by an array. Only a certain key can open the barrier, and only I can find that key. Also, the Earth Spirit Tree grows underground, so it must be hidden in some secret room. Check each room carefully. After Shui Zhuanayan informed Longzhuan with soul transmission, she headed west. After noticing Shui Zhuanayan's figure disappear into the crowd, Longzhuan withdrew his gaze. He did not act immediately. Why would he need to search every room if he wanted to find something? Longzhuan used his cheat ability to scan the ground and quickly found an infinitely large symbol in a certain place, confirming that it was undoubtedly the Earth Spirit Tree. He didn't go there immediately. Finding the Earth Spirit Tree so quickly was too exaggerated, and besides, he needed to make some preparations first. However, just as Longzhuan was about to withdraw his gaze, his pupils suddenly contracted. He actually saw a progress bar with 4 decimal places above the head of an old man. This meant that this person's lifespan exceeded 1,000 years, and once a Gu cultivator's lifespan exceeded 1,000 years, he was often a Gu king. Longzhuan immediately gasped. Good heavens, the intelligence was wrong. It was said that the Ten family no longer had a Gu king, but it turned out that the Ten family was still hiding a great Gu king. Longzhuan's eyes darted around, but in the end, he didn't choose to give up this operation. At worst, this Gu king would immediately tear up the 100-mile talisman and escape after rushing over. He had a way out. He had just checked, there was no formation that prohibited space here, and the 100-mile talisman would definitely not fail here. Next, Longzhuan began preparing for his escape plan. Leaving silently would be ideal, but in case of unforeseen circumstances and being hunted by 10 clan Gu cultivators, he needed a backup plan to evade pursuit. Although he possessed a 100-mile talisman that allowed him to escape instantly, the time cost of creating it was too high, so he would avoid using it if possible. Longzhuan's first thought was to possess the ability to transform into a 10 clan Gu cultivator at any time. If the Tang family fell into chaos, transforming into a 10 clan Gu cultivator would undoubtedly make escape easier. He could change his appearance and physique at will. What he lacked was the exclusive clothing of 10 clan Gu cultivators. 10 clan Gu cultivators wore uniform clothing, which couldn't be purchased outside. But with everyone wearing the same clothes, wouldn't it be easier to be taken advantage of? Longzhuan quickly came up with a plan, pretending to bump into a 10 clan Spirit C-stage Gu cultivator. Rip. He accidentally tore off a corner of the 10 clan Spirit C-stage Gu cultivator's clothing. The 10 clan Spirit C-stage Gu cultivator was about to erupt in anger, but upon seeing that this person was one of the 2 from the Shui clan, he immediately swallowed his words and forced a friendly smile. Are you alright? I'm fine. Longzhuan waved his hand. I drank too much just now, I'm really sorry. Your clothes are torn, aren't they? How about I buy you a new one? Forget it, it's just a piece of clothing. It's not worth much? Where's your companion? The 10 clan Spirit C-stage Gu cultivator asked again. He had diarrhea. I'll go to the toilet to look for him. I won't talk to you anymore. Longzhuan made up an excuse and immediately withdrew. The 10 clan Spirit C-stage Gu cultivator didn't say anything more and turned to leave. He had just casually started a conversation. He wasn't curious about where a stranger was. After Longzhuan walked to a corner, he threw the torn piece of clothing into the insect breeding bag and ordered the repair Gu to repair it quickly. Clothes are an ordinary thing. The repair Gu should not need to repair a piece of clothing for long. As he expected, the repairing Gu repaired the most ordinary item, clothing, in no time. Before long, the repairing Gu had repaired a set of clothes specifically worn by 10 clan Spirit C-stage Gu cultivators, exactly the same as the clothes the other person had worn. Even the oil stains on the clothes were perfectly restored. It was a miracle. After indulging in feasting for a while longer, Longzhuan finally wiped his mouth and headed towards the direction where the infinite space appeared. There was a conspicuous coordinate in his field of vision. If he still couldn't find the secret chamber, he'd be truly foolish. He searched the rooms around the coordinate and soon discovered a secret passage in one of them. This passage was hidden behind a painting on the wall, well concealed, but ultimately couldn't escape his sharp eyes. As expected, entering this passage would soon lead to the earth spirit tree hidden underground. Long Zhuan smiled slightly. He didn't immediately enter the secret passage. Without a doubt, this important clan location was guarded. There was definitely more than one 10-clan Gu cultivator hiding inside. Long Zhuan didn't act rashly and immediately sent a communication talisman to Shui Zhuanayan. While Long Zhuan was indulging in food and drink outside, Shui Zhuanayan was suffering. He had searched countless rooms, his forehead already covered in sweat, but he still hadn't found the location of the earth spirit tree. Just as he was becoming increasingly anxious, he suddenly noticed something amiss in his storage bag. His expression brightened instantly, and he quickly transformed into a body of water, diving towards Long Zhuan's location. Following the clues in the communication talisman, he soon found the room where Long Zhuan was hiding. After transforming from liquid to human form, he immediately asked excitedly via soul transmission, "You found the secret chamber hiding the earth spirit tree?" Long Zhuan nodded and replied via soul transmission as well, "The secret passage is behind that painting on the wall, but opening the door to that secret passage will likely make a sound, and I'm worried it might alert the people inside. Furthermore, I'm unsure if any of the Gu cultivators guarding the earth spirit tree are spirit C-stage Gu cultivators, so I didn't dare to act rashly." Shui Zhuanayan lifted the painting on the wall and indeed discovered a hidden door, her eyes lighting up immediately. "You can rest assured. I've already investigated how many spirit C-stage Gu cultivators and Gu kings the 10 family has, and I remember all their faces. 5 spirit C-stage Gu cultivators from the 10 family were just lured away, and the remaining spirit C-stage Gu cultivators have all appeared at the banquet. There's absolutely no way there are any more spirit C-stage Gu cultivators guarding this place." Hearing this, Long Zhuan didn't let his guard down. The plan was that the 10 family wouldn't have any more Gu kings left to guard it, but what happened? Even with his extensive knowledge of the Central Plains, Shui Zhuanayan still had oversights. "You wait here. Dealing with the guardians of the earth spirit tree isn't difficult, the challenge is preventing them from warning the outside world. A warning is only a matter of moments, leave all these people to me. I have a way to eliminate them silently." Shui Zhuanayan was now worried that Long Zhuan's clumsiness might ruin everything, and he planned to act alone. However, Long Zhuan was equally uneasy. Even if there were many people inside, his calamity poison goo would kill them all silently with a single release of its poison gas, leaving no chance to warn. And Shui Zhuanayan was alone. Was he really capable of handling so many people simultaneously, preventing them from even warning? However, before Long Zhuan could speak, Shui Zhuanayan had already liquefied, flowing into the crack of the secret passage door and disappearing. Long Zhuan had just been pondering how to open the door without making a sound, yet Shui Zhuanayan had solved it so easily. Long Zhuan couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of this ability. It was incredibly convenient for stealing or gathering intelligence. Not long after, Long Zhuan sensed with his soul power that the auras of all the guardians below had disappeared, and there was no chaos outside. He knew that Shui Zhuanayan had succeeded. Shui Zhuanayan had indeed single-handedly and silently eliminated everyone. Without hesitation, Long Zhuan immediately used his frost fire to burn a hole in the door of the secret chamber and rushed inside. After passing through a narrow passage, he quickly arrived at a huge secret chamber. Lying in the chamber were the corpses of 4 10-clan marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivators, each corpse already desiccated, as if all the moisture in their bodies had been instantly drained. Clearly Shui Zhuanayan's doing. He clearly didn't have many top-grade Gu worms left, yet he could still instantly kill 4 Gu cultivators of the same level, which was somewhat unexpected for Long Zhuan. In the middle of the 4 desiccated corpses, a brownish-yellow spirit tree stood out. The 3 fruits on the spirit tree instantly attracted Long Zhuan's full attention. Clearly, they had arrived a step too late. Most of the spirit fruits on the tree had already been picked by the 10 family, leaving only 3. Damn it! How could they be so fast? Shui Zhuanayan cursed angrily. Only 3 spirit fruits remained. After dividing them equally, there would be almost nothing left. How could he be satisfied? But it was too late. He could only accept his bad luck. He took out a jade pendant engraved with the character 10 from his robes and placed it in a groove. The barrier trapping the spirit tree finally disappeared. Longzhuan curiously glanced at the jade pendant, wondering where he had stolen it. He had the ability to transform into water at will, penetrating seamlessly and easily, so stealing the key to open the barrier seemed quite easy. There are 3 spirit fruits here, and there are only 2 of us. After dividing them equally, there will be 1 left. How do you plan to divide it? Shui Zhuanayan turned to look at Longzhuan, narrowing his eyes, not immediately picking any more fruit. This was a situation where unequal distribution was likely. According to their previous agreement, the spirit fruits were to be divided equally between them. However, an unexpected turn of events has occurred. A large number of earth spirit fruits have been picked by the 10 clan's Gu cultivators, leaving only 3. If there were many earth spirit fruits, even if the number was odd, Shui Zhuanayan wouldn't mind giving 1 away. But now there are only 3. If he gives 1 away, he'll only have 1 left. Who can be confident that they can break through with just 1 earth spirit fruit? Shui Zhuanayan doesn't dare to gamble, so he absolutely doesn't want to give up the 3rd earth spirit fruit easily. Longzhuan saw the meaning in Shui Zhuanayan's eyes and knew that he had no intention of giving up the 3rd earth spirit fruit. If this matter isn't handled well, the 2 might clash here. Just as Longzhuan was formulating his explanation, he was suddenly startled. In his line of sight, he saw a large group of cultivators rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Longzhuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat, realizing something was wrong. Another group of people eyeing the earth spirit fruits had entered. This group was probably the same ones who had used the diversionary tactic against the 10 clan. The reason he believed this group was another group preparing to steal the earth spirit fruits, rather than the 10 clan Gu cultivators who had sensed something was wrong and rushed down, was simple. Their progress indicators showed over 95%, meaning they were close to death. A group nearing the end of their lifespan wouldn't be afraid of death, they would risk coming here to break through and extend their lifespan. Longzhuan sighed inwardly, realizing that accidents could happen anywhere. There was only one path out. Once this group entered, he and Shui Zhuanayan would be completely trapped inside, with nowhere to run. A conflict with this group was a minor concern. The real danger was that the commotion from the fight would attract a large number of 10 clan Gu cultivators, which would be fatal. At this moment, the group had already surged into the secret passage. Longzhuan didn't have time to think further. In his desperation, a mischievous idea suddenly flashed into his mind. He immediately shouted, "All the earth spirit fruits are yours, I only want 1. With that, Longzhuan beckoned to one of the earth spirit fruits. Guided by the power of his soul, the earth spirit fruit fell from the tree and flew rapidly towards him. Shui Zhuanayan glanced at him in surprise. Why was he shouting so loudly all of a sudden? What was wrong with him? But at least he knew what was good for him. If he didn't intend to give up that earth spirit fruit, he wouldn't mind having another dried up corpse on the ground. Shui Zhuanayan sneered inwardly and immediately walked to the earth spirit tree, smiling as he picked the last 2 earth spirit fruits. Just then, a group of old men rushed in anxiously. Seeing the uninvited guests who had suddenly barged in, Shui Zhuanayan was stunned. He was still in the posture of picking the fruit. Longzhuan immediately shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The leading old man glanced at Longzhuan. He had just heard someone inside shout that all the earth spirit fruits were his, and he only wanted 1. Judging from the tone of his voice, it was clearly this person who had said that. In other words, he only had 1 earth spirit fruit, and the rest were in the hands of another person? He then looked at Shui Zhuanayan, who was still in a fruit-picking posture, and revealed an ugly smile. The branch has 36 breaks, so it must have yielded 36 earth spirit fruits. It's a bit excessive for you to take 35 by yourself. You can't possibly use that many. Shared profits. There are 30 of us brothers in total. How about we each take 1? The rest are all yours. Shui Zhuanayan's expression froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. This group clearly didn't know that the earth spirit tree only had 3 earth spirit fruits left. They thought they had picked them all. This misunderstanding was huge. He hurriedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, everyone. When I came, there were only 3 earth spirit fruits here. The rest had already been taken by the 10 clan. Even if you kill me, I can't conjure up more than 30 earth spirit fruits for you." However, no one believed his explanation. The elder at the head of the group revealed a grim face and said sternly, "Are you trying to fool me? Do you think I'm stupid? There were only the 2 of you here just now. You think I'd believe you if you said there were only a few? There are 36 broken pieces on the tree. So there must be 36 earth spirit fruits. One shouldn't be too greedy. If you don't hand over the extra earth spirit fruits today, don't even think about leaving here. I don't mind making a big scene so that outsiders can hear. At worst, we'll fight to the death. We're all old bones nearing our graves anyway. Without earth spirit fruits, we'll surely die. What else do we have to worry about? The elder at the head of the group revealed a crazed look, as if he wouldn't give up until Shui Zhuanayan handed over 30 earth spirit fruits. Shui Zhuanayan was immediately at a loss. Where was he going to get 30 earth spirit fruits for them? The elder at the head of the group's threat was clear. If they didn't give him the earth spirit fruits, they would start a fight, with no possibility of compromise. He was precisely under this threat. He wasn't afraid of clashing with this group, but he feared that a large-scale battle would attract the attention of those above, which would be fatal. At that point, no one here could escape. These dying men were unwilling to compromise, and he couldn't possibly produce that many earth spirit fruits. This had become an intractable deadlock. Shui Zhuanayan was extremely anxious. Chapter 321 Unexpected Events 2024-05-04 Author, Xiangkangshan Zai Shui Wu Bai Ni and I really only took 2 earth spirit fruits. What do I have to say for you to believe me? Shui Zhuanayan was extremely anxious. This was not a place to linger. The longer he delayed, the greater the chance of being discovered. He truly didn't want to continue this stalemate. Still being stubborn. You're determined not to care about the lives of us brothers. The leading elder clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. I'll ask you one last question. Are you going to hand them over or not? Shui Zhuanayan felt an urge to vomit blood. At this moment, Long Zhuan quietly watched the show. His plan was shrewd. He had deliberately omitted the total number of earth spirit fruits on the tree, making these people misunderstand that Shui Zhuanayan had taken 35. In this way, if a conflict broke out, everyone would surround Shui Zhuanayan, and no one would pay attention to him. When the melee ensued, Shui Zhuanayan would bear all the firepower, allowing him to escape unscathed. These elders would most likely ignore him. At most, 1 or 2 might attack him, but it wouldn't affect him at all. I swear to my inner demons. I only took 2 earth spirit fruits. If I took even 1 more, may I die a horrible death and never be reincarnated. Are you satisfied now? Forced into a corner, Shui Zhuanayan had no choice but to grit his teeth and swear a poisonous oath. Swearing an oath to one's inner demons has a certain binding force. Breaking it will trigger the inner demons, making breakthroughs more difficult. Of course, this move has significant limitations. It doesn't work on everyone. The more demonic a person is, the more likely they are to ignore the effects of breaking the oath. However, Long Zhuan wouldn't let him resolve this predicament. If these people truly knew there were only 3 earth spirit fruits in total, there wouldn't be enough for everyone, and he would inevitably be surrounded and attacked. So he immediately took out his most potent goo worm and placed it on his shoulder, saying helplessly, Brother Shui, let's just admit it. You should understand that we can't get out of here without handing over 30 earth spirit fruits. People have to learn to let go. Contentment brings happiness. Anyway, I'm content with just 1 earth spirit fruit. With that, Long Zhuan shook his head and walked away, completely ignoring the bewildered Shui Zhuanayan behind him. He knew that doing this would definitely expose his identity. Shui Zhuanayan, unless she was stupid, would definitely recognize him as Long Zhuan. But so be it. His transformation goo could change her appearance at any time. At worst, he could just change his identity again, ensuring Shui Zhuanayan wouldn't recognize him the next time they met. Damn it, so stubborn. I think you really think we're fools, you miser. Would it kill you to share some earth spirit fruit with us? Don't be so selfish. Since you don't care about the lives of us old folks, then don't blame us for being impolite. Attack together. We'll take it from his corpse. The leading old man was furious. Seeing that this man was so unyielding, he finally lost all patience and charged fiercely at Shui Zhuanayan. The other old men were also enraged, ignoring Long Zhuan and charging towards Shui Zhuanayan with ferocious expressions. Just as Long Zhuan had predicted, Shui Zhuanayan attracted all the firepower, and no one attacked him. He smiled and calmly left the secret chamber, letting those behind him fight to the death. Damn your ancestor Long Zhuan. You'll die a horrible death. Shui Zhuanayan's voice, almost exploding with rage, came from behind. He had been tricked by that damned honesty goo again. At this moment, he could no longer fail to recognize that the man who had been calling him brother on the road was none other than Long Zhuan, the very person he had been trying to kill. He had been thoroughly deceived. The thought of joining forces with him to kill Long Zhuan filled him with rage and shame, making him almost vomit blood. When had he ever been so thoroughly fooled? However, he had no time to chase after his mortal enemy who had already escaped. He was currently surrounded by 30 Gu cultivators of the same level. Long Zhuan, that cunning fellow, had easily escaped. He was in deep trouble today. After exiting the secret passage, Long Zhuan smirked, changed into the clothes of a 10-clan Gu cultivator, transforming into the appearance of a 10-clan Spirit C-stage Gu cultivator, and then left with a flourish. The plan was perfect. He could save on a 100-mile talisman. Meanwhile, inside the secret chamber, Shui Zhuanayan was in grave danger under the siege of a group of peak marrow cleansing experts. He had lost a large number of top-grade Gu worms after his death, severely damaging his combat strength. He was no longer the Shui Zhuanayan of the past. At his peak, he would not have taken these 30 people seriously. But he was no match for the siege of 30 peak stage marrow cleansing Gu cultivators. Boy, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the earth spirit fruits, the leading elder shouted angrily, his eyes red. I don't have any, Shui Zhuanayan retorted furiously. Still talking back. Tell me, should I believe you are the trust Gu? Since you value wealth over life, then leave your life here. I'd like to see just how stubborn you can be. The leading elder's expression hardened, and he intensified his attack on Shui Zhuanayan. Shui Zhuanayan was in grave danger under his frenzied assault. He was extremely anxious, knowing that this matter was impossible to explain. A major battle here could attract the attention of those above, and if it dragged on, even if he wasn't killed by these people, he would be killed by the 10-clan Gu cultivators outside. Finally, his eyes hardened, he gritted his teeth, and threw out both earth spirit fruits he had just obtained. The appearance of the two earth spirit fruits, unsurprisingly, caused chaos among the crowd. The sudden appearance of the earth spirit fruits caused most people to instinctively reach for them, thus neglecting the attack on Shui Zhuanayan. As a result, a gap appeared in the encirclement surrounding him, and he seized this rare opportunity to escape. In his desperate attempt to escape danger, he even abandoned the two earth spirit fruits he had just acquired, risking everything. However, unexpected events occurred, and despite sacrificing his life for wealth, he still couldn't escape the perilous situation. The one who snatched the earth spirit fruits was a black-robed elder known for his speed. He single-handedly grabbed both fruits and even killed one of his companions. Ha ha ha, the earth spirit fruits are incredibly potent. 2 are enough for my breakthrough. You guys have fun here, I'm taking my leave. With that, the black-robed elder tore apart a talisman. And with a special fluctuation, he vanished into thin air. However, in the instant he disappeared, he threw a small metal ball towards the earth spirit tree. The small metal sphere exploded instantly upon hitting the ground, the deafening sound shaking the entire chamber and sending sand and gravel raining down. The earth spirit tree at the epicenter of the blast was completely incinerated, leaving not a single branch behind. Damn it! Seeing this, Shui Zhuanayan's face turned pale. Such a commotion was loud enough for anyone above to hear, putting those still inside in serious trouble. This person had already obtained the earth spirit fruit and escaped, yet he still chose to destroy someone else's earth spirit tree, harming himself without any benefit. What was he after? What good did this do him? Just for amusement? He was willing to waste an expensive heaven-shaking thunderbolt to satisfy his twisted urges? Not only was he destroying the 10 family's foundation, but he was also ruining everyone here. Such a selfish and harmful person deserved to die. Shui Zhuanayan clenched his fists, nearly driven mad with rage. Chapter 322 The Cunning Water Cirrus. 2024-05-04 Author, Xiang Kangshan, handsome for 500 years. Boom, a loud bang suddenly came from behind, and the entire ground shook violently. Long Zhuan was startled. What were they doing? How could they make such a commotion? Anyone who wasn't deaf could hear it. Unsurprisingly, the earth-shaking roar startled all the 10-clan Gu cultivators, and the entire Tang family was thrown into chaos. The hidden Great Gu King also reacted to the sound, his powerful soul force instantly enveloping the 10 family. Then, the Gu King took flight, quickly flying out of Qingshan City. Watching the Gu King's departing figure, Long Zhuan seemed thoughtful. He had just sensed special fluctuations. It seemed someone had used a 100-mile talisman to teleport away from the secret chamber. No, this was definitely not a 100-mile talisman. It might be a replica, or something similar. Long Zhuan's expression turned strange. Could the commotion just now have been created by this person? After all, anyone still here, unless they were stupid, wouldn't resort to such a loud attack. Only the person who just left was so reckless. In this way, he truly harmed others without benefiting himself. He left and then dragged those behind him down with him. However, he harmed both himself and others. He could have left safely, but he insisted on doing unnecessary things, causing the 10 Clans Gu King to be alerted. His imitation 100-mile talisman probably had a limited teleportation range and couldn't escape the Gu King's perception range. The reason the 10 Clans Gu King ran out of the city was most likely to chase him. After all, in this situation, the 10 Clans Gu King would definitely chase the fastest runner first. Those who hadn't escaped yet could be dealt with by the rest of the family. How could that insidious villain outrun a Gu King? He'd better pray for himself now. Long Zhuan silently mourned for him and hurriedly headed in the opposite direction from the 10 Clans Gu King. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the 10 family. Everyone at the banquet was stunned, stopping their chopsticks and looking in the direction from which the sound came. The 10 family patriarch looked in the direction of the explosion, his face turning pale, and he swayed precariously. Damn it! The Earth Spirit Tree is in trouble. Everyone, hurry and go help. The 10 family patriarch no longer cared about entertaining the distinguished guest from the Zhu clan, and hurriedly led all the Zhu clan Gu cultivators towards the explosion. The guests at the banquet, eager to watch the spectacle, put down their chopsticks and followed. Many guests now showed schadenfreude. The flames were enormous, and the 10 family's prized Earth Spirit Tree was undoubtedly destroyed. Many who couldn't bear to see others succeed were overjoyed. Meanwhile, the Gu cultivators in the secret chamber were stunned. Looking at the Earth Spirit Tree, completely consumed by flames, everyone's faces darkened. What is he doing? What benefit does he gain from this? This is a huge problem. Everyone break out immediately, escape as many as you can, the leading elder roared angrily, no longer caring about chasing Shui Zhuanayan, and frantically ran outside. The others also turned pale, running out in panic. Many had despair in their eyes. Everyone understood that escape was no longer a matter of chance. The group of Gu cultivators quickly rushed out of the secret chamber. Then tacitly split into different directions to flee. How many would escape today was entirely up to fate. The 10 clan patriarch, leading his clansmen, arrived close behind. Seeing that the secret chamber hiding the Earth Spirit Tree had collapsed, the pit ablaze with flames, and the tree clearly beyond saving, the 10 clan patriarch's eyes widened in fury, and he nearly fainted. He staggered backward, only managing to stay upright with the support of his clansmen. His finger trembled as he pointed at the fleeing crowd, roaring furiously, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Don't let a single one escape." The 10 clan Gu cultivators, their eyes bloodshot, charged forward like madmen even before their patriarch's command. The Earth Spirit Tree was their clan's sacred tree, crucial to their destiny. With the destruction of the sacred tree, the number of Spirit Sea Stage Gu cultivators in the 10 family will inevitably decrease significantly in the future. With fewer Spirit Sea Stage Gu cultivators, the probability of a Gu King appearing will naturally decrease greatly. Over time, the 10 family's strength will inevitably weaken, and they might even fall out of the top 5 clans of Qingshan City. How could all the 10 clan Gu cultivators not be furious? This is cutting off their roots, severing their clan's fate. They wish they could tear these petty thieves to pieces. A large number of 10 clan Gu cultivators rushed to hunt down the elderly Gu cultivators who had already fled. Some of these elderly Gu cultivators were lucky enough to have a group of marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivators trailing behind them, while others were unlucky enough to have a Spirit Sea Stage Gu cultivator trailing them. Those who were unlucky were basically out of luck. How could a normal marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivator escape the relentless pursuit of a Spirit Sea Stage Gu cultivator? Of course, there was one even unluckier one, who had a Gu King trailing behind him. In the crowd, a handsome, pale-faced youth, his eyes gleaming, watched the group of escapees. Suddenly, he said to Zhu Jinuj beside him, "Junior sister, aren't you about to break through to the Spirit Sea Stage? These thieves must be carrying Earth Spirit fruits. I'll go and snatch one for you as a gift from your senior brother." With that, the youth chose a thief who wasn't being chased by any Spirit Sea Stage Gu cultivators and quickly gave chase. No, Zhu Jinuj reached out to stop him, but it was too late. The youth had already run far away. She wanted to say that she never encountered any bottlenecks in her breakthroughs and didn't need any breakthrough treasures. But her senior brother was leaving in such a hurry, She could only pray that nothing happened to him and that he could complete his mission successfully. Meanwhile, the old man at the head of the group, knowing he couldn't escape the 10 clan Gu cultivators' pursuit, steeled himself and decided to take a hostage to escape. He instinctively rushed towards the seemingly harmless Zujuj in the crowd. From what he'd overheard, he knew this little girl was from the Zhu clan. He thought that once he kidnapped the little girl from the Zhu clan, the 10 clan, fearing the power of the Zhu clan, would dare not act rashly and would have no choice but to release him obediently. However, his plan was far from reality. For some reason, as a Gu cultivator, he inexplicably twisted his ankle at this moment, and fell to the ground in pain. The enraged head of the 10 clan immediately caught up with him and crushed his head with a furious stomp. Thus the leader of the old men's group was the first to be killed. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing that the few remaining Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators of the 10 clan had gone to chase others, Shui Zhuanayan was overjoyed and quickly quickened his pace. Sure enough, as he expected, the Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators of the 10 clan would only chase the fastest runner first, and whoever ran the fastest would be the first to suffer. So he was cunning. Although he was the first to run out, he should have been the fastest. However, he kept dawdling, allowing the group of elderly men with unsteady legs behind him to overtake him. Those who ran the fastest were all targeted by the Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators of the 10 clan. It would take them time to kill the others and then chase after him, which would be his chance to escape. Shui Zhuanayan sneered inwardly. Those 10 clan Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators were afraid someone would escape, so they prioritized killing the fastest ones. Little did they know that the fastest one was clearly him. Although the Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators were fast at killing and could catch him quickly, the time he gained was enough. There was a river not far from the Tang family compound. If he transformed into water and jumped into the river, the water would become his camouflage, and even if those Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators exhausted themselves, they wouldn't be able to catch him again. There were actually some fools chasing him, and their speed wasn't slower than his. Shui Zhuanayan turned his head, glancing at the person behind him, his gaze sharpening. There were 8 marrow-cleansing stage Gu cultivators chasing him, but in reality, there was only one. He was cunning. Before entering the secret chamber, he had already arranged for 7 clones outside to provide backup. These 7 clones were all dressed in the clothes of a 10 clan marrow-cleansing stage Gu cultivator, disguising themselves as such. These arrangements proved extremely effective. When he fled, he decisively ordered these 7 10 clan marrow-cleansing stage Gu cultivators to pursue him. Seeing that 7 peak marrow-cleansing stage Gu cultivators were chasing him, the other 10 clan Gu cultivators, unsurprisingly, stopped their pursuit and turned to chase others. The plan was perfect. All the 10 clan Gu cultivators had fallen for it. With no pursuers behind him, he could jump into the river without hindrance. However, what he hadn't expected was that a foreign Gu cultivator would interfere, chasing after him alone, truly courting death. Shui Zhuanayan revealed a sinister smile, preparing to deal with this suicidal individual first, otherwise, this person attacking him from behind with ranged abilities would ultimately be troublesome. He immediately stopped and turned to look at the approaching figure. The handsome, pale-faced youth behind him stopped when he saw him stop, a smirk playing on his lips, and he too stopped. He was about to utter a few words when the 7 10 clan Gu cultivators at the marrow-cleansing stage simultaneously thrust their swords at him. He was terrified, completely unprepared for the sudden attack from the 10 clan Gu cultivators. The sneak attack was too sudden. He was caught entirely off guard. In desperation, he could only grab the swords thrusting from his left and right, blood flowing from his palms. At this point, he could no longer defend against the swords from the other directions. 5 swords successfully pierced his body, one of them piercing his heart from behind. With his vital organs pierced, his life force began to rapidly ebb away. The youth slowly lowered his head, looking at the sword that had pierced his heart, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even now, he couldn't believe why the 10 clan Gu cultivators had suddenly attacked him. It wasn't until the 7 10 clan Gu cultivators suddenly transformed into the form of Shui Zhuanayan, all sneering at him, that he finally understood. It turned out that the one chasing him wasn't a 10 clan Gu cultivator, but his own clone. Everyone had been completely fooled by him. How cunning. But clearly, he knew this too late. 5 swords were pulled from his body, and he fell straight to the ground. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, unable to close them in peace. He never imagined he would die in such a place. His death was utterly unjust, After easily dealing with this person, Shui Jianyan picked up his storage bag and quickly left. He didn't utter a single word before or after the battle. He cleanly and efficiently dealt with his opponent and quickly left. Now was a race against time. He had no time for idle talk. He fled at full speed to the river bank, his body rapidly transforming into water, disappearing into the water. And even now, the 10 clan Gu cultivators hadn't caught up. Even if they did, it would be useless. Who could distinguish which parts of the river were his clones? Searching for him in the water would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 323 Self-Created Elixir Formula 2024-05-04 Author, Xiangkangshan Zhe Shui Wu Bai Nian. After some time, a large group arrived. Looking at the rushing river, the 10 clan Gu cultivators' faces darkened. One after another, they jumped into the river, frantically searching for the figure that had disappeared. However, Shui Jianyan, once in the water, was like a fish entering the sea. How could they find him so easily? Patriarch, Zhu Jiuji's senior brother is dead. He was a genius from the Holy Gu Academy. It's difficult to explain his death here, an old man said, his face grim, as he approached the 10 clan patriarch. Don't worry about this for now. Anyway, it was the Shui clan Gu cultivators who killed him. Go find them if you want. What does it have to do with us? Besides this person, have all the others been captured? The 10 clan patriarch asked grimly. The other water clan Gu cultivator wasn't found either. He vanished into thin air, as if he evaporated into thin air. It's very strange. The rest of the people were all captured, including the one who escaped using special abilities, who was also caught by the ancestor. He was the one who destroyed the earth spirit tree. The ancestor didn't kill him but imprisoned him first and also took the 2 earth spirit fruits from his body. The last earth spirit fruit wasn't found on any of the corpses. It must have been taken by that kid who turned into water. The old man's face showed resentment. If he hadn't wanted to make this person die too easily, he would have already torn this person to pieces and fed him to the dogs. The head of the 10 family revealed a cruel smile and said harshly, the culprit isn't dead yet? Very well, give him all 10 of the most cruel tortures of the Gu realm. Don't let him die. Have an alchemist by his side at all times. When he's about to collapse, feed him a healing pill. Don't try to save me money, his lifespan shouldn't be long, right? Letting him die of old age in prison is too easy on him. I'm going to feed him another 100-year lifespan Gu. Even if his lifespan is nearing its end, I'll forcibly extend his life and torture him for another 100 years. After he dies in 100 years, I'll extract his soul and throw it into the soul refining banner to continue the torture, ensuring he can never be reincarnated. Hearing this, everyone present shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Good heavens! To torture a prisoner for another 100 years, they actually fed him a 100-year lifespan Gu. This was unheard of. Even a Gu king would go crazy for a 100-year lifespan Gu. No one could resist the temptation of extending their lifespan by 100 years. However, this patriarch actually went so far as to give this priceless treasure to the prisoner, his purpose being to torture him for a longer period of time. What kind of deep-seated hatred could this patriarch possibly have for this person? Meanwhile, Long Zhuan had already safely run an unknown distance. His original middle-aged face was no longer usable. He changed his disguise again, this time into the appearance of a handsome young man. Once he reached a range beyond the Gu King's detection range, Long Zhuan finally stopped, took out a map, and pondered his next plan. His next plan was definitely to create his own Earth Spirit Pill formula and then break through to the Spirit Sea stage. Incidentally, he also needed to refine the Calamity Gu. He already had all the materials needed to refine the Calamity Gu. What he lacked was a suitable place to refine it. If the devouring world toad could accelerate its formation in places with abundant treasure energy, then the Calamity Gu needed to be refined in places with abundant lightning. He had to find a place where lightning gathered to refine the Gu, otherwise, refining it inside Dumming's belly would likely take a very long time. Long Zhuan quickly found a place called Thunder Swamp on the map. At the border of the Tenglong Empire, the Huai Empire, and the Yanting Empire lies a no man's land. This vast area is not under the jurisdiction of any single empire. Fugitives and demonic cultivators from all 3 empires flock here, turning it into a haven of evil, filled with chaos and slaughter. Here, there are no laws, no rules, only the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak, and the wicked survive. This place is called the Land of Sin, teeming with demonic cultivators. Not a single good person exists. The Thunder Swamp lies in the northern part of the land of Sin. A peculiar terrain constantly struck by lightning, the Thunder Swamp is one of the forbidden areas of the Gu realm, rarely visited by humans. This forbidden area, densely populated with lightning, is also the perfect place to refine the Tribulation Gu. After successfully refining the Tribulation Gu, he will create his own elixirs to enhance its aptitude, attracting a tribulation of lightning so that the Tribulation Gu can absorb the lightning and complete its first transformation. During this time, he will also deduce the third level of the 10 absolute scriptures, the third level of the Purgatory true demon art, and the third level of the heavenly demon disintegration divine art. There was quite a lot to do next, and Long Zhuan felt a slight pain in his liver. After quickly planning his next tasks, he embarked on his journey to Thunder Swamp. However, this time he didn't walk, instead, he cleverly crawled into Daming's belly. Daming hopped and skipped towards Thunder Swamp. With each jump, Daming covered hundreds of meters, making him much faster than Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan appeared on the floating island, entered a large villa, and began working on his liver refining formulas. This villa was, of course, built for him by the Suogu, and it was a luxurious villa constructed entirely according to human physiques. In addition, the island also had alchemy rooms, wineries, weapon refining rooms, and various other buildings. Having a free laborer, Long Zhuan used it to its fullest. 3 months later, in the villa, Long Zhuan looked at the 2 self-created pill formulas on the table, stretched lazily, and his eyes were full of a sense of accomplishment. As his pharmacological knowledge became more and more abundant, his speed in creating his own pill formulas also increased. He hadn't expected that a heaven-defying pill formula capable of attracting lightning tribulation could be created by him so quickly. Pill formulas capable of attracting lightning tribulation were extremely rare in this world. They were the dream of every alchemist, and all alchemists took pride in being able to refine an elixir capable of attracting lightning tribulation. The appearance of such a formula would cause a frenzy among all alchemists in the Gu realm. And this heaven-defying pill formula was created by him, Long Zhuan. He couldn't help but be proud. Such an achievement was enough to shock the entire alchemy world. This pill was created using the heaven-mending fruit as its main ingredient and possessed the heaven-defying ability to improve aptitude, raising a Gu cultivator's aptitude by 2 grades without changing their attributes. A direct increase of 2 grades was no small feat. If he could improve his aptitude by 2 grades, he would definitely be considered above average. And above average was enough to wipe out most of the Gu cultivators in this world. How could such a heaven-defying elixir not attract lightning tribulation? Long Zhuan was too lazy to waste brain cells naming this pill formula, so he simply named it a heaven-defying pill. The other pill formula was the Earth Spirit pill, created using the Earth Spirit fruit as its main ingredient. This formula maximized the medicinal power of the Earth Spirit fruit, enough to increase the success rate of breaking through to the Spirit C stage by 80%. Such a success rate was ridiculously high. This was also the result of him directly setting the requirements on the pill formula. He first greedily wrote on the pill formula description that the Earth Spirit pill had a 100% breakthrough rate, but the pill formula did not show any progress. Undeterred, he wrote on the pill formula that the Earth Spirit pill had a 90% breakthrough rate, but the pill formula still did not show any progress. Helpless, he could only settle for second best and wrote on the pill formula an 80% breakthrough rate. This time, the pill formula finally showed progress. Long Zhuan breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that theoretically, an 80% breakthrough rate was already the limit of the Earth Spirit fruit, and it was impossible to increase it any further. He had already maximized the medicinal power of the Earth Spirit fruit. This pill formula was already the most perfect, with no room for further improvement. Chapter 324 The Second Floating Island. 2024-05-05 Author, Xiangkangshan Zaishua Iwubei Nian. Now that the pill formulas have been successfully researched, the next step is to collect the materials. This is where Long Zhuan's most troublesome part begins. Both pill formulas are incredibly powerful, and the materials are not so easy to collect. When the material level reaches a certain point, it can no longer be bought directly with spirit stones. One must frequently participate in trade fairs and auctions to slowly collect them, which is extremely time-consuming and laborious. At this moment, he desperately hopes that a treasure merchant will appear before him, allowing him to collect all the materials at once. However, just as this thought arose, his Suogu sent a message to his soul. It wasn't anything important, it simply told him that the Suogu hut on the Shenlong was now open. However, This wasn't important information for the Suogu, but for Long Zhuan, this news was extremely important and timely. He quickly thought of the wealthy woman on the ship. That wealthy woman was a treasure merchant. Even if he couldn't collect all the materials from her, he could instantly gather most of them. Long Zhuan couldn't wait any longer and immediately crawled into the ice and fire hut. Carried by the Suogu, he climbed out of the Zhengjin hut on the Shenlong. As soon as he emerged, he couldn't help but shiver. It was so cold. Where had Dizan sailed the ship? He'd been sailing recklessly, causing them to miss even reaching the Tang family. Could this place be some kind of frigid, forbidden sea called the Unfrozen Sea? Disguised as his junior brother and wearing 3 or 4 sets of thick clothes, Long Zhuan finally pushed open the door and stepped out. As soon as he reached the deck, before he could even greet the crew he hadn't seen in a long time, his gaze was drawn to a massive iceberg. This iceberg was no ordinary iceberg, it was incredibly cold. Although the iceberg was 1,000 meters away from the Shenlong, the chill it emitted was almost unbearable for a body-refining goo cultivator like himself, who was wearing several layers of thick clothing. If he was like this, then ordinary goo cultivators would be even worse off. The crew members standing on the deck were all shivering, their teeth chattering, their legs shaking, unable to utter a single word. If this was the case from 1,000 meters away, wouldn't they be instantly frozen into ice sculptures if they got close to this iceberg? How could such a chilling iceberg be ordinary? Long Zhuan thought of a legendary spiritual mountain. This spiritual mountain was called the Arctic Yuan Mountain, which could condense the purest ice spiritual power. Goo cultivators who cultivated ice attribute power could progress by leaps and bounds on this mountain, and could cultivate Arctic cold energy. A goo cultivator who cultivated Arctic cold energy was invincible among their peers. However, this mountain was extremely cold. Most goo cultivators would be instantly frozen into ice sculptures if they approached the Arctic Yuan Mountain. Very few geniuses were capable of cultivating on it. Any spiritual mountain was priceless, and the Arctic Yuan Mountain was no exception. He believed that any force with ice in its name would spare no expense to occupy this Arctic Yuan Mountain. At this moment, Long Zhuan's eyes flashed. With such a spiritual mountain before him, how could he let it pass? He already had the idea of having the devouring world toad swallow the Arctic Yuan Mountain. The Arctic Yuan Mountain was undoubtedly a heaven-defying treasure. The magical energy released from such a large spiritual mountain was immense. Once the devouring world toad swallowed the Arctic Yuan Mountain, its size and internal space would likely expand to an unbelievable level. At that time, a second floating island would appear inside its body, an ice island, which the devouring world toad could spit out at any time to smash people. Those hit by the Arctic Yuan Mountain, even if not crushed to death, would be frozen into ice sculptures. Long Zhuan revealed a ruthless smile. He was still thinking about the method of using mountains to smash people in novels. However, although this Arctic Yuan Mountain was a small spiritual mountain, its size was still enormous enough. He wondered if the devouring world toad could swallow it. Long Zhuan seemed lost in thought, but just as he was pondering this, he suddenly realized that he was getting further and further away from the ice mountain. Only then did he finally realize that the divine dragon was heading away from the ice mountain. Hey! Why are you sailing so far away? Can't you see such a huge spiritual mountain? Long Zhuan panicked and hurriedly turned around to shout. The people on the ship were stunned. If they didn't run, they would freeze to death. How could they dare to stay here any longer? They knew that the Arctic Yuan Mountain was a treasure, but what use was it if they couldn't move it? Who could move a mountain? They couldn't even get close to it. Since they had a treasure mountain but couldn't get their hands on it, what was the point of staying here? It was only because Leng Yan was a goo cultivator who practiced ice attribute power that the treasures on the Arctic Yuan Mountain were of great help to her, which was why the divine dragon had sailed over to take a look. Otherwise, they would never have come here even if they were beaten to death. Leng Yan was not afraid of the cold here at all. She walked over wearing light clothes and said, "The only valuable thing on that ice mountain was the cold jade. Now that I have taken the cold jade, there is nothing of value on the ice mountain anymore, so there is naturally no need for us to stay here." Cold jade? Long Zhuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Cold jade was a good thing and it was of great use to him. Cold jade was a jade stone formed from extreme cold air and could release terrifyingly cold air. Frost jade is formed in the center of the Arctic Yuan Mountain, or even colder places, and its quantity is extremely limited. A few dozen pieces of frost jade might be found at most in the center of a single Arctic Yuan Mountain. The cold air released by the frost jade is 10 times more terrifying than that released by the Arctic Yuan mountain itself. Ordinary people cannot even approach the Arctic Yuan mountain, let alone the even colder frost jade. Keep in mind that he hadn't even perfected the second level of his Purgatory true demon art. Cultivating the second level of the Purgatory true demon art requires tempering the body with terrifying cold air, but the frost flame is his own power, and he has extremely high resistance to it. Therefore, his tempering stage with cold air was not perfect. For many years, he had been searching for a cold place, but had never found one. There are many cold places, but very few that meet the criteria. Even the Arctic Yuan mountain didn't meet the criteria, because a few geniuses could survive there. Lang Yan didn't die after taking the frost jade from the Arctic Yuan mountain. The cold he needed had to be equivalent to the heat of heavenly fire, the kind that kills anyone who enters. Only under such conditions could his second level of body tempering be perfect. Tempering the body in a life or death environment is precisely the characteristic of the Purgatory true demon art. Even the frost fire divine flame falls far short of this level of coldness, as it is not on par with heavenly fire. The coldness released by the frost jade barely meets the standard, but only barely. It's probably not enough. At this moment, Long Zhuan had another insane idea. He planned to have the repairing goo repair a large amount of frost jade, and then use that to make a frost jade bed. Then he would have his clones sleep on it every day. This level of coldness should be sufficient. It would just be tough on the clones. At this moment, Long Zhuan's clones couldn't help but shiver. You said you found frost jade on the Arctic Yuan mountain? Quickly, show it to me. Long Zhuan suddenly reached out to Lang Yan, looking curious. Lang Yan hesitated for a moment, but still handed a blue box to Long Zhuan, reminding him, this box has the effect of isolating cold air. Be careful when opening it. The cold air released by the cold jade is enough to freeze most goo cultivators into ice sculptures instantly. Hearing this, Long Zhuan decisively abandoned the idea of opening the box. He pretended to look at the box before putting it into his stored ring. Stop the ship, I'll be right back, Long Zhuan said, then used his lightness skill to float on water and flew towards the Arctic Yuan mountain. Lang Yan was stunned on the spot. Wasn't he just going to take a look? Why did he put it away? How could he be so shameless? Long Zhuan, who had already flown far away, smiled. Anyway, all the crew's spoils on the ship had to be handed over to the captain in half, so it was reasonable for him to take it. Not long after, he arrived near the Arctic Yuan mountain. Looking at the huge thing that released terrifying cold air, Long Zhuan took a deep breath, his eyes showing excitement. He was now only 100 meters away from the Arctic Yuan mountain. Even he would find the chill unbearable at such a distance. It wouldn't freeze him to death, but he simply didn't want to suffer that. Dumming. It's all up to you. Don't let me down. The devouring world toad had already teleported to his breeding bag via the Suogu hut, leaving a Suogu hut behind for easy travel. Long Zhuan took the devouring world toad out of the breeding bag and threw it directly into the sea. As soon as it hit the water, the devouring world toad pushed aside the seawater and rapidly expanded in size. Long Zhuan kept a safe distance, afraid of being affected by the soon-to-be-born behemoth. He didn't yet know the devouring world toad's current maximum size. He had never experimented with it. His gaze couldn't help but fill with anticipation. As the devouring world toad grew larger and larger, Long Zhuan's gaze gradually shifted from anticipation to blankness. The devouring world toad was now enormous. Without him noticing, it had grown into a giant mountain as tall as a mountain. This colossal mountain was so immense it could be described as blotting out the sun, plunging him into darkness. The devouring world toad was now far larger than the third young master's three-legged golden toad. And it wasn't even at its limit yet, it was still rapidly expanding. Long Zhuan tilted his head back, his mouth gradually widening. He had anticipated that his devouring world toad's maximum size would be large, but he hadn't expected it to be this large. Currently, its size already far exceeded that of the Arctic Yuan mountain. Long Zhuan's gaze turned solemn. He knew his wealth was far inferior to the third young master's, and the difference must lie in the quality of the living creatures. Treasures are valued for their quality, not quantity. Inside the devouring world toad were 3 divine trees with unique world attributes. These 3 divine trees contained the power of rules, and the treasure energy they generated greatly amplified its power. Although the third young master possessed far more treasures than him, their quality was far inferior. The heaven-defying treasures he possessed now were far more than just 3 divine trees. Even that swarm of heaven-defying goo worms was enough to generate considerable treasure energy. Moreover, Long Zhuan had a premonition that even if he gave the 3 divine trees to the 3rd young master, his 3-legged golden toad would never exceed the size of the devouring world toad. This was because the 3 divine trees were alive inside the devouring world toad's belly, but dead inside the 3-legged golden toad. The precious energy produced by living and dead spiritual herbs was naturally 2 different concepts. His devouring world toad could absorb the precious energy of living things, which was why its size was far greater than that of the 3-legged golden toad. Just as Long Zhuan was lost in thought, the devouring world toad finally stopped expanding. At this moment, it was at least 5 times the size of that iceberg, enough to blot out the sky. It lowered its head, its eyes excitedly gazing at the iceberg, licking its lips, revealing an expression of extreme greed. His devouring world toad inherited the exact same personality as the 3-legged golden toad, greedy for wealth and treasures, fond of collecting all sorts of treasures. This Arctic Yuan mountain was a rare treasure. Few treasures possessed a greater amount of precious energy than a spiritual mountain. How could it not be excited in the face of such a treasure? It wished it could swallow it whole immediately. Before Long Zhuan could even give the order, it could no longer control itself, letting out a deafening roar as it slowly opened its blood-red maw. Then, it unleashed its devouring heaven power. A terrifying suction force emanated from its gaping maw, instantly causing a dramatic shift in the weather. A raging storm arose, the sea surged, and giant waves crashed everywhere. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed, even the sky altered its color. Long Zhuan covered his ears, which were nearly deafened by the deafening noise, and hurriedly fled in terror. The commotion caused by the devouring heaven world toad was simply too great, completely engulfing him. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, the divine dragon ship was rocking violently. Everyone on board stared wide-eyed, their eyes glazed over, at the enormous creature. "What is that thing?" Lang Yanhu's face paled, staring at the behemoth in disbelief. "A 3-legged toad? No, it doesn't look like a 3-legged toad at all. It seems much more terrifying than a 3-legged toad. What is this thing?" Dizin also walked over, deeply moved, staring solemnly at the behemoth taller than a mountain. Mo Dashao's 2 henchmen were already trembling with fear. They not only suffered from thalassophobia but also megalophobia. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the Arctic Yuan mountain was uprooted, slowly rising into the air, and then gradually flying into the behemoth's mouth, where it was swallowed whole. Afterwards, it patted its belly, let out a loud burp, and showed a satisfied expression before slowly shrinking, gradually shrinking until it returned to its normal size, then hopped into the captain's insect-rearing pouch and disappeared. Long Zhuan sensed the iceberg's location in the void world and found it was far from his floating island, at least 5,000 meters away, so he was relieved. At such a distance, there was no need to worry about his spiritual herbs being damaged by freezing. Don't underestimate the space inside the devouring world toad. Ever since it swallowed those 3 divine trees, the space inside its body has expanded to an unbelievable level. It's just that the land area is limited, resulting in low utilization of such a large space. Long Zhuan is no longer lacking in space, but rather in usable land area. Land is easy to find. He can just let the devouring world toad gnaw on a piece of land. But floating islands with special functions are not so easy to find. Chapter 325 Arrival at Rain Swamp 2024-05-05 Author, Xiang Kangshan, handsome for another 500 years after acquiring the Arctic Yuan mountain, Long Zhuan smiled contentedly and once again used his lightness skill to fly back to the deck of the Shenlong. "What happened to you guys before? How did you lose contact?" Long Zhuan finally asked about the important matter. "Nothing much, we just accidentally wandered into a sea ruin. This ruin has special isolation capabilities, which can cut off all contact with the outside world. As for what exactly happened there, come to my room, and I'll tell you in detail." Dizin glanced at Long Zhuan, then walked towards her bedroom. At this moment, all the crew members looked at the two of them with strange expressions. Long Zhuan's expression stiffened. This sentence could easily be misunderstood, could it? Could she be more careful with her words? What would the crew members think of him? However, he also knew that Dizin must want to talk to him privately about the Teng family. After all, this matter could not be discussed in the open, and it was not appropriate to talk about it in front of the crew. So Long Zhuan followed behind her. After they entered her bedroom together, Dizin eagerly asked, How did things go with the Tang family? Did you manage to steal any earth spirit fruits? Long Zhuan rolled her eyes at her and said, don't put it so harshly. What do you mean by stealing? That's called taking. I was lucky, I got some earth spirit fruits. Don't ask about the exact number, it's enough. You didn't contribute anything this time, so naturally, the earth spirit fruits aren't going to be given to you for free. Both of us need earth spirit pills to break through, so creating our own pill formula is a must. You know, creating a pill formula requires a massive amount of materials. Since you didn't contribute, then you'll be responsible for the materials, Long Zhuan said bluntly. He had just been worrying about how to collect the materials for the heaven-defying pill formula and the earth spirit pill formula. Now, the problem was solved. He only needed to write down the materials he needed on a piece of paper and give it to Dizin to collect. Since creating a pill formula required a massive amount of materials, it was reasonable for him to ask for more, right? However, Dizin knew exactly what Long Zhuan was up to just by his tail wagging. She knew him too well. She could easily see that this skinflint was using this opportunity to embezzle a huge amount of materials unrelated to the experiments. Her entire fortune was likely to be plundered by this guy again. Dizin narrowed her eyes and sighed inwardly. Faced with such a rogue, she really had no other choice. She hadn't contributed anything this time, and had no choice but to submit and let him take advantage of her. Just give me a list of what you want. I'll cover the materials for the experimental pill formulas, Dizin said through gritted teeth. Seeing her agree so readily, Long Zhuan smiled. He wouldn't hold back then. He wanted more than just the materials on those 2 pill formulas. He wanted all sorts of rare spiritual herbs. He had long decided to collect spiritual herbs like crazy to create a massive mobile herb garden to provide a continuous supply of precious energy for the devouring world toad. This mobile herb garden needed to be so large that it would have to be an island of its own. This would be his third floating island, named Medicine Island. All the spiritual herbs on Medicine Island were entrusted to Dizin's care. As for the land where the world tree seed had been, he decided to give it to the ice bees, naming it Bee Island, a floating island specifically for growing various spiritual flowers. Long Zhuan didn't stay on the ship for long. After completing the transaction with Dizin, he returned to his original location via the Suogu hut and continued towards Thunder Swamp. By this time, Thunder Swamp was not far from him. 3 days later, Long Zhuan heard dense thunderclaps exploding in his ears and could see blinding bolts of lightning falling from the sky in the distance. The lightning was continuous, with hundreds of bolts of lightning striking from different locations almost every second, frantically bombarding the swamp below. The swamp was full of water, with countless small lakes, each with lightning crackling on its surface. Such peculiar terrain was no wonder it was called Thunder Swamp. Is this Thunder Swamp? Long Zhuan's eyes shone with a strange light as he quickened his pace and ran forward. Reaching the edge of Thunder Swamp, Long Zhuan looked into its depths, a deep sense of shock on his face. The deeper one goes, the denser the lightning becomes, almost like a downpour. Some bolts are thicker than tree trunks, like giant silver pythons darting through the air. The dark clouds in the sky are even denser, layered in countless places, completely blocking out the sun and plunging the area into darkness. But the occasional flashes of lightning illuminate patches of darkness below. Long Zhuan stared at this terrifying sight, speechless. Was this really a place for humans? With lightning this dense, who could guarantee they wouldn't be struck on the head? Few could withstand the force of lightning with their bare hands, and he knew his own physical strength was far from sufficient. This place was far too dangerous for him. He dared not take a single step. Long Zhuan sighed inwardly. This truly was a forbidden zone for humans. With such dense lightning, anyone who dared to set foot here would die. But he had no choice but to go in. He needed to refine his goo, and he had to go deeper. The more lightning power there was, the faster the goo would be formed. Long Zhuan frowned, looking up at the endless black clouds in the sky. Suddenly, he thought of the principle behind the generation of lightning in his previous life. The principle of lightning generation is complex, but it can be summarized in one sentence. When the electrical charge within the clouds accumulates to a certain level, lightning will be generated. In other words, the generation of lightning requires a process. Could this process be represented by progress? The moment this thought arose, the dark clouds in the sky, which had previously shown no progress, suddenly displayed dense, overlapping progress indicators. Some were close to 100%, while others were less than 10%. Clearly, The cloud areas with progress approaching 100% were about to unleash lightning. And beneath the clouds with progress less than 10% lay an absolutely safe area. Long Zhuan was shocked. Indeed, the cheat system was based on the host's understanding. As long as the host's understanding was high enough, this cheat system would have unlimited possibilities. Overjoyed, Long Zhuan quickly walked deeper into the lightning swamp. Following the progress indicators in the dark clouds, he could avoid all lightning strikes. Walking through lightning as if on his own, and enter the depths of the lightning swamp unharmed. Instead of choosing a suitable location for refining goo, he headed straight for the depths of the thunder swamp. Places rarely visited by humans often hold many treasures. Refining goo was not urgent. He planned to search for treasure first. However, he was quickly disappointed. The environment here was far too harsh. No matter how many spiritual herbs grew, they would be obliterated by lightning from the sky. There was no chance for him to make a fortune. It was impossible for him to find no treasures at all, but the terrain certainly didn't hold many, which greatly disappointed him. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.